Yo, what's up, chat? How you guys doing?
Stops them yet. As Pro still hold the point.
I'm about late.
Finally, though,
VP and the Heretics are playing for the first time. Let's watch it.
Heretics
How you guys all doing?
Yeah, Heretics
Your song's still playing from last stream? Yeah, we got it going. We got it going.
Ultimates, right? You had Soul
I'm gonna have to
Bomb,
pause it
you
though.
had Invisible Boundary, Loki regeneration
What's up, guys?
as well. But Heretics were divested of
We have new channel emotes, but they're also
which means that Tanuki has to perfectly
just emotes on the channel anyway.
Forward push from VP.
They're bigger, I think. Like there's two different ones. One is bigger than the other. But yeah, we got channel emotes as well.
But you're just not getting the
opportunity. What you guys doing?
You're having to push Nevix away, and Spark wins the 1v1.
I kind of want to make like all my emotes that are like sub emotes, just normal emotes in the channel, because some of them like look small.
The res is good though, brings back
Are you TC? What's up, Oregon? I'm chilling.
The fight going for Heretics, meaning that they are still able to contest this for at least a little bit, but the pressure from Virtus Pro is piling up. Enzo about to have that Ivok emote with Straggling Prison available for Beetle as they are able to punish.
Who do you guys think is going to win this? This is going to be a really good set.
Basically just on the back
VP took first map.
Completely taking out the heels of Virtus Pro as they are forced to reset again. And Heretics, this is exactly what they want to be doing. And now that Tanuki's finally used res, he might be able to swap off if he goes down in the future.
You a sub, yeah.
Heretics are making Virtus Pro burn time for every meter. It's the only way they're getting away with this so far, and it's working.
I mean, they're taking so many fights, and like you said, they're burning so much time, which is crucial off of how quickly they lost that first point. Ken will have copy onto potentially Invisible Boundary, or if you lose players early, Adam to be able to overcome that BRB and closer respawns from Virtus Pro to continue throwing players into these fights. He gets the steal onto the Gambit, though.
So Sparker has Cyclops.
Much more on the defensive, not in a position to run away properly. Lose Finzi on the kite and find themselves stuck in spawn yet again, which has allowed Alex to build up to Invisible Boundary. That might not be enough, though, to stand up to the sheer firepower that VP will have within this next fight. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier to open, Emma ult to create space for
use up LTM.
and then if the fight
use
goes
up
long,
Organs, Decoy, Draw, J, Vink, Mink, Goigus. Yo, Sire Frosty, thanks for the 6 months, bro.
No Loki, no Adam ult to bring the players back.
Picks up the Heretics where I don't see them as Virtus Pro just
Spark is Thanos.
And yet Tanuki comes back again to buy more time. If they just keep throwing bodies at the point. Yeah, Tanuki does swap off. He was
what's the
80%
square?
of an ult charge, and
fuck?
it's just not worth it. You're not going to get more value out of the Adam here. You maybe get one more revive, but you've got to contest the objective. You've got to make sure that you have someone to deal with Nevix, someone to potentially catch Sparker. So we're back on the Wolverine and Beetle bringing out the whole.
Got the Wolverines.
Boundary's on the board, but Silent Seduction to prevent them from getting onto the board. Boundary does come out though. This may allow Heretics to sustain through this fight just long enough that they might be able to get a turnaround.
No eliminations though, which means Nevix 5, Feast of the Abyss, and Lost Stand, Pit Potential, and Heretics. No
the bands are so
interesting. No Loki, no regeneration domain.
There's a Viva.
Fi's getting ready to brawl on the objective. Nevix applies the anti-heal onto both Enzo and Tanuki, and there's the setup that he was looking for.
Tanuki goes down, Beetle goes down with a delay of the Hulk transformation, and Virtus Pro making a very calm walk here, but it's still going to be a commitment. Heretics, they're just trying to take out the time. They're going to force overtime at minimum here from Virtus Pro, which gives them the best situation to maybe turn it around. And actually, that's 2, that's 3.
Ooh.
Virtus Pro forced to retreat as Heretics get the positioning back. Portal from Vi is 4, but they can't touch it. Team Heretics, they eat the time and then secure it with a beautiful.
How old is Fi? I don't know.
Oh, Loki, Adam.
I have 0 clue.
Invis.
I played Deadlock with Fi.
Triple strategist stall out.
Fi was really good at Deadlock.
Heretics win out Lower Manhattan. Virtus Pro's momentum slowed to an absolute standstill as Heretics pull a map to equalize 1-1.
Oh, big fan, so you man.
We have the potential 5-map series that a lot of people are hoping for.
Find out if that continues that way, if Heretics can keep the momentum going. Or if
when are we playing Peak? We're doing Variety later. We're doing Variety in like probably after Ignite finishes. Let me co-stream this shit. I'm not live yet. Liar. Start co-streaming, bitch. The Heretics took the map. We got a fucking set on our hands. It seems like the Heretics has practiced Lower Manhattan to get good at it. When will VP drop 5? Why would they? He's selling? What variety are you playing later? We're gonna do Mecha Chameleon and we're gonna do Peak. So be there if you want to be part of it. TC Wolf plus Blade carries VP? I mean, that's a given, bro. That's a given. You paying for the games for me? Bro, like, you need to lock in. I can't lie. Chat, what's like the non-sub emote version of those emotes? Is it TC Mog, like that? What's the non-one? Because I want to see the size difference. I think the sub emotes are getting really good now. They look tough as fuck. Whoa. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Okay, I'm turning off the music, it's getting repetitive. Who do you think's better, Navi or VP? Navi. Why do you hold a mug like that? Like this? What's wrong with this? I swear that's the best way to hold a mug. The pinky supports the bottom part, the 3 fingers hold the handle, and the thumb keeps it in place. That's what you call good technique right there. Yo, what's up, Laura? How you doing, man? I'll never use the handle. So what, you just, do you not understand the point in the handle? It's so you don't fucking burn your hands. My mouse kept DCing. I'm using my warranty to claim to get a new one. Can't play Rivals. Get your trackball, bro. It's time. It's time to pick up the trackball. You a bitch or something? Are you guys dumb? Like, if you just freshly boiled it, you're not gonna hold it from the fucking middle. If you let it cool down, then I understand. Like, it's cool now for me to do it. I can take it. I mean, just say you're a freak, bro. It's all good. They're real men, unlike you, who needs to hold your mug by the handle. Hey, if they want to get, like, burns, then they can do it, bro. I don't want to get blisters on my hands from getting burnt. My mug is thick enough that I can hold it without being burnt. Yeah, I think the mug itself matters for that. I can understand that argument. Like, the thickness of the mug, how it's designed, what it's made of, can definitely affect how much heat it, like, absorbs. Did you see my creation? No, where is it? Where's your creation? A real man would drink the coffee directly from the pot. Guys, I have a cafetiere. I don't know if you guys have this. That's how I make the coffee. I just place my thumb on the bottom edge and use my fingers on the top edge to not get burnt. Like this? You pinch it? Is this what you mean? You go like that? That's not okay. Wait, let me make sure my Discord's on the right. Yeah, it is. Okay, bro, what is this?
What the fuck? Holy shit, dude, what's the matter? What happened? What's going on? There's so much porn. What the hell are you doing looking at my private shit?
What are you talking about? Private shit, Johnny? It was wide open. There were literally
Thousands of files here. Well, I've been meaning to clear some of that out.
Jesus Christ, look at the organization here. Clockwise rim job, counterclockwise rim job. Yeah, well, sometimes you like seeing the tongue go the other way.
You sick bastard, look at this. Chicks with dicks.
Bro, why that look like that though? Why the fuck that look like that? Is this like me and Mark Wahlberg if we had a kid? That is uncanny, bro. That is uncanny as fuck. I've never wanted to see Ginger Mark Wahlberg. How long does it take to use this like Viggle AI shit? I've always wondered that. Like knockoff cyber apathy, true. Ken was MVP. Yo, on God, Ken is tough. I swear this guy's tough. Is TH winning? They're tied. VP took map 1, so they're more likely to win. Winning map 1 is the best thing you can do to win in pro play. It's not a guaranteed one, but if you win map 1, you're setting yourself up for like success. Takes like a minute tops, it's so easy to do. Fucking AI, bro. VP choose next map? Yes. So more than likely VP wins next map. Damn. Yo, Naga's jacked. Everybody's looking for the weekend. Oh, this can mug everyone, I swear. So does Alex. Yo, Alex takes care of his hair. Jesus. Yo, what's up, missionary man? How young TC? Did you teach Crazy Cat at Wolverine? He was going crazy earlier. Yes. And by earlier, do you mean yesterday? Don't tell me Rad already played. Today? Did Rad already play? Rad played first. Who'd they go against? I can't tell if you're, they have played? Who'd they play against? Lost to Navi. Bro, I thought they were playing later. Game started? Why are the games starting so early? I swear they start so fucking early. Okay, we're getting in. I'm gonna unmute.
Good scores for Heretics here. So we'll see if Virtus.pro just have the faith that they have the outplay potential here. For now, though, we're in the draft, and it's looking pretty standard so far. But now,
Daredevil.
will Heretics, with their opportunity to try and replicate the success, yes, they're going to continue the same strategy here, removing Daredevil from the board.
And likely
Did Rat take
following up
maps
with a
off
cap ban, as
Navi?
well as they go for one-sided Daredevil save. VP not getting the opportunity of removing that Daredevil. So Heretics have flanking potential, diving potential, and one-sided information. As Virtus.pro think that the Wolverine was an issue, and it absolutely was. Tanuki was getting so much work done. Do they go for the save on the cap here before Heretics can target it out? I fear though if they go for the save on the cap, Heretics would just respond with a ban on Venom, so that they can still remove one of the two dive vanguards for VP to be able to play, as they will save the Lunar Snow instead to still be able to have that Lunar and Gambit backline access, which means that if Heretics want to again replicate that ban draft, which found so much success on Manhattan, they can take out the cap. And
Navi won 3-0. Wow.
Very familiar draft.
It's weird seeing that Gambit's not being banned first as usual.
Virtus.pro's bans, taking that away from Heretics because Tanuki is a monster.
I mean, Mantis is just better.
Tanuki, not a Wolverine, but he certainly cosplays well. Heretics,
Mantis
they
is
stick
better.
with their strengths. They know what works, and they just try to replicate it. We see in a contemplation another map where we could see the return of the penny that we saw from Heretics and Virtus.pro for a little bit of delayed tactics here. This is not a map where it's as easy to portal around here.
They still do the clap!
Yay, we
They
love
still
that.
do the clap. For those of you who are watching Marvel Rivals esports for the first time, this was a tradition that was started in Berber Patapim, who were, as Ryan pointed out, 5 out of 6 of Heretics' players were on Berber Patapim before they became Liquid or Citadel and then moved into Heretics now. There was a tradition that they did at the start of all of their maps to make sure that they were all on the same page for coordinating dive, where they would count to 3 and clap all at the same time. And it is lovely to get to see them still doing this, not on LAN, but here on our player cams.
We love to see it. And looking at the defense here, as they're all on the same page for delays, it's triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, but without the penny. They're going for Magneto, Emma, and Groot. Instead of just letting Virtus.pro push around with the Human Torch,
by walking
they take
in
some characters
the torch.
who might be able to put some beats to it, might be able to put some pressure onto that flying character.
Let's see the
We'll
setup.
also eat the Torch's ult, right? Meteor M absorbs the tornadoes from Torch's ultimate. So Fire losing the opportunity of playing from the air, also having steal of the poke pressure from the mag with that threat of the right click, so having to be very wary playing around this cover, understanding he will not be gaining a lot of healing since VP not running the invisible woman to shield stagger and Fi to be more aggressive in his position, which means that we get a slower burn approach. They've been able to find Ken though, getting him low enough to force out the regeneration domain before he can exchange back to the rest of his team.
I think Vi gets too much hit.
Tries to go for a duel, hit scan
Use some
character
cyber.
on the standard quantum magics here to get a little bit of pressure onto Fi if they can land those shots.
I swear Fi's pretty good.
Is a projectile though, but for now it's just going to be Nevix taken down here, utilizing the Groot Wall of Beetle, but Battle Rebirth Beacon from the one-sided rocket will keep Virtus.pro's pressure onto the point, at least for now. Cyber's actually going to be on the side, Pulsing Dar going to fly away here, and with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, immediately 2 members go down. There is nowhere near a revive available for Naga, meaning Virtus.pro take advantage of their quicker ult charge to gain.
Bucky's been getting quite a lot of play.
Will go for the strange.
Is triple tank actually viable?
Still think that they can take this fight. Ken's so close that Loki ult.
If you're trying to spawn hold like they're doing
Saipe,
right
if you
now,
can get the copy onto
decent,
the Gambit,
I'd say.
then you can purify the hit of Kraken impact from Sparker, as Virtus.pro going to be getting a lot of damage done. Good bionic hook, but Bulwark's there to keep Tanuki up. Heretics looking for Ken to get this opportunity. What will the copy be? Finzi using Stone Seduction, trying to get the pressure onto the Loki so he doesn't get freedom of choice to get the pick onto the Gambit, and no, he can only copy the Adam, which means you get a second cast of Soul Bond to walk.
The Karmic Revival did come out, but everyone on Heretics is tanking through this barely. Hellfire's low, side introduction, invisible boundary, allowing it to keep this delay going, and this is familiar to last match, Moxie, as right at the edge of the point, Team
This
Heretics
is such a
come
fucking
alive.
shit show.
Yeah, Meteor M.
The Heretics have found out like the cheesiest scrap of this
Karmic
map.
Revival available for Heretics if they lose players. They're using the Mago early to just try and take away the pressure from Virtus.pro walking with that one-sided gambit, giving the space to build up that Karmic Revival and get these players back into the throws. Beetle using that Eye of Agamotto, but now that Meteor M's done, Supernova blank
Was it
inside
Town
the
Center?
objective.
Did you do guest
and
rank
Heretics
yesterday?
losing
No,
that
we did on
revive
Wednesday.
window, lose their players
a
now
Casito.
for real.
Media
You just
M
forgot what he told me on
before
Discord.
Supernova,
Fuck.
revive before
Yo,
two
I'll
people
do it
went
now, man.
down. Virtus.pro find the opportunity.
we're just watching this.
Utilizing as many of their tools as possible after the defensive tools of Heretics are gone, and they claim that first point. And
I saw the
Heretics
short you
into
put out
beaches.
today. The short
Not
you
gonna
put out
get
today
the
was a
big
banger.
spawn hold anymore.
Really
It's
good
now
short.
all about taking these fights. So Cyclops makes its way to the board, and Tanuki gets that
Go check out
one-sided
Casito's new short. He's doing really good with
Finzi on the
shorts.
penny.
This guy's popping off.
On
Defensive
attack.
penny.
Yo, what's up, Max?
Defensive
We
penny, I mean,
saw
it will
it.
actually work
What's up,
hard
Danny?
CC against things like Enzo on the Venom, as well as
Yeah.
making it really problematic for Heretics to be able to
I haven't
stall
seen a
this
bad short. I
objective.
swear this guy's like
It's not
Thanos
just
in
the Daredevil
shorts.
that you have to worry about, it's the stall potential of the Cap and that Venom, allowing Heretics to be able to take more fights than Virtus.pro would have ultimates to be able to see through.
This did appear yesterday, at least a little bit. So seeing the return here, Finzy's just trying to make sure that their backline is protected. If the Daredevil wants to dive, it's gonna meet mines. That's the vibe here. Just prevent the dive coming on in here. Beetle forced
Especially
to
with Sparker
disengage.
hooking people into it as well, right?
Yeah, it's like the Devil Dinosaur combo, but without having to play Devil Dinosaur because he's a bit bad at the moment. So they're going to keep some pressure onto the backline. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush from the side of Team Heretics, trying to take advantage and try and take any positioning they can. They will get Dridro. Sparker taken down, and only one ultimate used here for Heretics to claim the position here and force Virtus.pro back into spawn.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro now lose access to those rooms where they could fortify with the penny, bunker down, and make it so hard for Heretics to be able to push them out of. So Alex with Fate of Both Worlds will be able to survive the engagement of Feast of the Abyss if VP even get the opportunity to use it. As Finzy's taken out early, Virtus.pro no space to be able to contest the sheer amount of incoming damage from Heretics poke. Sparker actually swapping off of the Bucky onto the Psylocke just to try to get through past that information check from Heretics, but with Tanuki on the Daredevil, you always know where he is. Feast of the Abyss early from Enzo. Cypher using that Raging Royal Flush in response, but this should not find eliminations as Alex has the Fate of Both Worlds to allow Heretics to hold their own.
Here comes the counter though as Tanuki goes into the
Yeah,
backline,
it's all
but
good.
gets webbed up immediately. It's a 3-second stun, which is allowing a little bit of sustain coming out from Virtus.pro.
He's got the
They
genes
mirror their
also,
own fate
true.
of both worlds. Fine.
Good one.
Now with their Galactic Legend tries to take the duel into the Daredevil.
Tanuki on the
defense
DD
comes on
goes
in,
down.
but there's just too much damage. Fine, able to take them down, and he's now chasing any retreating members of Heretics.
If we
that
get
they
second
can.
point,
With 2 members down,
VP are looking
the
very
rest,
strong.
remaining members of Heretics are forced
Is
to
Penny
retreat through the
offense
doorway,
no
which
strat?
allows the Penny
I think
to
Finzy's
set up,
just,
and suddenly the re-engage
doing some
has
experimental
turned
shit.
into a incredibly difficult position.
Yeah, but one more fight which allows Heretics
It's because
to
they're
come
playing
out with that Raging
Captain
Royal
America
Flush
Venom
from Ken.
DD.
Beetle taps onto the objective too.
That's why he's playing Penny.
But Heretics are
didn't get
split down to the butterflies, potentially finding picks. But it's Alex who walks away with 2 of the eliminations off of the setup from that Ruby Rage. Nevix does get the pick off onto Alex in the backline though, so Gambit heals only for Heretics and trying to keep their positions up with their Vanguards, able to just tank all of that damage, stopping Virtus.pro from getting the cap. Crucially, 30
Penny players
seconds
still
before
gaslighting
OT.
their heroes
Finzy
is
has to
bomb
go
tier.
to Angela off of the Penny Parker
I mean, this
so
is
that VP
pro
get the
players
opportunity of
versus
scouting out
Penny
Heretics
one
post-hold.
tricks.
They find Tanuki,
You
but
know?
not able to get the finishing blow. Tanuki able to dash on through. Like you said,
like this
they
map?
may have to
Yeah.
just go for a dash touch to make sure that they can contest it. With 10 seconds
This
to go,
map's fun.
Finzy on the way, making sure that they're keeping some pressure onto the diving characters of Heretics so that they can claim a position as best as they can. It's going to be Nevix to touch the point, to put some pressure onto the board here as Tanuki is taken down by Fi. Pressure
killed
in,
by Fi.
Beetle gets the counter onto Finzy though, removing that main frontliner as overtime is going to start to trickle down if Nevix Nevix leaves that point at any time. Feast of the Abyss coming on out, though, as Enzo is keeping pressure into the backline, retreats into their own
R2 to
team,
devour.
some healing output, trying to put some of that pressure onto Nevix to take them off the board.
Oracle
Neither team
best
have the Raging
map?
Roll
I
flush,
disagree.
but both are close. Nevix
Oracle
and Feast of the
second
Abyss
point's
is
dog shit.
creeping
I
forward
also
on
don't like
the
third
board.
point that
Vader
much.
Worlds from Dridro, allowing the counter push, and with that Raging Roll flush on the board, Alex is making their way back in, close to an ultimate of their own. It's all about the lanes, but no one's touching at least yet. Beetle gets it with 1.5 meters to go, but immediately the Raging Roll flush comes out, take them out quickly before the reinforcements can come onto the board. Enzo falls.
Oh,
Beetle
shit.
touches, half a meter to go. Vader both worlds for a little bit of extra
It looks
delay
good
to get
for,
the counter. They
VP
take down
here.
Dridro. They've got to
Whoa.
be touching though. A third of a meter to go as Tanuki comes down in from the back line, but it does the butterflies onto the point to take them out. Naga falls. Sparker is keeping that Gambit off the board, but Beetle is still delaying. He's still holding. Portal comes on into
Nah, Beetle's
the
clutching.
zone to keep
Beetle's
the delay
clutching.
going for every possible second with overtime ticking down. Virtus Pro cannot maintain.
Same story as Lower Manhattan. Stall until you can win the
Bro,
fight
Beal
from
just clutched up
Heretic's
there.
side. One insane last OT fight. Like, so much happened. Heretics playing.
Did you guys see
super
the combo
smart,
that Nevix and
understanding that
Finzi
Virtus
did to
Pro
kill
will
the
hit
Luna
that
ult?
Luna ult before Ken is able to build the Raging Roll flush. So he plays super safe all the way
Wait,
back,
how do they
which
have
means
two
that VP
Gambits?
aren't
What the
able
hell,
to
chat?
invade into Heretics'
Are they
spawn
cheating?
side and
I
get
think the Heretics
focus
is
onto
cheating.
the
We should
Gambit,
disqualify
which
them.
allows him to have the team contest with Raging Roll flush. Then you build
Get
up
them DQ'd,
into
please.
Fate of Both Worlds from Alex. Once Virtus Pro sustain is done, you slightly, literally half a second, you turn. It's such a risk going off of healing to the damage boost, so that you
Animated
can
wards
tip
don't grey out, is that
through
why?
the heals to get the hit onto Dredro, and then even if you
It's
lose
Loki.
players in
Ah,
that moment,
that
you
makes
still have
sense.
freedom charge to fall back onto, as Heretics are able to weather the storm.
Okay, so
of
VP
Virtus
is
Pro's
playing Penny,
approach. And this is a
Ebba,
very winnable
and Tanuki's
museum
coming
of
out with Squirrel Girl
contemplation.
already.
It's
The Warren strat.
doable, and as such, Virtus Pro, they take a little bit of a leaf out of Heretics' book here, and they're going for a bit more of a bunker-style composition, but they're not fully
Never mind.
committing. They're still
I thought he was gonna
sticking
take a
with
page
this
out of Warren's
2-2-2
book.
style, with Emma
I guess
being
not.
great for zoning, being great for these close holds, especially when combined with, once again, Finzi bringing out the Penny. They've set up mines, they've set up a lovely path for those mines to make their way in, and if Nevis can get a carbon crush onto someone, might be able to force them into that explosive trap, as Finzi will find Naga on the long-range mine placement.
And no rocket to be able to instantly bring your duelist back, so that's a good 20 seconds or so shaved totally off of the time bank, as Ken was on Loki, actually decides to go onto the
Never
invis,
Tanuki with his
seeing
Tanuki
both
skin.
the Wolverine
That's
and
the
the
thing.
Cyclops in play, wants to be able to have that push and pull to counter the grabs.
Nest is
Does mean
dead.
that you give up second cast of Raging Roll flush though, so Cypher will have match for Alex. You're relying on Tanuki winning out the 1v1 mirror.
He will be piling on the pressure, at least for the moment. Blaster Barrage needs to not get caught out, so we'll cancel it early just to make sure that they have the advantageous position, not going to get caught out, and they even take down the Biotic Spider Nest.
Yeah,
for
great
that
shield
defense.
from
Slow and
Ken.
steady so far.
As
Good
well,
kill.
like Tanuki does not go down off of some really good Guardian shield placements from Ken, which allows him to save the iframe. So they've been able to break corner, and crucially, they can start trying to put more pressure on Finzi's nest
I
placement
was
as well.
TPing.
Coming on in with the Raging Roll flush. No Galactic Legend here, but might not be needed. They're just going to take down the nest and the Penny. Could have just taken down the Penny, which will delete the nest, but both go down in the end. And that is just a convincing
Wow.
fight win. First door
Wow.
open with 5 minutes to go.
I think the Heretics
Yeah,
is
so you
winning.
couldn't quite complete the elimination because of Nevix's Sonic Seduction. So Finzi actually does a little bit of min-maxing. He body blocks with his own health bar on the Penny mech to keep the nest in play for slightly more time, but Heretics are still able to win out the fight overall. VP, though, they still have their own Gambit ult.
I don't think
to
VP
make
have
the
this
play for
patch figured
retake.
out.
So Heretics having to be very careful, having to be ready to respond with Invisible
wash?
Boundary, as VP don't have good follow-up.
it's
Yes,
not-
they've got the Gambit ult, but
I don't
they
think
don't have
this
something
patch
to be able
is
to
good
find
for them.
eliminations through Invisible Boundary, and Heretics want to punish VP's aggression. They want to read, anticipate that Gambit ult, propelling the team forward, and they massively over-invest ultimates.
Yeah.
Both the Galactic Legend
Maybe they don't
and
make
Sonic
one.
Seduction in response alongside Invisible Boundary to Saipe's ult means that VP have
It wouldn't be the
house
first time
money
VP don't
when it
make
comes to
one.
ult trades in this next fight.
Yeah, Heretics heard the Gambit ultimate and just hit all the buttons, and suddenly they get some momentum out of it, but all they got was one pickup. But now Fate of Both Worlds is available for Virtus Pro, Dance of the Butterfly is available, and they will
Monthly
soon have
updates too
Temperature
fast for them
Fusion
to adapt.
with it. That's a great position
Some teams
for Virtus
take
Pro,
longer
as
to adapt to
long
certain
as they don't
patches than
sack it.
others,
Dance
you
of the
know.
Butterfly can be
Yeah.
dropped quite early into the backline, seeing if they can force out any other tools, and once again, the other two buttons are pressed from Team Heretics. Ruby Rage and the Feast from the Abyss, it is enough to take down Finzi, and also Fi and Virtus Pro. They also just burn all their buttons and
It's quite
find
interesting
nothing
that
for it.
VP
This
aren't
is
playing
so dangerous for
Cyclops.
Virtus Pro. Like, this is Final Fight territory. You're
Oh.
relying on Heaven's Retribution from
Yo,
Finzi, but
Naga
Alex
is
can free the
disgusting
whole
on
team with the
Cyclops, I can't lie.
Purified from Raging Royal Flush. You've given up Dance of the Butterflies. Someone from VP has to find clutch eliminations on Heretics, and fast, or this round is done.
Right, he don't have a
Move back
fucking
in.
humming
Raging Royal
noise.
Flush from Alex this time doesn't want to give Virtus Pro time to regroup. Down
He's
goes
outside.
one front line. The second is absolutely mullered with the Ruby Rage to try and remove people from the board. Tanuki heals back
Fi
up,
is on
though
it for
not
some
going
reason.
down without a
What,
fight.
on,
Sparker
Cyclops?
falls, Gridro falls, and now it's all about Nevix, who
Yeah, I'm not
will
sure about
get
that
one.
either.
Holds the line at least for the moment.
They
as
have
reinforcements come
Wolverine.
back in. Finzi with a quick re-engage here, thanks to the
Cypher.
speed of
Why are
the
they not
Angela
playing
onto the board.
Cyclops
Tanuki
Wolverine? I
has
swear
the
it's
Galactic
Thanos.
Legend to try and push on up. Saipe is charged with that Raging Royal Flush with the Invisible Boundary about to fall. Here it comes. Galactic Legend try and take them down before the damage can be done. And it's working out. One falls, two falls.
TC was
The
a
front
solo
line
heat.
is melting Moxie as Heretics are breaking it open.
And Heretics
but
takes
it's all
second
about
map, it seems
Nevix
like. Or third map,
delaying,
sorry.
trying to pull a Beetle, delaying with every second they can as Portal is going to attempt to come back in. I think it was interrupted.
Wow.
No Portal on the board, so it's all about rushing the point here.
Wow.
They send everything at the point, but Virtus Pro fall one by one, and Heretics, they'll make you a
GG.
believer.
That's round. Like, straight up, that is round. Virtus Pro looking very uncomfortable when it comes to coordinating, regrouping.
Heretics
and
might be
not over-investing
second best
ultimates
team
some
in
of
the
those
region. Who
fights, as
knows? We'll
Heretics
have
is
to
looking
see.
in total control of that last fight, especially. Invisible
understand the
Boundary
Angela pick.
forcing a response.
I don't think the
Raging
Angela
Roll
pick was
Flush,
bad.
And then you find the pick through. With that Galactic Legend totally taking VP down, something cancelled Portal, be it invisible.
They asked the players to
push
do face cam. All the
from
players are
your
doing face
invis,
cam,
or
but they can opt
potentially
out if they
even
want.
like a knockback from something like
Yeah, we lost
Cyclops.
Beats
will
TLC
have to
today.
go see, but
I don't know about that one,
Heretics
bro.
2-1 up in this series, now on match point. I think a lot of people's predictions and channel points will be in peril as we expected this to be a close
I'm just
series,
confused by hero
but I don't
picks by
know how many
VP,
people
like-
had Heretics above VP.
Why did they come out with Torch,
You'll have to think
Bucky?
about that as we
You have
head
Cyclops
into
open,
a
Wolverine
break.
open,
Don't go
they don't
anywhere.
play it,
Can
like,
Virtus
really?
Pro bring it back? We'll find out after these messages.
I was quite confused. It's best of 5? It is best of 5, yeah. Fox will run on the streets naked if that happens and end his career as a coach. I think Fox has good takes, but he has like very bad NA bias where he says things like Polly is like not that good on certain characters when like that guy is Thanos in like 5 characters. And he also says that Cart Lover is a better tank player than Polly. Like, I just disagree with that. Like, Polly might be the best tank player in North America right now. Okay, I'm putting my music back on. Will team up underused? Yeah. I think a lot of pro players aren't good at Wolverine. Like, the best pro players at Wolverine is easily Tanuki, Daze, and I think it's Tanuki and Daze. Is there anyone else I'm missing that's really good at Wolverine? Because I know Cryatic, but he's not playing an Ignite. I feel like a lot of the really, really good Wolverine players don't play pro. How could I forget Crazy Kitty as well? It's legit. Crazy Kitty, Tanuki, and Daze. Those are the best Wolverine players. in pro play. Wait 1 second. I heard like a buzzing noise. I thought it was my PC, but I think it's like someone outside like cutting their hedges. Fi? No, Fi is not among the best Wolverine players. Fi swapped off Wolverine after he entered this game. Like, the VP have never been good at Wolverine. Back in like the early game, they didn't even know how to play it, and they would always ban it out. Like when they played versus me, back at the start of the game, they banned out Wolverine. Because they couldn't match it. How did Rad game go? I wasn't there for it, but they got 3-0'd by VP. Or sorry, Navi, sorry. He was at Smokiest and Dwunk. That's because you were handless off it. Okay, my PC was so bad at the time, I was playing on 90 FPS. So I could only play like melee characters. It was so hard to aim on like hit scans and whatnot. Like it was genuinely horrible to play hit scans. Like if you compare my aim back when I started to now, it's like a massive difference. Just because of frames. It's because of frames and equipment. Yeah, I've heard that Crazy Kitty was cooking. A lot of people are saying that, yeah. Can I blame my 100 FPS? Yeah, I would say so. Like, I remember, I was playing BP, and Necros was watching me during, like, MRC or some shit, and he was flaming my BP. Bro, when I was making turns, I couldn't even see what was happening, because it was that laggy. And this guy was hard flaming me when he had a fucking NASA PC from the start of the fucking game. Yeah, I played on 60 FPS in Season 1. Wait, I got my YouTube channel. Even like my YouTube videos were horrible quality. I don't know if you guys remember this shit. Like my old YouTube videos were super bad quality. See, this is why people ban Wolverine though. It's like I'm like 100 to 90 FPS. I look so different here. I mean, you guys can't see, but Balas on Magneto. Oh my! Look at the names. It's like still the same players. It's Kidnap Simulator. Yeah. I mean, you just don't die as well. Like, if you're dying, then you're playing it wrong. It's like Tuesday, Balas. For some reason, they're both on tank. Lugia Goat's on DPS. I get my ult soon. I'm not going back. Yo, why is Tuesday and Balas on tank and Lugia's on DPS? You tried to ult me there. I fucking knew you would do that. Fucking bitch. Right. Bro, Wolverine ult was so broken. Oh, come on, man. That wouldn't even have grabbed. It was really fun to play, but hard at the same time. Hold tab, hold tab. Oh my god. Hold tab. Yo, what is this? Lugia on DPS, but last Tuesday on tank. Like, what? This is such an old game, you can tell. Same 12 players? Actually, the same 12 players, you're not wrong. Wait. Let's, that was that game. I'll do one game. Always just chimes in random. We junkie. Maybe. Wait, I need to see like the oldest one. Cause I had like a really shit PC back in Season 0.
I'm going to put
classic video. Do I ever show my POV in this video? Yeah, I get like 100 FPS on good maps.
How does that?
Old TC looks like emo, you think? Man, take me back though. Actually take me back. I'm gonna send this to Lugia. Oh shit.
And play the way that
Let's go.
they did on their defensive Museum of
Necros
Contemplation.
gets like
with
1000
very
FPS, but he
little
uses like
coordination, and
the AI
we
shit.
saw like how uncomfortable they were when they were deprived
What happened
of the
to your
Daredevil and the
accent?
Cap before. But
You
that
do
was
realise
felt
that
doubly
I
so
changed my
on
accent so I could be
Museum
more
of
understood by more
Contemplation.
people, right?
So I think like if they're not able to totally reset and bounce back very
Also,
quickly, there is
it's
a chance
better
that
to-
we finish off this series 3-1.
Actually, that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say, when you're spending time around people who don't talk with a Scottish accent, your accent changes as well.
Having to go through that lower bracket run where we know teams like Rad will be
Talk in your
waiting,
full
and then if you're
accent for a
Virtus Pro,
second.
you have even more reason to avoid
But I
it.
don't want
because
to. It's so
Rad were the
cringe if
team
you
that
force
pushed
it
you out
though.
of pre-season.
I'm not gonna force it.
early,
It's
so that
cringe.
you only placed 6th, which was the lowest that you've placed.
I talk
so
different
far.
around
I think
certain people.
even if the series does go the distance and VP
I think
do
you were faking
manage
it.
to bounce back, cracks have been shown very early in this
TC's
playoff
cosplaying as a
bracket
Scot.
for
Yeah,
the
I'm
teams
doing it
that
for
they meet
attention.
next to be able to take
I used to have
advantage of
subtitle
removing
on in
the
your
cap,
videos.
removing the Daredevil, punishing the fact that in this meta you really do want to match that Gambit instant save, is meaning that while this should be, since it's dive orientated, a strong meta.
If you
want to
hear me like really Scottish, I have to be like, when I'm drunk, I'm Scottish as fuck. When I'm angry, I'm Scottish as fuck. When I'm around the right people, I'm Scottish as fuck. But I'm not gonna force it.
Beyond, Heretics might have adjusted to what they needed to after their loss earlier on, but in T'Challa. See if the Bears have it in them to make this a full best of 5.
Virtus Pro choosing for the mental reset here. This is where they won on domination.
I want
early.
VP to win
It's
this
a map
map.
they're very comfortable on. They just need a reset on the momentum. Losing 2 in a row like that and 2 very difficult, long, attrition-y games. It looks like we have maybe chosen the wrong map. I believe we're still going to Koa, but the players might.
He hasn't taken the
Either way,
shit off his fucking monitor.
this has been a situation
That's
where
pissing me
Virtus
off,
Pro
bro.
have been fighting tooth and
I think
nail
he's using the same
and
monitor as me.
a simple domination
Look at Zoe.
where it's all about brawling, it's all about team fighting, it's all about just timing your ultimates correctly. It could be just what they
So
need
we're not the
for
right
mental
people?
reset.
Yeah, but it's also the
Most of you
scariest
guys
of
aren't
the map types
Scottish.
because it's the
I know
most
there's like a few
snowballing.
Scottish people in here.
If you lose that first fight, it has the most amount of punishment. So I
can't bet against
don't know
Thanos
how I
Zaipe.
feel about them taking us.
You
to
guys all bet.
domination.
Well,
Like I said, this
it might be
first
one
fight,
guy,
I think will
but
tell the tale of
no
if
one
VP
is
have
voting
locked
for the
back
Heretics
in,
to win.
or if they're letting
There you
these
go.
last 2 maps get to them, because we
I was
saw
gonna
them play
say.
uncoordinated. We saw them like invest ultimates and a lot of ultimates with
Okay,
very
Alex
little
might be the
value,
most
which then
handsome pro
bled
player.
into what they were able to use in the next fight and
Can't
led
lie.
to them snowballing just very quickly out of control, something which Heretics were able to take full advantage of. And I think for the
look
Heretics,
kinda
like, you
washed.
continue using this ban draft the
I
way
don't
that
think
you
it's their
have.
patch, like I said, or they're still getting used to it.
Right now, it's been working. Like you say, the second they locked in on that Daredevil and that Captain America
It's
band,
not gay to say that,
it's
bro. I
been
think
working.
Alex is the
They
most
just
handsome pro
continue
player.
to win,
Pokey
and right now,
Mods.
so
Yeah, Pokey's
far,
handsome
if
also, but
if you and the audience
I
have
know,
been seeing
bro.
the whiteboard behind
I think
them
Alex
here
might be
that
the
shows
most
up and down
handsome pro
again.
player.
The big, bold, shaded-in text, pick Daredevil equals win. And so far, them getting it one side seems to have been working out pretty well in their favor.
I don't think it's just pick Daredevil for Heretics, and when, like I said, it's pushing VP out of being able to use Daredevil themselves. Like in the
Yeah,
past,
Crook kinda
if
mobs.
this was still like the earlier patches, banning Daredevil would simply mean that I would
Necros.
swap onto
Yeah, okay,
Black
bro.
Cat, but she has been nerfed. So you're not getting the opportunity to use that hero. You're putting
Bro, I
Sparker
swear
on
Alex just
Cyclops
looks like
as
Lud-
well, which
Ludwig,
means
no?
that sometimes you're running him on Cyclops,
just looks like
sometimes you're
Ludwig's
forcing
clone.
Fight to have to swap onto the Star-Lord. So you can still gain the value off of being able to pair alongside that Gambit.
TC, if you were a pro,
Wolverine
you'd be the
is
most
in the
handsome.
mix,
Yo,
but
thanks,
as we're
man.
seeing from Heretics, they're being very composed. Like the Vanguards that they're picking, things like the Emma
Do I give Necros
and
for his
the
glow up?
are a lot harder for the Wolverine
Necros had
to
the glow up?
challenge now that
I swear he's
Groot has
like the
things
exact
the
same
Watch Wall,
as he
which
was
makes
in
him
Overwatch.
immovable,
What do you mean?
and the Emma obviously has things like the Diamond
I remember
Form
when
as well,
Necros
where she
did a
is
face reveal back in
entirely
Overwatch.
CC immune.
Like, no
As
one
we
knew
do
what
have
he
a little
looked
bit
like
of
for
a
so long,
lengthy
and they did a
pause.
face reveal. I don't know if it was his
Something happening
birthday
on
or
the
some
back
shit.
end, and that could be good for Virtus.pro, right? It's giving you a lot of time to be able to readjust in and try to reset, but that could also be a drawback for them if some teams prefer playing
How
off
do they
of
go?
that momentum.
I think most
and
people
suddenly
said
you
they kinda
offset
mugged.
that tempo totally. You're going into this next match cold. You don't want to go into a domination round cold. That means that you're not going to be playing optimally within the first fight.
It's a heavy risk to have that little bit of a delay.
Nevix
Sometimes you
has
do
the
need it,
best
sometimes
chun.
you just want to keep going. You just want 2 in a row. Please let us keep going. Let us win. Whereas Virtus.pro, they now have to just cool down, reset. They are in, like we already mentioned, a match type that they're very comfortable with, but that they could be utilizing to give the mental reset as they've already won on it. We're going to bring back Ryan while we're waiting
the fuck
for
is
this
that?
map to get set up.
Howdy,
Ryan,
howdy.
Yo,
do
Spee,
you have
what
the
is that?
statistics for Krakoa for the teams?
For Krakoa, we can have a look. I should have probably done this whilst I was just.
I know,
So I'd be getting
I
flashbang, though.
threw
This
it
guy
at
is
you
always
about
getting
one.
flashbang by his mono, I
I
swear.
think the majority of these for like the actual. This is the case with a lot of maps, I think, with Virtus.pro, is just like they haven't played as many maps as,
What do you
say,
think
like,
Zype
Heretics,
watches
I
on
think,
his
as
TV
Heretics
when he's
has gone
sleeping?
further in tournaments that have just more maps on average, like certainly for domination. Like they lost to Navi on it in the group stages.
Oh, it's the
0-2,
sponsorship for
and then they beat
VP?
Rad, and then they beat Lions without dropping a map. It's a little bit more flip-floppy for Heretics, where like they beat Reason, they lost to Navi, they beat Shikigami, they lost to Navi. I'm still flipping floppy.
Violet Evergarden. Violet Evergarden repeat. Yeah.
It's almost just the fact that like it's either
He's
win
had that
2-0 or
profile
lose 2-0,
picture for
and
so
already
long.
from what we saw with him to Chala, I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. It could be though, because I just feel like Virtus.pro need to like essentially like stock up on that mental side, which is where you have to look for players like Finzi and Nevix, especially.
Why is
Moxie
Moxie dropped the fuck out right now?
We've got like an esports player of the year nomination in like Finzi, right? Like those
The
players. need to try to
TSM
be
won
the captain and build
yesterday.
it up
I
with
wasn't
players
watching,
like
so I don't know.
Even Sparker, who I
I'm
think
sure
is gonna
someone
be
in
feeling
chat
a little
knows.
bit more nervous on what this game loss could mean to them and how that could certainly bite them in the backside for these like elimination games.
So he
tomorrow,
got
'cause it is
20,
only a
40
day
vision.
turnaround, right?
Bro's glasses are
Yeah,
tuned.
it's not a lot of time.
This guy can
Like
see
I
the
said,
fucking future with those glasses,
vulnerability
bro.
here that has been exposed
got
from
fucking
Heretics'
foresight.
ban draft is more problematic to Virtus.pro, which will now add on even more pressure because
Moxie's
if they do
always
go down
dropped
to
out,
lower
true.
bracket, I guarantee you.
Yo, TC,
that
what
the team that
happens
they
to the
run
ones who
into
lose?
will copy Heretics' ban draft.
It's based on
They'll just be
points,
like,
but if you don't have
okay,
enough
well,
points, you don't
Heretics
make
played
LAN.
nothing
You don't get
really
to go to
out of the
LAN.
ordinary. It's just that they took away the cap and the Daredevil, which we don't always see.
Moxie went
as
from
a
Naraka
default
to
ban
Marvel.
in the draft.
I thought she came
the
from
only thing that
Overwatch.
they're doing
No?
different is taking away options from VP, which are showing to be very problematic for VP to have to deal with. And
Yeah, in the
like
middle
you
has a
said,
creepy
there
as
is
fuck
not a
smile,
lot of
but
time
be nice to the
in terms of
casters, man.
turnaround. VP, even if they win this, they will go back, they will look at VODs, they will scrim, they
Being
will
on
block,
camera
and they will
to
try
thousands of
work out
people,
how
you'll
exactly
maybe do
can
some
we
weird
get
shit.
out of this corner
People
that
do
we
weird shit on
boxed
camera.
ourselves into by showing how tied we are to the cap and the Daredevil.
It's really an uncomfortable pause.
Moxie
I'd say,
worked
for
in
both of
Overwatch?
these teams
She was
with
literally
Virtus.pro,
casting
like,
for
it should be,
Overwatch
like,
CS,
quick
was she
in. I
not?
think it's just the wrong selection.
I think she's done Overwatch in the past as well.
Shouldn't be too long of a wait, but like
She knows
it's-
too much
I'm
about
nervous
these
for
games to
Virtus.pro,
not
so Lord
be
knows how
from
they're
Overwatch.
feeling, especially because it's like if they end up turning this around, they know what we're going to be.
I mean,
asking,
Kiwi came from
right?
Overwatch.
Even like going into tomorrow, they would have to play twice. They would have to play.
Naraka
I think
Blade
it's
Point
kind
was
of
a sick
bracket, right?
Chinese
They would
game.
have
I
to play,
remember
like, the winner
Naraka,
of,
yeah.
like Rad or Fire Strays, which Shikigami or Fire Strays, sorry. So that's likely going towards Shikigami. We'll see later on with Lemon, Lake Day, and Vaudible. As this is the second best of 5 out of 4, and then you've got America's playing later. You've got to play that game and then play the other winner of the best of 5 a little bit later on in the day, right at the end of the day. And we've seen some teams look absolutely amazing in that first best of 5, despite going to maybe 5 maps, and just falling apart on that like second game later because it's exhausting and you just run out of steam completely.
Yeah, and there's a match in between as well, right? So
They did
you
an
have to,
online
like,
presentation
warm
in front of
up
20,000
all over
clients.
again. Like
Guess
a
you're
lot of
tweaking.
these teams, they
Well, if you
basically
started the
30
mod.
minutes, sometimes
Yeah.
even an hour.
I swear that's
before you
normal,
go into
bro.
these tournament matches, you have
Like,
a
your
team
face
that you
just
agree
does
to be
weird
your warm-up
things
partner, and you have
when you're on
essentially a
camera.
mini scrim with them, so
Especially,
that you're
like,
coming in
if you can
feeling
see
hot,
yourself
feeling ready to
on,
be
like,
able
the
to just,
side, like, if
jump
you have
in
two
straight away,
monitors,
hit your shots,
and one
get
monitor
the
shows,
compositions
like,
that
what you're
looking
looking
for.
at.
If you have one
kinda
match in
do
between,
things to, like,
sometimes it can be a
readjust
little bit harder to secure
to try and,
another
like,
of those warm-up
look
matches,
better.
especially if you're having to keep an eye on what exactly is happening during that match in between, because maybe that's your opponent playing and you want to be able to keep an eye on the compositions that they're using, what they're struggling into, and what they're feeling
The
strong
hardest
with.
part is
Gonna be
probably
tough to
keeping
pick a
eye
warm-up
contact with
team
your
as well,
camera,
due to the
like
fact
here.
that
Like this
Asia
one
and
with this.
OCE are done, China are done right now, so the only teams that are going to be wanting to scrim there are the ones going to the international tournament, so you don't want to potentially scrim
I can
against
do
those
that.
because you might play them as time goes on. You don't want to scrim against the Americans for similar issues, especially as
I was on a
Americans looking
Teams
incredibly
meeting
strong with Liquid Stellar's
one
game
time and it was
looking
awkward as fuck.
insane right now.
Well,
and you
that's why
sure
you,
as heck don't want to
you
skip
usually
staring at us, my bad,
warm
bro,
up
my bad.
against
you're
teams
playing against them.
pushed out. Like, usually what you do is you wait for teams like to be knocked out, and it
Sounds
actually
rude,
becomes
but we
easier
need
to secure warm-up
Fox or
as tournaments
ex-pro
progress,
player on
because you
com.
have more
You mean
options to choose
Fox?
from when those teams get pushed out. And, like, some teams,
I think
when you
having,
warm up,
well, they
like
have
going up
Dogman and
against teams
NA,
that
he's
are on
ex-pro.
their level because
Not for
it
this
pushes
game, but
them
he was
to
ex-pro in
be
Overwatch.
good. Other teams who are like very momentum based, want to have confidence headed into their matches, go for teams slightly like
Potential
lower
no
down,
TC
so
emote.
potentially even you're
True.
like warming up with MLC teams.
I think we need
so
an
that you can
emote of
just
me
sort
drinking
run
from my
through
mug.
them and
That'd be tough.
concentrate on being able to feel happy coming into your
Some
first
pro
matches,
players
because
just
if
don't
your
make good
warm-up
casters.
goes,
You need
well,
charisma.
poorly, sometimes
If you're not
tilted,
charismatic,
you're
then
working out,
you're
like,
gonna be,
was
like,
it
not a good
something that we
caster.
did wrong? Is this something that we now have to fix? And overthinking can sometimes overcomplicate the issue and lead to you having a pretty rough showing in those domination rounds.
I'm really
Bro,
wondering
very
how this
TC is
going
such a
to go
good
at this
emote,
point. I
but
think
it's
a
just,
little
like,
bit more
too
just
small.
like a rehost. I think
If
there's
it was
some
bigger, it'd be, like,
deliberation from the target
God
team.
tier emote, you know?
Like, my speculation, this is pure speculation, is just that maybe Krakow was the initial option and they went, wait, no, let's
it
go
has
for something
such
else.
big
Now it's like,
potential.
do we let them change or whatever? I don't know. Completely pulling that out my ass, to be honest, but it does mean that there is a bit more time for these teams to sort of work, and we get to see a little bit more, as I think we are finally going into the match.
Wait, we both look at each other. I
Right
didn't
now,
realize
Virtus
that.
Pro,
Me and
I
Forzen look at
imagine,
each
still
other.
go
That is
towards the Krakow
tough.
pick, and yeah.
Thank you for joining us once again.
It's like we're
Ryan,
both
as we
watching
are
something
back in. It's
together.
still Krakoa, and
I've
the
never
teams
seen
are
that
now
emote
into
put
the
together.
draft. And so far, this looks familiar, but here's where it kept
Nothing beats
flipping for
TCL. Yeah,
Heretics,
TCL is also
but
good.
This time, Virtus Pro
That's also a
mirror
good
them,
one.
taking out the Daredevil as well.
Do they save
They're
the
level
cap?
banned for both teams.
That would be
Smart.
the difference. Yeah.
Yay!
There we go. They saved the cap. That does mean that Heretics can now like choose to target out the Luna, which
Yeah, they
was
will.
previously what VP were using that second save slot for.
They
so
ban Luna.
Heretics can guarantee get one-sided Luna Snow if they so choose.
also
As
the
they'll
argument.
take out the Star-Lord, so Virtus Pro keep the cap this time, but lose access to Peter Quill with that Galactic Legend, with the iframes, and with the ability to go win out the Gambit.
Why are me and
matchup
Forzen eating Wuthering,
if
bro?
the ults do
The
go
fuck?
head-to-head.
Cap will be mirrored, so the teams can both take this. This means double ult charge available for Team Heretics, with both the Gambit Rage Brawl Flush and the Captain America Freedom Charge, both giving a little bit of ult
Wait,
charge.
the bans are
And
mirrored?
yeah, the bans are still mirrored, just in a different order this
Wow.
time. So we're still going to see the exact same
Tag teaming him?
potential
Yeah.
here. But overall, there's still a lot of options outside of the Star-Lord that are going to work quite well with the Gambit if the teams choose to go that way. But the Captain America opens up the possibility, you mentioned it in the first series, of double dive. Venom and Cap potentially bullying for both sides.
Yeah, but Heretics, like, here could go for counter dive, which is what they did earlier on
Zyke
Burn
is
into
so
T'Challa.
cute.
What I would really
True.
like to see from Heretics, actually, is
That's my goal.
roll out on counter dive, be it the White Fox Luna, or run a triple strategist with the
That is my
Gambit,
goal
the
right now.
Adam, and the Loki that you did previously to be able to absorb that dive.
Levik's just breaking
win
his
out
arm,
the first fight,
but he's getting
glean
his
as
aim
much
ready.
point percentage as you can
loading
by
that shit
having
up.
one-sided soul bond to overwhelmingly win out that first fight. And then once you lose a fight, once you've used Karmic Revival, swap off the triple strategist composition and go for the heavier counter dive composition of the Luna and the White Fox.
Love to see if that's the way they run for now. Just starting off with the rocket for a little bit of pre-armor is something that we'll see from Heretics, not from Virtus Pro. They're choosing to just
Compression
run
sleeve
out
is
and
golded.
stand
I've
out
never
with
used a
that little
compression
bit of
sleeve for
extra
aiming.
himself.
Maybe I should try it. I feel like in the summer, when it's like really hot, my hands like kind of stick to the cloth pad,
that extra heal onto any diving characters like the
and it feels like my aim gets stuck.
Will be on the Wolverine again, so we do have the potential of Air Wolverine to come in with the jump pack from Rocket.
Just wear a hoodie.
Well, VP can go
Yeah,
scout
just wear a
out where
hoodie in the
exactly
summer.
BRB will be
My
with
bad, bro.
Sparker and
You're right.
Finzy's presence, though, try to break it.
It'd be worse than
Heretics could also
glass,
just
yeah, I can
lose access
imagine.
to it if Ken is the one to fall first. So
Like, if you're
there's
using a glass
opportunity
pad,
here
you
for
have to
Virtus Pro,
use
but
a
getting the
sleeve.
lockdown on this rocket is much easier said than
6 hours in the
done.
sleeve can't
As
be
the
good for
Heretics
you.
having more anchor presence
Yeah,
by running
that'd be
that
bad for your
mag.
skin.
Going
You're
to
not
make
wrong.
a play for the point at the same time. Nevic's trying to hold them off. So no easy first cap, a very much slow burn of a first fight. The Cyclops is called in to peel his back line.
And if you're doing that shit daily,
Wrap around to get some pressure
take it
onto
off
the
on
lot of damage
breaks.
coming in onto
Okay,
Edison
but
on that
imagine
actually
like taking it off and re-putting it on when it's like
Beetle is caught
hot
on the
out.
back line, forced to retreat
Hell
through the
no.
rest of the team. Positioning is taken by Virtus Pro, but Heretics are the ones who push up, but it's gonna punish them as Naga. It doesn't matter how good your healing is if you're gone before anyone can even cast an ability. Saipe will fall on the mirror, Naga returns.
Bro,
Sparta
Heretics
goes
are
down,
just-
And Heretics, despite losing the first person in that fight, get the flip and chase VP off the point.
Yeah, that's more valuable for Heretics, right? Yes, you sacrifice one person.
How
Or
did
rather,
they
you
lose
sacrifice
first map?
cap,
They
but
looked
you
so
get
dominant
the actual
since I
elimination which
started
sticks on
watching.
VP. You lose someone else, but you've got BRB to bring them back, and now, while VP picks up 13%, you pick up and surpass that. So
Taduki.
in this next fight, you're sitting at around about 25%. You have the Gambit ult to
Chat
be able
reminder,
to match Saipe's. You can even use
when I was
this
playing
now
ranked the
to
other
go
day,
first, as Nevix,
these
because of this
motherfuckers from
Wolverine, is forced
Heretics
to go onto Finn.
were queuing as 4 people
On the Elsa,
against
making
me,
that character look like she was never
and
built
they are
at
giving
all.
VP
It's
belt
been
to
playing it
us.
as hard
How the
times
fuck was
throughout
I
the
supposed to
thing, try
win?
and remove that
And you
ability
guys were
from
saying
someone like
Wolverine
Tanuki.
diff.
Ready to roll
Like,
flash comes
actually
out,
get
the top of
fucked.
Rocket is
Wolverine
deleted
diff,
off the
Blade
board
diff.
by getting
I'm going
chased down,
against
as is
these
Sparker,
people.
But neither one falls. No one on Virtus Pro falls. But the entire engage from Heretics is shut down, but they still
Like,
have
just
access
admit
from
it, bro.
Yard Amplifier if Ken can make it back
was
to the fight.
unfair.
But at this point, this looks like a slow
There's a
fight,
Kai Tillman.
forcing them back into the choke point, where hopefully they'll be able to regroup up and make their way in, but not with Wolverine. The Battle Reaper picking them
Warp
up,
more.
bring them back into the fight,
It's not
but they're
warp.
still incredibly staggered. That's
It's just
a
facts.
convincing VP fight.
Yeah,
You're
I
such
mean,
a sore
Sparker
loser.
has been such a
But the thing is, I'm not a
difference
loser.
maker in that last
I'm
fight,
only a
able to
winner.
take Ken out early, so the
Everything I
eliminations
do
actually
is me
stick
winning.
Once VP stopped
In
pulling
some way, shape, and
away
form.
with them. Heretics though
They fucked up
coming
the
into this
cams,
next
yeah.
one. 4 ultimates available, but
Like, for
VP
some
has
reason,
2
they keep showing
defensives,
this, like,
both the
ginger
Freedom
guy in the
Charge
top
and
left
the
of the
Fate both
screen.
worlds,
I
which
don't
can
know
also
why.
be used defensively to buoy up the damage from Fi's
Is Blade feeling good this
Rage.
patch? I think
Nevix has
Blade is, like,
clobbering time.
super
Heretics don't
strong,
have
but
a
no
good
one's playing him in
response
pro
to
play
it.
for some reason.
Beetle starts things off with the Freedom Charge to run the team forward, but Finzy has the replication.
Ken staying far away from the danger, it's just keeping everyone topped up, and Alex is going to get stunned down. Last stand from
You've only beaten Tanuki on Black Cat, must have been tough in Black Cat. I am.
Doing so much work.
I was doing like a thing off stream, and I'm not joking, it was like it was basically like scrims with pro players, but like the teams were randomized, and all the pro players were just glazing my Black Cat, because you get to like choose what role you want to play, and I was only choosing DPS, and they're like, fuck, I got TeamCaptain DPS, I thought I got him for tank, and I just went crazy on Black Cat. I'm not joking.
Seeing swaps.
Yeah, fuck off, Tuka.
Actually moving on
I'm not
to
joking, bro.
White Fox,
I'm not lying, I'm
having
not lying.
More counter, more CC.
They were all sitting
to
on
be able
top
to react to
Black
VP
Cat.
trying to push into
Proof?
that back line. Thinks better of it actually,
Not my
goes
dick.
for the Luna instead. So you have Snowflake to be able to attach as Tanuki goes on to the Elsa to be able
You
to
guys are
match
just
the damage
assholes.
I put from Sparker. But what you have to have in this fight, Tetcher, is match on Saipe, and because you've swapped your Gambit player,
There were a
you
couple
reset
blades
that
in
ult
MRC.
charge. Saipe has
MRC
Gambit
is
ult
just
in
different
OT.
though, bro. MRC is a clown fiesta compared to Ignite.
Tanks on through, and here it comes.
MRC is like tier 3 and Ignite's like tier 1. That's like how far apart they are. VP ones?
Absolutely not. Saipe chases
Bro, I wasn't even paying attention.
Sets
VP
up
won
kill,
the first
chasing
point.
them all the way off the point, and that is going to be the first
I was playing
point
offlane and
for
Polly was
Pro.
glazing my cap.
Over to
Okay,
Virtus
bro.
Pro, they are 1 point away from evening up that map score.
Okay, it's not a surprise that Heretics lose that last fight. In fact, what
Tuka, no one
is
would
a
even
larger
glaze your
surprise is that
fucking
VP actually
chivalry.
commits
How do you even say that
Saipe's
word?
ult.
Chivalry.
Because if you're Heretics, that's
gameplay.
actually huge value. You're
Chivalry.
going into that one-sided
Chivalry.
Gambit ult. everyone
I'll be
having to
reward.
like swap. You don't have a full regroup.
I'm just
You
gonna
have
say
to try and
shiv.
siphon your players' positions onto the point. You're accepting that you're losing that one. What you're trying to take from VP is ults for them to be able to open up aggressively instantly before you've had the opportunity of building your own ultimates in the first fight of second round. So by the fact that VP actually invested Saipei's ult to
Then
guarantee
Tuka
hold
beat
that
you
point
in a
down,
Rust 1v1, bro.
Heretics
He
have
is
thrown an
literally just
absolute
lying.
lifeline.
There's no one that can back him up on
The
this.
opportunity down. Try
There's
and
no
retake this,
witness
but
that was
looking at the
there that can back him up on
statistics,
that.
Had 6 final hits. That is 2 more than the entirety of
Margot
Heritage
Robbie
put
was glazing my
together
Wolverine on
because
flame.
of those blow-up team fights. That is
Margot
going to be a
Robbie?
portal coming out
What?
with a Captain America shield set up
Doesn't
in
make any
case
sense,
of
man.
interrupt from across the map somehow. But it looks like
But they're playing
they've
triple
chosen
support.
the target. It's time
Haga's
to
on Luna.
bully as they make their way through the portal to attempt the blow-up. But they're not going to find it. It's going to be a good disengage from Naga, who will not get caught out.
Yeah, Luna just has so much speed. The turn instead is onto Enzo to force that shield very early on as VP splitting off Heretics' vanguards, very much wanting to
I
push
saw it, I
any
saw it.
store
No one saw it,
presence on
bro.
that point so they can
You're all
pick it
just
up
liars.
nice and early as they've scouted Heretics swapping to the triple strategist, going to have much more counter dive potential, and they don't want to go for the backline. The backline's equipped to deal with them. Instead, they'll go for the vanguards when the backline's occupied.
Both their backline is taken out, though, with Dridder and Saipei taken out.
Do you even
Alex
read
is
YouTube
picked
chat?
off in the
No
middle.
one in
Still
YouTube
Ken
chat
is
has
on the
typed
board, keeping the
in a
team
long
topped
time.
Up. Down goes Fi. Nevix, the only person
The
left
last
touching this
person
objective as
to
Tanuki
type was
finishes
like,
off reinforcements
oh
that
my
were
god.
looking to try
I'm
and
scrolling,
assist.
I'm
That's
scrolling.
gonna be Heretics taking the
It
first
was
fight,
lots
and
of
what they
messages
didn't
as
have
well,
to
say that
use is
much.
a single ultimate for it.
Yeah, and now you have so many ults to open up aggressively into this next one. VP
Yo,
without
YouTube
that
chat, someone
Daredevil,
type 1
not
if
going to
you're
have
there.
any information on where Heretics will be hitting them from.
Is anyone
Vita will
alive?
make it hurt on main freedom
Favorite
charges
Minecraft
running
loot?
right at Virtus
It's
Pro,
always for
so that
me
there's
being,
no damage that VP's team can do to
Spruce.
be able to build closer to things like that Gambit.
Okay, one guy
or
typed.
the Ruby
With Derek,
Rage
what's up,
from
man?
Fi. Both Fi and Spark are denied any opportunity
typed.
of picking
What's up,
someone up
Ivan?
early with poke, so Heretics bleed out more point percent.
Big Ivan.
Comes in with a piece from the Abyss, looking to see if they can get a set up, an immediate re-assist from Ken.
Always
Trying to get a
Spruce.
finishing blow, but it's going to be
Bro,
the freedom
Spruce
charge
is such a
from
nice looking
Fincy
colour
to try
for
and
wood.
keep VP on this push going. The Kumiho comes on out, Glartrox comes on out, and Alex is removed from the Kumiho and absolutely deleted here. Tanuki's going to look for a turnaround to try and get a chance to modify through this. They take out 5, but the fate of
What a
both will
clusterfuck.
keep Virtus Pro sustaining through this. Naga
I just
will
use Twitch
mirror
chat
him,
most
meaning
of the
last
time,
ultimate in
as
this
you
fight
should, bro.
is going to be Saipei with the Rage and Roll flush, and Ken with the It's Jeff, but Ken holds onto it for
As
as
you
long
fucking
as
should.
possible. Looking to potentially either remove some people from the board, but also get a big chunk of healing output onto the board, and it's just going to be a defensive ultimate. Ken wants to make sure they're in a safe position. The flip does go over to
What?
Virtus Pro, and Ken is finished off on the high
Okay, we're
ground.
back.
Heretics, they used everything there, and VP still came out ahead.
Oh, Heretics though.
I forgot
Alex
to
is
sub
swapping
to your
onto
YouTube,
Adam.
I'm a
I mean,
chod.
that fight went so long, VP had to use
But you weren't
pretty
even
much
subscribed on
everything.
YouTube?
You'll have the Ruby Rage
That's
from
fucked up.
Fi built up in this next fight, but
Yo, what's up,
Heretics
Kev
can
Abbott?
withstand
Hello, I am
the
from
damage
YouTube.
of
You're a
the
great
Soul
streamer.
Bond from Alex.
Can you stream
They'll
some
also
gamble
have
with your
symbiote
friends?
shenanigans from Ken. So
Ooh,
if we go
chat,
into
should
a
we do
neutral
gamble
fight,
with
this
your
actually
friends later as
benefits
well?
Heretics' dive.
For variety? We can do
The
peak,
opportunity to build up those
Mecha
ultimates
Chameleon,
as
and
best
gamble
they
with your
can. Right
friends.
now it's just piling on some pressure. They actually get a pickup in the neutral. Alex
I think
onto
Kev
the
Abbott
Adam
really
and
wants me to
immediately finds a
gamble.
pickup. The Beetle goes down in exchange, meaning the Fire is just one step
He really
closer
wants me to gamble.
that Ruby Rage to keep the pressure
What do
onto
you mean
the board.
bro,
Right
Oregon,
now,
you
it's
are
all
such a
about
bitch,
flanking
bro.
and looking for
It's too
openings.
expensive. Like, these are
Heretics trying to control
some of the
both
cheapest
angles.
games
Great
that you can
freeze
find.
onto Finzi. Toddy locks his position down, but Tanuki unable to follow up with the elimination. It
Took
does
on
keep the cap off of his
YouTube
backline,
chat.
but
Hello,
you've
I'm a
since
real
lost
person. I
Enzo,
definitely
so
typed this with my
Heretics not
really,
having that
very
engagement
real
that they've been
fingers.
looking for, but that could be
What's
it.
up, man?
Ken gets the pickup onto Fi, so no Ruby Rage to hold Heretics off from getting aggressive. Beetle
Making
with the
the
freedom charge.
Psylocke.
If Heretics really want to go for this flip fight, they have the
hell?
means to be able to stand up to the gamble
Oh.
from VP, and Saipei falls. He invests the Raging Roll Flush, but Virtus Pro aren't able to find value from it and have to double
Saipei
down.
died the
Dridder now
gamble.
using Fate of Boports to
My
stall
goat.
it for VP, trying to keep this fight in play, but the moment that
My
Luna
rank
falls silent,
1, 2,
Tanuki's
3,
ready
4,
to
5,
set the
6, 7,
dance
8, 9,
music
10
going.
player.
The fish is down though, but Tanuki sets up to make it a 2 for 2. Alex goes down, but they can cocoon back into this fight. Ultimate-wise, they're at 97%. Naga is getting closer with that Fate of Both Worlds, but Tanuki is finding isolated members, picks off Saipe on the re-engage. Nevix goes down, Sparker goes down, and at 96%, it's just gonna be before 99.
By Power World 1.1 1 week.
Already on Strange. Portals
Power, they have
already
Power
open.
World.
They decide to go for the high ground.
I played it when it came out.
Position, looking for the wraparound, trying to take out Alex. They really want that Adam.
How big of a difference is 1.0 gonna be from like
no
release?
No karmic revival in this fight. Sparker given the green light to go for Dance of the Butterflies before Fate of Both Worlds can turn Heretics' fate. Gets the pickup onto the Luna, job done, cancels the ult early so he can regroup with his team and start putting the pressure onto Heretics' players, looking to regroup on the back line.
5-6 with Austrian Painter. Yeah, I've seen that one. Isn't there like another one with a different person, like 6 with Stalin?
Stabilize Heretics' position.
And here it comes. They've also got the It's Jeff that will come up at the end. Strategist Ultimate. Saipe is closest if they can take him out early enough. That removes a huge threat from Virtus Pro, but with Tanuki down, that's so much of the damage of Heretics off board. Great.
What we're saying, bro, there's a game on Steam.
Down. It's Jeff looking to just get onto the board, get the healing output, but the fish is punched. Ken is taken down, and once again, it's up to Beetle. A familiar situation of freedom charge for the delay.
This could go either way.
Through the portal.
Sparker got fucked.
To re-engage. Tanuki's almost up to a Dance of the Butterfly, but
Tanuki's Thanos.
just needs to hold, just needs to survive. But if there's no one alive to get a Rage of Roar and Flush, did it really happen?
Tanuki is actually doing everything, by the way.
Taken off the board, overtime goes down, and Heretics even us up. They are 1 point away from going to mid-season finals.
Yeah, but Virtus Pro hold the Gambit ult. They weigh up their options. Dance of Butterflies, it's like so hectic in the fight. VP's position so split apart as well. Saipe, likely if he panics and uses the Gambit ult instantly, will not connect to the full team, potentially even does not save them from Dance of the Butterflies. You lose the fight, you lose the Gambit ult, you can't use it in the first fight of this
I think Tanuki's playing really good on Cyclops.
Gracefully accepting their defeat to be better set up for this first fight on second round.
The Adam has been abandoned. We're back to double strategists. We're going for the Zootopia backline, the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff the Land Shark. But that's been used to make way for the Wolverine to make a return. Naga moves over to the Cyclops.
I don't think you keep the Rocket here.
The Hulk. I think that's just for armor.
It's just for armor.
And there we go.
Yeah.
There's Gambit.
Tanuki deafened Sparker. I wouldn't say he's deafened Sparker based on stats.
There's no way that you run
but
out
he's giving Sparker a run for his money.
Because it's so easy for Finzi and Sparker to detach from the main fight and go.
And he's back in Wolverine. Okay.
You will keep the Rocket, but you will run the Gambit alongside it so that you can try to match Saipe, but you don't have match for this first fight.
Oh my god.
Tanuki setting up the elimination before Saipe gets to use the ult from the fastball, and Heretics get first blood in the fight.
A massive pickup. Heretics not wanting to give.
I think Wolverine might be the most fun DPS to watch in the game. And I'm not biased in saying that.
Beetle dropped into banner form. Ken taken out of the backline. And Heretics, they get the first pickup, but everything else is collapsing around them. Virtus Pro chase them down. Fight is barely standing, but barely standing isn't enough. Tanuki takes them down, but VP get the point.
Yeah, VP get the point, will be able to hold it. Dridro has Luna ult,
Pro
Finzi
BP
Freedom
gameplay.
Charge as well.
Yeah,
so
it could be cool.
Plenty of stall potential as now Heretics will return back to that Adam. No more Rocket, you've got Jeff and Luna to go alongside.
VP won the point though.
With the team up of Symbiotic Shenanigans. Tanuki off of the Wolverine onto the Psylocke, wanting to put more pressure on VP's back line. What we have here is trades. Both of these teams wanting to take the strategist out early, but VP still have poke available from Phi to find picks from distance.
Freedom Charge going to be coming on in. There's no ultimates to match it here for Heretics. Now it's just all about how many people go down. The answer is several. As we immediately lose
Holy
Adam,
shit, Sparker.
Venom, and Psylocke. Alex comes back just to go down again. That was a rough revive surrounded by multiple members here.
Bro, if Sparker ever quit pro play, VP would become half the team it is. I said it. Sparker is the backbone of VP.
So you could try to cheese the ultimate economy. You would
He's
not be able
literally
to
the
build a
spine.
defensive Strategist into Sparker's Dance of the Butterflies in time, so you try and stack with Soul Bond, but Finzi accompanies, and VP with that
without
duet
Sparker, the whole
totally
fucking formula is
Heretics
gone.
down with a tango of damage. Now we get the Foxtrot from Alex, but Virtus Pro, they don't actually have to go for the dive. They can avoid the White Fox entirely, put pressure on the Gambit instead, as we do see Heretics is trying to walk point because this is final fight territory here, Tetcha.
See, everyone said that Zype. I swear Sparker is the best player in VP.
But that means that Psylocke gets the opportunity to jump with Cap.
This guy's different.
Able to get away with the dash with the mobility. Dridron with the fate of both worlds to make sure they can hold the point. Ruby Rage, if they can take out Naga, they do! That was the only strategist holding them up. Now it's just Ken. If he can stay up, they have it. It's Jeff, but who's there to receive it? If Jeff comes on out with the dart of the butterfly to the backline to try and take down someone.
VP's gonna win.
Wow. Tanuki finds nothing.
Yo,
and we're
Jeff,
back to Freedom Charge delay again as Beetle throws the team on his back and goes for a run to try and buy some time. Portal comes on out from Naga for the reinforce. All strategist ultimates have been utilized from VP, but Saipe builds up the raging royal flush. And what's there
what the fuck is going on?
Kumiho comes on out from Alex and is melted to bits. Taken down. Spark against Tanuki.
Bro, imagine not knowing anything about Marvel Rivals and watching this fight.
Enzo's the last one surviving and he's nowhere near the point. VP are taking us to map 5.
The cap save changed it all. VP rewrite their destiny. We go the distance between these two teams with a spot and ticket to mid-season on the line. Who comes out on top?
God.
It's too close to call, Tetcha. It all comes down to this one last map.
Sparker is my goat. I've not seen a support with better macro play. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the Navi supports are on the same level, if not higher on certain things. Like, Navi's backline is also Thanos. And so is the Heretics backline is super good as well. I would say Rad backline is insane. TLC backline's insane. Swamp Gaming's backline's insane. I don't think Zype is ahead of them by much, if at all. Imagine Crook and Zype on the same team. That wouldn't be good. Crook and Zype on the same team would not complement each other. Like, I think people severely underrate Fate. Fate is genuinely Thanos. That guy's insane. Fate is so good. Is IP on Gambit and Crook on Loki best backline? Nah. Why would you want two supports that play the exact same shit? Doesn't make sense. Fate plays like every character that Crook doesn't play, and vice versa. Zype and Crook literally play the exact same heroes as each other. I would not want them on the same team. Just here for my daily. I love you, bro. Enjoyed the stream. Yo, what's up, Canute? Thank you, man. Hope you're well. Need an Adam player? Yeah, very necessary. Damn. I never get wolf grab like that. Sign me already. True. South Penguin J would be Thanos in pro play. I can tell you from ranked. Chat, I think I need to get good with the Wolverine, you know, like the backwards bind that the Wolverine, some Wolverine players do? Maybe I need to get good with that. Could be practical, maybe. Best support in tourney? It's hard to say. Chat, I think it's hard to say who's the best at anything. It's like, it's not black and white. Watch Cryatic and you could get better, bro. Cryatic is not ahead of me on Wolf by that much. As much as you like to make it seem. Most reliable in support and most comps. I would say I could tell you who's like the best on. Actually, I don't know if I could tell you who the best on each character is. I could say a couple. Like I think the best Jeff is Fate. The best Loki is probably Mash. Or sorry, not the best Loki. The best Gambit is probably Mash. The best Luna is probably level 1 Crook. Zype probably best Invis, yeah. Zype is not the best Luna. Level 1 Crook's the best Luna. This guy has done the most disgusting shit on that character. Like, this guy went into people's backlines and just killed 4 people alone. Zype best Loki? Yeah, I would say. Zype could be the best Loki. Naga's the best Mantis? It's possible. I don't really know who the best Mantis is. I feel like Mantis players don't really shine. It's usually just a DPS who plays Mantis. Pez Rocket? I don't even want to talk about it. Don't give a fuck. There is no best Rocket, bro. Yeah, I think Fate's the best Jeff. Crook's got to be best Luna / Gambit. I think Mash is the best Gambit in the world. Oasis? Oasis could be best Mantis. Maybe. Tanuki best Rocket. Yeah, that's ball knowledge. Crook best Gambit. I think it's Mash. You don't understand, like all the pro players say that Mash is the best Gambit. Like they all say that he is the best Gambit. Best White Fox would maybe be Fate. I think best White Fox is Fate. That guy does it like crazy shit on that hero. Mash plays for Rad. Who's the best Phoenix? It's probably like Spark or Terra. I'm pretty sure. I think when Phoenix was meta, Sparker won LAN. Who's the best Iron Man? No bias. Okay, in pro play, from what we've seen, it would probably be Rye Amazing. That guy has like Iron Man autism. Now, Knun, I think you're really good, but I've not seen it like in Ignite. He did play in Ignite and win, to be fair. Yeah, Rye Amazing did play Iron Man and won. Bro's playing it, I'm not. Yep. You gotta be the change you want to see. Rye Amazing's the only one I've seen playing Iron Man. Yeah, that guy loves Iron Man. He definitely loves that shit. Who's the best Blade? Is that spot open? Okay, I can't lie. I might be the best Blade. And I'm not saying that to like toot my own horn. But I've studied that character. I'm pretty fucking good in Blade. Eating pizza? I think eating pizza is really good in Blade, but he doesn't use the gun. He said he's bad with the gun. I think if you're going to be the best Blade, you have to be good with the gun. Man who got death by Tanuki. Tanuki was stacked with 4 fucking Team Heretics players. I don't want to hear it, bro. He had Ken, Alex, backline, and he had, it was either, I think it was Beetle as his tank. So he had Beetle as his tank, and then he had Ken and Alex on his backline. Let's walk in for a second. It's Avenue. True, that guy's the goat. You're right. Blade's not been used in pro play once. I think it has been. Wait, who do you guys think's gonna win? I want to see this prediction. Let's see this shit. I swear my like streamers react to the rank 1 Blade video is like one of the toughest videos ever, bro. Well, let me find it. This one. This shit is tough.
I'm actually really maybe Rocket 8. No fucking idea.
Feels so funny banning this.
No, we gotta ban it. There's two of
They banned my Blade, bro. People were banning my Blade when this character was considered dog shit.
Meat Rocket is team captain? Nah, no way.
Why is Blade kind of broken?
What's my healer? Okay, how are you kind of decent on this hero? What?
Because he's OP.
It's like when you found out about Wolverine type shit, you make the shit heroes good, bro. It's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like a you thing, bro.
That's some aura right there, bro. The Fran? That's not the Fran, that's a Froggy.
Oh, it's a lot of cuts. Too many cuts. Team captain #1 Blade. Oh no, Blade is really good when I have a 1-in-5 Mantis and a 1-in-4 Luna.
Look at Necros forcing triple support, bro. It doesn't matter like what the meta is. It doesn't matter the season. This guy is on triple support always.
VP, it works
DPS
every
player.
time they've got that cap. It's been making a big difference. They've been showing the power of it here, and it's an important map for the boxer. You mentioned just how good it is against anti-dive, but also this is just an
Meat
aura
Rocket
pick for
8.
Heretics because
What a name.
when VP
What a
did
name.
not go to
Chat, should I bring
Midtown
back
last
Meat Rocket
year,
8?
Map 5 versus
That name was too tough.
was on Midtown. They lost in
Maybe
the
I should
subway
rename
right
Fly UA Blade to
before
Meat Rocket 8.
this building, meaning that Heretics looking to try and not make history repeat itself, as this would just knock
The
VP down to
return.
the lower bracket.
Andrew was just glazing that whole stream. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, psychic damage.
Now Andrew's
I
smart
guess.
though.
There's-
This
there's
guy,
a
he
new team
knows
up that has been
when
added
to like
Marvel
glaze people and
Rivals.
say stuff
We
for
won't be
YouTube
seeing
videos.
it in play. It's not associated
He knows
with
what
any
he's doing.
specific hero, but Heretics very much looking to.
He like
hit
gives you
VP
the shit you
where
need to make a
it
YouTube
hurts.
video,
They
and
go for
then
the save onto the Cyclops,
he's
which
in
now
there.
forces VP to have to ban out the Wolverine in turn. I will say this series going the
name it
distance.
Meat Rocket 82?
Heretics did
No,
look
we
the
need to bring back
stronger
Meat Rocket
of these
8,
two
bro.
teams
The
on
OG.
Convoy earlier when we had
the
Museum
real.
of Contemplation, and they were also able to use
Maybe I'll just bring back all my old
Triple
names.
Strategist,
Yeah, I
Adam,
can bring back all my
Loki,
old names.
Invis, to totally burn VP's time bank when we were in the streets phase of Lower Manhattan. So I think there are issues that VP will run into. Hero lineups that we know Heretics will be relying on, at least for the first third of this map, that Virtus.pro will have to navigate past very quickly.
return to form.
Unless they want to lose all of that time bank available.
This is it. Winner.
When was
moves
Blade
on to
used
that
in pro
upper
play? Was it
bracket
this season?
finals to play against Na'Vi for a
I'm
spot
just
in
pretty
the
sure
grand
it's been
finals, but
used
more
once,
importantly,
surely.
Qualifies for mid-season finals. The loser goes
Like,
down
maybe
to that
not
lower
seriously,
bracket
but
and will have to
they probably
fight
brought it out before.
for their spot in order to make it to that prestigious event. Heretics starting on attack, and they're starting.
How many ults do you have? A lot,
They've
like
got
8.
the Gambit, they've got themselves a Star-Lord and a Cyclops. They are ready. Whereas VP sticking standard 2-2-2. No heavy Vanguard defenses of a penny here.
Yeah, no changes to their composition, right? This will be
Well,
the
these
comp
used
that they
once in
keep
Ignite, I
as
remember, I
default
told you about
for
it.
the majority of this map, so no resetting ult economy, and also nothing that Heretics would be able to scout and then just be able to dismantle with a quick swap onto something like Ken's Invisible
also this
Woman
map.
for Tanuki
Were they
to
using
be
it for
able to
like Blade Groot
dispatch out
combo?
Penny
Yeah, that could be.
So you still
Yeah.
have the stall potential. Finzi
see
on the
it.
cap will be able to just meander
Blade Groot
onto
combo
that
is actually
objective
busted
and hold it long enough
this map.
for VP to give Fi and Sparker a lot of
You won so many
downtime
fights
to
with
be able
it.
to try and pick up these early eliminations to force Heretics back.
The beautiful thing about Blade Groot combo is like they both get their ults super fast.
Always checking every flank angle and it's putting a lot of pressure onto Finzi and onto Nevix. Nevix already forced to back
Finzi
up.
on the cap.
They make their way to the point, up to the high ground, and will back away back to the rest of their team. But in the meantime, Beetle, who got that Captain America thanks to that ban onto Nuki's Wolverine, is also able to make their
For
way
the
in.
way both the caps just run past each other there to go fucking dive backline is kind of tough.
Getting taken down here. Virtus Pro, they're losing distance, but very slowly.
And they're gaining ult charge very quickly in comparison to Alex as well. Saipe is hurtling towards that
Has
first
Groot ever
Gambit
been
ult.
bad? He was bad when Wolverine was good.
The trigger will be pulled, which is just in time to save
And he didn't have the Iron Wall
CC
protection.
And once again, Elsa Bloodstone is their bread and butter here. Able to take one down.
Oh,
the
the
rocket
revive.
goes down. The revive does come in. Naga, not in the safest position, but is ready for a potential
I just
fight.
don't see
Yeah,
Groot ever being
potentially
bad
unscouted by
because
Virtus
his
Pro
ult
as
is
well.
so powerful.
So Cyclops could be very problematic, especially because Heretics will be able to forge forward with a Gambit ult of their own.
Like, he has
Not
top 3
huge
tank ult
interest in his team
always.
pushing from main, benefiting from that Gambit ult to push VP back. Tripro though safeguards the disengage. Fader both walls called in, Enzo called in to try and one-shot it.
Meteor sent down onto Nevix to try and take out the front line here as everyone else was covered by the terrain. Down goes Dridro. Alex with that burst damage the Gambit offer so effectively.
Good.
And
Heretics
it's
are
gonna be
breaking
a
through.
nice slow fight
Not
after the
bad
ultimate
hold by
expires, but
VP
it's
though,
more
and
than
they
enough
have
for
ults coming
Team
up.
Heretics to take that fight, meaning a Portal will be forced by VP.
Heretics should
Dridro
win next
onto the
fight, they have
low key,
amp.
No Luna ult for
But then
VP
again,
to
Venom ult
stabilize.
can
They're
break the
hoping to
amp
hold
really
on longer
fast
for
if he's
Finzi to hit
smart.
that Freedom Charge, but Heretics have sustain and then some. They've got Freedom Charge and Cosmic on Amplifier.
They need to
to
Venom
boost up
ult, break
Tuki's
amp
ult.
fast.
Black Legend going to be coming out with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier.
Very smart.
Exactly as Moxie called. Looking to try and just burst on through with the Freedom Charge. It's keeping
Wow.
everyone top.
Really well played by
Beautifully here for
Nevix.
VP, but that's the last of their defensive ultimates, meaning that Beetle, with their Freedom Charge, is going to be able to extend that fight a little bit longer. Here comes the Glartrop.
Team Cap, you still making it clap for 5 subs?
Not enough for a finishing
Yeah,
blow,
I'm still
but
doing
it
that
does
deal.
give space. It gives an opportunity
just a
for
whore.
VP to try and push
A
in, but the
Twitch whore.
backline is getting destroyed here. As Tanuki chases down the cap, it is going to be Virtus Pro holding the position, but bodies are being traded back
think
and
VP
forth
should
for
hold.
these teams.
Saipe still up in this fight as well. He's about to hit Gambit ult, which might allow the Vanguards to be able to stabilize. Fire wiped away, but VP still present, so no free pickup from Heretics just yet. And there we go, Gambit ult from Saipe's side invested.
Tanuki's been
Heretics
given a
have
really
to
good
pull back,
performance.
Respect the one-sided strategist. They'll look to disengage and come back with their own, but they lose Ken, they lose Beetle. That is not a disengage, that's a fight lost. You get
I think
one lost
VP's gonna
opportunity,
win.
30 seconds
Wow,
left, and
what a
that
comeback fight
was
by
Heretics
VP.
investing Portal.
It's just been a
This
back and
could
forth,
now
back
become
and
a full
forth.
hold.
There is no portal anymore. Enzo's going to be moving over to Magneto just to keep people shielded on the point. It's not going to reach the objective fast, but they know they have enough time to at least touch. Battery buff B can place on the high ground.
Guys, if VP wins this, they qualify for mid-season. They qualify for LAN. If they win this game. Same thing for the Heretics. Whoever wins qualifies.
Takes down 2, make it 3, and Virtus Pro are decimated, taken off the board, and Heretics in what looks
Heretics
like an
won the fight.
impossible push are able to take it.
Yeah, Alex had the match for Dridro. No eliminations from VP, hounding forward, trying to take the fight against Heretics when they were split. Some players rotating from high ground, some going point to guarantee that OT starts burning through.
If Team Cap got up
They're
and made
just
an
not
honest
able to
attempt
find
and an
those
ass clap, I may
eliminations
have to
coordinated as a
gift
team,
as
and
well.
Heretics start pulling away with the fight. Beetle closing up to that freedom challenge.
I mean,
Virtus Pro desperately wanting to
there's
win
not
one
gonna be much
fight to guarantee
clapping.
that they gain
It's gonna be
control of
like
this high
bones
ground
rattling,
and set
if
Sparkroom
anything.
Fire up to take away from Heretics' space.
Putting on the pressure piece with the Abyss from Nevix for a little bit of defense here. 5 will be taken out the other side, though, as is Dridro. And again, Team Heretics with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier alone this time.
I don't care what
are
anyone
taking
says, I think
down
Cyclops
Virtus Pro
is
one by
one of the
one.
better additions
Saipe is
to the
forced
game.
retreat, built up to 64% on the ultimate and will survive most
Why are you
importantly,
considering
because
it?
They do keep the lead
I
on
swear
the
I'm gonna
Raging
get
Royal
gassed
Flush
up, bro,
ahead of
after doing
Alex,
it.
who's only at 49%.
The difference, though, is that Heretics
The Heretics
are ready
won
to
with
take
this
these
momentum.
fights.
Yeah, it looks
Virtus
good,
Pro,
bro.
they have to build up to
And they have really good
ultimates.
ult economy as
Sparker
well.
actually moves onto the silo, trying to catch latch onto that backline split away from main.
Saipe's
You've
dead.
already lost Saipe. You're not closing up to that Raging Roll Flush. You have to rely on Finzi's Freedom Charge, keeping the team topped up instead. Enzo holding the space with Meteor M. No one from VP wanting to try to stick their heads out to contest it, which means that that objective is closing up to checkpoint. And with Galactic Legend and no Freedom Charge for Virtus.pro to hold their ground to stop it, this should be point picked up unless Saipe can hold on and bail the team out with ult.
Nevix delays Symbiotic Resilience for as much time as they can. Raging Royal Flush comes on out. They're still looking to contest this, to make their way onto the point of VP with bodies just sent on it. They take out Naga. Not the butterflies. They wipe the vanguards of Team Heretics, taking out
really
Beal
nice.
and chasing down the rest. And Virtus.pro, that looked done, but they find the gap.
That had to be invested as well at the tail end of the fight. You don't use Dance of the Butterflies, Heretics disengage your Gambit ult, come back with Alex.
That was such a nice ult by Sparker.
By using Dance of the Butterflies, gaining an extra elimination onto the Vanguards, you've allowed VP slightly more
Why is
access
Soul
towards
and
their
Cap
high
good?
ground, and
If
you've
the
taken
Cap
more
got
time
out,
for
they would have
Heretics
got a
to be able to
fast
push back
reset
onto an
and they would have
objective
just went
themselves.
in again
Yes,
straight
they've got
away.
unmatched Gambit ult, but Dridro can hold
He
the
solo
face with
ulted the
both
Cap
ults.
so they could kill the
Virtus.pro
Cap
get
and
fighting
chase him to
caps.
storm. Psy ult is terrible if you use it on multiple people. You should always use it on one person, really.
Any defenses, that Ruby Rage is at the ready, and there's a big lineup of Heretics right now. Here it comes! A try and blow him up, sending from both sides as both teams tank on through, but Finzi is dropping incredibly low. Freeze from the Abyss from the other side. The front line of Heretics is barely standing. Beetle falls, but the Rebirth Beacon is
Fight is
here.
4 and
Overtime
6.
is ticking down, meaning no portal available. Enzo may have to be the one to do it, but they're holding through the fight. Ken's healing is doing so much work right now. Tanuki comes on in with the Galactic Legend. It's the only ultimate in the fight right now, along with Meteor M. There's nothing for Virtus.pro to try and hold this except their own bodies. Enzo sends the Meteor M into the backline in case there was someone flanking, but now it's just throwing bodies at the point. But Saipe has delayed long enough for Raging Royal
They need to
Flush
nerf
again
Cyclops
to try
movement.
and take him down, but with Dredro off the board, the strategists are being
Why?
taken
The
down.
movement's
Saipe
cool.
falls. Ken is holding the line.
They need to
at least
nerf the
for
damage
but they've
numbers a
lost
bit.
that Magneto.
The movement's fine.
Having to hold the time, but no
Oh,
one can
50
touch
health.
the point. Virtus.pro.
Nah,
They
Sparker's
hold
the
basement
guy.
of the
This
fifth
guy is
building.
nice.
And wow, that could be a very strange alternate reality to last year.
It's the same situation as Museum of Contemplation.
Yo, Danny just tried to
Almost
type
down to the
TC9 and failed.
exact
Fuck you.
Distance, and
Yeah.
this is where
This
my
guy
worry
held
for
down his
VP
shift key for too
properly
long.
kicks in,
Get fucked,
Tetra,
pussy.
because it was not the defense that they looked
Is it really
particularly
C9? Nah,
rough
it's not
on.
C9.
At first, it was the attack.
They couldn't touch point because the Psy ult was
Especially
going to
on
kill
Lower
them.
Manhattan. Like, their defense on Museum was rough, but their attack
Yo, what's up,
on
Tesco?
Lower Manhattan into this exact Starlight composition, like the Invisible Woman, the Adam Warlock, the Loki, Heretics, they're not here to let VP quickly take these points.
Every second will be Heretic.
He needs more
They
drop off and
want
less headshot
Virtus.pro
damage.
to fight
Yeah.
Through
I mean, the beam does so much, like, DPS that they need to nerf the primary fire to make it, like, so you can, like, weave between the two of them more.
They have to
I think the beam
break
should
them. They
always
have to
be
break this Vanguard.
the better
Guy is
option at close
considering
range,
the Wolverine possibly
but
here.
the primary
Even
fire is so
without
powerful
the
that
potential of a Cyclops,
you
although
can
Sparker
opt in
could
for
swap
that
over to
instead.
that. They've also got the torch available in case there's a penny, and if not, just a shoot over the group walls. Virtus.pro, they're just working out what's going to be best here, but Heretics, they're going to old reliable.
It's like if
VP,
Iron
I
Man
think
was
when
like
Vice
left
gets
clicking
out
instead of
triple
right clicking when
Vanguard
he's next to
likely
someone,
goes
you know?
onto the wolf.
Like, why
So
would you ever
can
do
put the
that?
pressure onto the
It should
Mag,
be the
the
same
Groot,
thing with
the Emma when
Cyclops,
you're
where
trying
you
to play
always want to
objective.
beam when they're
Looks like he's
close.
actually going to stick with the torch since Heretics don't actually have a duelist to try to keep him in check. That job falls actually to the Adam Warlock as VP trying to play very front
Holy
to back.
shit
But
on.
Finzi, caught out by Groot Walls from Beetle, not going to be able to make it to Dridro's
Enzo
line
just
of sight.
absolutely
So BRB
shot on
already
Finzi there.
called into play. Heretics feeling very happy with the fact that they're able to push VP out, and that allows Ken to hit 50% to his ult.
Dark has moved over to that Elsa Bloodstone. Fire still sieging from above. Dridro just sending heals down range. No reason to overstep right now. Just keep your team topped up and try and force mistakes out of Heretics.
Guys, do you
The
hate that
Heretics
Emma's
aren't
meta?
giving them
Because
the
I hate
space
it.
to do so.
I
They're
hate
still
Emma
delaying
being
it. The
meta.
longer this goes on, until Virtus.pro can get those
I think
ultimates
she's
for
boring.
Gambit in particular, it's going to be Heretics building up towards a Karmic Revival, building up towards the God of Mischief for Karmic Revival, or Invisible Boundary, or even a steal onto that Raging
Emma and
Royal
Groot are super
Flush.
boring
The longer
characters to
VP take
watch.
to do this, the worse it's going to be for them.
I mean, Saipe's just not getting the
I
opportunity
hate Emma
to
on
match
Blade or
Ken's
Cap.
upcharge as well,
Okay,
so Heretics
I
are really
like playing
poking
against
out
Emma
onto
on
VP's
Blade
players
because
to
deflecting the
arrive
diamond
healing.
form
You
shit
do
is
get
so
the pick onto
easy.
Adam, which means that
Like, I deflect the
Septicon is
grabs,
pulled
deflect
in,
the
but
kicks,
Ken uses the copy onto Invisible
and they
Boundary,
always
so
like panic
VP
because
don't
it
get
doesn't
to
go
take
the way they
advantage
think
of
it's
the
gonna go.
situation. What they can take advantage of now is Saipe's ult when Heretics don't have a match for it.
Naga and Tanuki tag on through, but Tanuki's dropped incredibly low. Straggling Prison comes on in, but they lose 2 members. Naga is down, and an absolute devastation here. Virtus Pro break the line, but
If I
it's
should go
not
Squirrel
about
Girl
this
here.
one fight. Look how much
True.
time was spent into that one fight.
Yeah, they spent
won it
2 minutes.
With just the Straggling Prison, the Apex Predator, and the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah.
But what do Heretics do? They're portaling back to do it all over again.
I mean, you at least, if your VP lose the worry of having to try and track down where exactly this Adam
I don't know,
will be
like Tanuki
rezzing
TPing forward into
using
them
that
there.
Stone of Seduction, but Heretics
That was
trying to
kinda
just
scary.
kite around using their own Loki greens and the Strange Shield. So VP actually losing Phi. Judro having to burn out that BRB, using Cosmic Ion Amplifier to boost up the damage from Phi. Since Heretics have no way of
What up,
shutting this
TC?
down,
What's
they
the tone?
take cover, huddling up inside that invisible boundary, but that means, Tetcha, no one's present on the point. They have to pile
Yo,
outside
Phi
of
loves
it,
playing
survive
Torch.
walking back onto that objective and keep it stalled, sacrificing Ken, but knowing you bring him back with Karmic.
But it does mean they don't get Beetle, who was picked up early in the fight. They have to make their way back on foot here. But that's a huge revive for Heretics, allowing them to burn even more time. Only a minute left to go. Phi's on the flank, building
Ken's
up
got
some
ult.
more ult charge. Ken is about to have ult for a second revive, but more realistically, a Raging Royal Flush or Invisible Boundary. Tanuki could be the game changer here, though, as they have Aya Nagamoto, but they need to stay alive for it. Phi very nearly with a huge pickup there.
Ken's just waiting. VP having to be very careful, like you have to build up ults before you can push on forward. Finzi with Sonic Seduction, trying to just push Heretics off of holding this objective so that VP can get closer to that objective checkpoint, get a little bit more time. Carbon Crush onto the Strange, into the spinning kick. You've been able to get the pickup onto the Adam. Sparker sees an opportunity, a huge Apex Predator, but Alex keeps the team for the most part up with the Invisible Boundary.
The Ivagamoto finds nothing, straggling Prism into the backline though to buy a little bit more time. Beetle is throwing everything at this. No more portals, no more revives. It's all about just sustain
They need to win this
delay right now.
Sparker's killing everyone.
But they're just running out
Zyphy
of
died.
bodies. They're once again just throwing people at the point, but down goes the Vanguards. The Strategist already gone. The Duelist rolls on in for
they got it.
for seconds.
VP got it.
Virtus Pro grabbing the point right before
Bro,
overtime
what a
hits.
fucking
The
series.
time has been eaten, but
This series has been
distance is
crazy.
now rough. Right before point 2 is where Virtus Pro put a stop to Heretics.
Torch is a demon on ladder, yeah, I
saw
agree.
Enzo on that Strange and was like, is he going to try to portal map flip? You can see Phi setting up. They scouted the Doctor Strange switch, and they're setting up Pyro Prison in case Heretics decided to commit to it. As we do get the swaps away from the Loki, Adam has done its job. It's totally stalled out VP's time bank. Now you just can't afford to lose
Tanuki didn't see him up there.
early when you're setting up for the first fight on second, something that you've already, unfortunately,
VP
had
wins,
to
I could
face.
see it.
Tanuki goes down. Heretics,
They have very good
right back
momentum
Captain America. They
for
went
this
for
point
the
here.
Angela instead to put more pressure on Phi. Haven't been able to get a body on this objective, Tetcha. We are barreling towards final fight territory.
The Heretics don't have
and
Captain
Heretics do not
America
have good
anymore
ult
as well.
bank to be able to stand up to take it.
Because they want to put pressure on Phi on the Torch.
With the Captain America trying to get onto Naga, who needs healing assistance, please. Fincy's going to be dashing away as the Supernova comes on in. Anti-heal comes out, but Heretics tank through it, delaying. And this is the spot. This is where it fell apart for Virtus Pro last year. And Heretics have to hold here. Fincy going in for the duel, going for the 1v1. That's a lot of damage from Fincy. That's
Bro,
the
Naga's
1v1.
just fucking
The Phi comes on in
fighting a
with the
war.
for a little bit of extra dueling. The invincible shield with the
This guy's
barrier.
fighting a...
Oh! Takes out Sparker though on the mirror. Fincy falls
killed
as well,
Sparker
but
and
the
Finzi
car
with
is
that.
Still moving. Heretics trying to reinforce as quick
Bro,
as they can.
Naga's
It's gonna
the
force
GOAT.
a regroup
He
for
might have won the
VP.
game from
VP
that.
don't have the players up. They lost Saipe. They can't afford to
I think he
lose
actually
this
won
next
the game
fight.
off
They
that.
only get one chance at it. They have to go
That
for
is
the full
crazy.
regroup, but that means that you're sacrificing the opportunity of building up
They-
your Gambit
you automatically
before
can't teach
Ken
that.
has
You can't
his,
teach that
and
shit.
Heretics have the confidence to walk. This has to be clutch plays from Virtus Pro.
Nah, he won the game off it. He won the game off it.
Deficiency, and Sparkers are
Naga just clutched everything.
devastating for Virtus Pro to have to deal with.
Beatles trying to zone, trying to
What the
just
fuck?
catch someone out of position. If they can stagger these pickups here, then it could be all over in favor of Team Heretics. Wrapping around from above, trying to deal with the torch that Fi has stayed on here. Needs to avoid those
You can't say
spears, but
WTF.
someone has to touch.
GG, bro.
Virtus Pro with
I didn't know you
17
could type
seconds remaining.
WTF in the
Wait,
chat.
Fincy falls down, but Battle Reaper Faker brings it back, and he still has that freedom charge on the board. It's a full
got
ultimate
auto
setup
mode,
here for
yeah.
Virtus Pro as they commit to it, but Fi gets taken down early before the fight really gets going.
got
Tanuki's going to
banned.
be pulled on
GG.
in with the silent seduction to prevent a large chunk of that ultimate here, but Fincy is keeping this fight going because with 2 members down, Fi is forced to portal. Heretics with their own silent seduction to try and force them off the board. Heaven's retribution to delay, and Virtus Pro,
Wow.
their hopes are disappearing, but reinforcements
Never
on the
mind.
left to
It's not
come
over.
in.
It's not over.
Reinforces takes out Enzo, and they're running out of time.
They're back.
Heretics, they could have a possible
Andrews is going to be
but that
fucking
finish line
stalling
is
like crazy
creeping
though.
closer. Beetle is
Sparker
once again
needs
on
to
delay
clutch.
duty
If
as
Sparker
he's been
doesn't clutch, they
sold
lose.
Many times before. Enzo's going to try
Sparker
and portal,
needs to
but
clutch,
do
bro.
they have the time? In comes Beetle.
I-
Delay with the
no.
from Alex to give everything they can. Sparker falls.
It's
Fi with
over.
the push to give
It's
every
over.
second they can. Ultimates aren't really available for anyone right now, meaning it comes down to the neutral to delay this. A huge play from Fi, just holding the corner for overtime, but he's being pressured by Enzo. He's dropping low. The healing output is huge right now from Heretics.
Beal's putting so much
forcing VP
pressure
off
on
the
them.
point, preventing them from delaying. Ultimates are building
Nevix
up,
goes
but
down.
Saipe has to
Fenzi's
stay
low.
alive. 87%.
Agamotto.
90%.
It's fat!
Into the back.
Oh my god, it's fat! Holy shit.
Double, and Heretics are deleted from the board. They still
Oh
have
my
bodies,
god.
But with the raging royal flush, those bodies are being taken down. And Virtus Pro crawl inch
Oh
by
my god,
inch
Fi.
towards the finish line and straight towards the mid-season finals.
They do
Oh my
it.
god,
They
Fi.
get it
Oh my
done.
god, Fi.
What a stall from Fi to be able to hold on long enough for Saipe to build up that ult. We have to give the MVP
That
to
was
Strange.
insane.
As VP are able to overcome adversary
was
and book themselves
easily
a
the best
ticket
game so
to
far.
mid-season playoffs. Holy, what an overtime fight. That one will go down in the history books.
Strange saw 3 million possible.
Bro, I want to suck Fi's
futures.
dick after that, I
He
can't
saw
lie.
last year the basement.
Yo, why is DPS players always the best with Strange ults?
Virtus Pro was scuppered.
I swear.
And Strange said,
DPS players, when they swap to
one
Strange in
way
overtime
to
and
turn it
TP
around.
back and they get their
Iron
ult,
Mojo to
they
lock down
always
2
kill like 3
backline
people.
members. But Ryan, Virtus Pro turned it in the last few seconds.
It's a whole different year for Virtus Pro, it feels like, as they managed to get to that event that has
Yo,
been
Fi is the
haunting
GOAT.
them ever since
This guy
they
is
missed it
the
last
best.
year. And the fact it went that distance,
I literally
definitely
said
give him
Fi
a
gets
seat.
too much
There's
hate.
only one
Then
MVP.
I did say
It's
that.
not
Thank
just
you.
what he was able to do at the very end. There was like issues on both
Fi
sides.
100% needs to get
Missteps here or
swapped.
there. You got to say
Yo,
Naga. Like, there
there's
was
no
one
way we're
point
saying
where they went
this.
for the Yan amplifier on a tap for Virtus Pro, and they went for the Supernova.
There's
and
no
he
way
got
we're saying this,
interrupted.
bro.
Naga managed to stun it out on Cyclops. So it was just, it threw off Virtus Pro. Their whole
I
game
swear
plan was
Fi's
like
the
an
most
ultimate set right
overhated
at the
player.
end. You could have said Naga, you could have said Tanuki if it was on the other side. Beatles had a superb day. Enzo's sort of been leading the line perfectly. The backlines have been dealing with whatever was thrown at them. But Fi, especially because of the...
Look, he's the MVP, bro. He literally won them the game.
Well, him individually, this must feel vindicating with the performance he just put in to send his team to another international event.
I mean, for the first place, totally misplaced.
VP won
The fact
LAN
that, like,
because of
Fi's
Fi.
Daredevil was literally
VP
the
just qualified LAN
crowning
again
jewel.
because of Fi. This guy's the most
For
overhated
Virtus Pro's
player in
empire
the
to be
entire
able to
game.
win
Or
at
the entire
Atlanta,
Pro
and
Series,
it
I should
was,
say.
for the most part, off of Fi's Daredevil.
It's just
setup.
because he's among
But
like
it
some
has
crazy
to go to
players,
him,
but this
because
guy is
without that
crazy.
Strange
Like, he would be on so
that
many good
fight is
teams if
done.
he wasn't on VP.
Like, Virtus Pro, they lost 2
I swear.
players back-to-back on fight setups very early on. We got Gambit also
5 versus
bested
Wetsler? I
from
mean, Wetsler
Saipe
obviously
at the
wins
same
that,
time
but-
as Alex, but Heretics have the great
Who wins against Wetsler?
because they have Galactic Legend to accompany it, so they walk away
His
with
torch
2
was clean, yeah.
eliminations, which stuck
Bro,
because
he needs to
VP
get better
already
on
had to burn
Wolverine.
the BRB cooldown with Finzi dropping early. You lose the opportunity of Psionic Seduction to fully shut down the Starlet ult because you've lost your cap, you're losing players.
Chat, what if I
left and
coach
right.
Fine, Wolverine, and
Yemmer is
Blade?
called in to be on objective to guarantee that you have the overtime. Get
No,
the
I'm a Rad
opportunity to
player
portal
now.
your
I need
players
to stick with Rad.
back in. Heretics did a valiant effort. You see the swap from like Angela.
I can't betray
trying
Rad.
to just spear
That'd be going
displace
against Rad, bro.
Fire's position so that VP lose line of sight of keeping the Vanguard topped up and building closer.
I can't
to
teach the enemies no
getting
tricks.
that next cycle of Raging Roll Flush, which is enough for Virtus.pro to finally tip the scales of the OT, of the BRB, of the closer respawns. But it came down to the wire without
If you
Fire
did on
being
your
able to
alt
live
captain
that long
team.
on Strange.
True.
Heretics just win the last fight.
It was a
Who plays next?
spectacular series to
It's,
qualify these teams.
I don't know.
Pro.
I have zero clue.
Heretics, there is one more chance tomorrow with
Chat, who plays
more
next?
teams being eliminated later on today and then a little bit earlier tomorrow. But just, man, you just need like room to breathe.
Yeah,
on
if the
that one. We do
TP
have
was
an
better
interview with
placed, they
Lindsay,
don't win,
who
you're not
I
wrong.
feel- I
The
want
fact
to
that
see
the
Roddy's
TP
reaction,
was
like,
placed so
right
Fi
in the
could
his
touch
hands
is what
was
lost
just
him the game.
shouting.
Well, we saw the
You
player
do?
cams.
Nice.
Like,
Yeah.
they went from, okay, this is probably unwinnable, to, wait a moment, we can lock in and we can actually win this. Like, you see the exact moment on their faces where they realize it truly is not over. We can still get through. We can still win. We don't have to go through a lower bracket.
Let's talk to the Captain America himself for Virtus.pro, Finzi. First of all, welcome. Second of all, congratulations. Third of all, I imagine a relief that you have to qualify for mid-season finals against the team that stopped you last time in that kind of fashion at the end. How do you even prepare for a series like that? How much of it is meta in the game versus honestly seeing a therapist, you know, like making sure that you don't take that like stress into the series? Because that is haunting for you. It's been haunted ever since
Yo,
last
Fancy
year,
has
right?
some good teeth.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted revenge for last year.
This guy's dentist is goated.
But I think we just
By holding that corner of the
any
TP was nasty,
any other
yeah.
game.
It was actually
We were
insane.
not that nervous or anything, but once we started losing, it was getting kind of nerve-wracking. Especially that last fight on Midtown we just saw. I don't know how we won, but we won somehow. Shout out to Fi. That was crazy.
Fire had such a good reinforcement at the end, but also we need to point out just how much value your Captain America was giving when it was banned out. You didn't win the maps a couple times. When it was allowed through, you made the difference. Is that a lot of pressure to have that put on your back, especially when you're the one person left on the objective? That happened multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, Captain is just a really good hero. That's why both teams are like banning it back and forth. I mean, especially on domination, it's really, really good. And the extra ultimate, like support ultimate, is always nice. But yeah, we definitely played a bit better today with Captain and off Captain. But like we weren't protecting it in the beginning, because usually in scrims we're like fine off Captain or not Captain, but it just wasn't working today. But yeah, also I want to shout out Crownfall for warming us up today and yesterday. Don't want to forget to do that.
So talk us through a little bit about like curveballs
Isn't
that
Finzi
Heretics threw,
Icelandic? He
because
is.
we were talking to Shu before the game. He said that he felt like Lion Pro would have cooked something up to maybe catch you guys out with the ban draft. Was it something that you expected? Did Heretics do anything different which did catch you by surprise? Which
If
took
Fi has
slightly
a million
longer to be able
fans,
to adapt around?
then I am one of them. If Fi has
Yeah,
10
I mean,
fans, then I
in
am
our
one of them.
scrims,
If Fi
people
has
have
only
not
one
really
fan,
been
then
banning
that's me.
Captain
If
at
Fi
all,
has no
and
fans, then
people
that
usually
means I'm no
only ban
longer on
TP
Earth.
on domination.
If the world is
But they
against
were
Fi,
doing it on
I'm
every
against the
map,
world.
So we were maybe a little bit
Fi is my
unprepared for
goat,
it.
bro.
That's why on our last map we
I
also
agree.
banned their TD. Just so, because we know if it's
Nah,
a
he-
mirror match and we know we are
Finzi's
better,
from
so we will
Iceland.
only mirror, so we just gotta
He's
make
not
sure
from
it's a mirror.
Sweden. He's not from Norway. He's from Iceland.
I think one question I wanted to ask about is the maps that went wrong for you today, notably like Museum, like you came out with this sort of like strategy with a torch to deal with a penny and stuff like that, but you just, it basically felt that they could stall out fights for eons, whereas you guys kind of like on your defense couldn't sort of replicate that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
what went wrong looking back on Museum?
Well, we know they played that 3-3 cheese with 3 tanks and 3 supports. We saw them play it yesterday. So we knew it was going to be hard on Museum, Midtown, even Lower Manhattan. And they even played some triple support on Koth too. So we knew it was going to be super hard. It's just important to like not lose hope if you lose a fight or two. But it's really hard to get through that comp. We definitely have to make some adjustments so we beat it faster next time.
And I guess final question is, I saw your player cam at the end of that. You had your like hands on your head and you were just vibrating. You were just saying stuff. I stood up and was shouting. I think like what was said, obviously keep it PG, but what was said like at the end of that, because it was frantic, right? The fact that Fi survived so long and then got an Eye of Agamotto was ridiculous.
I mean, we were mostly just saying how did we win and let's go Fi. Like when Fi hit that strain ult, the voice chat just erupted. Everyone was screaming, and everyone was screaming, "Don't C9, don't C9!" And yeah, I mean, everyone just started screaming. It was insane.
I mean, it was crazy. Honestly, like, you probably all need to go have a lay down, but you are playing against Navi tomorrow in the upper bracket. You've both qualified, so two international.
Oh, they play in Navi
winners are
tomorrow?
going to be at least going to this next event. So I'll say congrats.
Wait, so
again,
Navi and
Fizzy,
VP are
we'll see you
qualified,
tomorrow.
no other team is, right?
Thank you. See you then.
That means tomorrow is going to be a friendly more than less.
Man, I imagine
I think
he's
Navi's
just
going to win though.
Just collapse his chair, just like shut down, like he's
I'll be doing that
gone.
That was
But
insane
I mean,
series.
I'm not too worried
That was
about Heretics,
awesome.
I'll say that much. Like, there are some bogey teams in the losers bracket the Heretics will have to face up to. We'll see exactly
One more
what that's
team
gonna
can
be
make it.
later on today, actually, is with some best of
It's going to be
played.
between
But, like,
Rad,
Tetcha, this feels
Heretics,
like how
to be
well they can
honest.
bounce back, and we know that they
Because
can.
Shikigami lost to
They
Rad,
lost the
so
first
they're
map here and
probably
then
not
immediately bounced back.
qualifying.
We've shown that they're
Very,
intelligent,
very
we've shown
hard
that
for
they're
them to
adaptable,
qualify.
And most importantly, we've shown
And,
they're so resilient. They never
else
go
is
down
there?
without a fight, no matter how many maps they've lost, no matter how many fights they've lost, they always
Pulsar?
come back.
I don't think
And
Pulsar
I'd be so
qualifies
scared
out of that group.
to be any team to play against them in that lower bracket.
Yeah, us three are going to be back for the action tomorrow.
It's
as
only
we
3
go through
teams?
those elimination games.
Three
We're basically
teams, yeah, I
halfway
think
done.
so.
We still have more games for EMEA to happen, but it's
I
going
mean,
to be
Europe
Lemon,
only gets
Black
3
Day,
for some
and
reason.
Audible
It should be
continuing on with the
4.
action today. So we're going to go shut down like Finzi just did, and we'll see you tomorrow. But more action after this break, so stay tuned.
Oh, Fire versus Shiki. Okay, this will be a good game. I think Fire and Shiki are probably close in skill now. That was an insane set though. Okay. I'm gonna go get some water and maybe grab a snack. Be back in like 2 seconds. Let me put like a fucking good song on. Wait, my playlist has hit the end already? But I need to like redo my playlist again. I'm getting bored of my playlist now. I need to fucking rearrange this shit. Yo, it's just Sahad. Hi then, bro. Right, I'll be back. What's up? This is a banger, but I'm gonna have to pause.
Hell, even with mag bubbles, just the rocket res beacon brought everything that Frost Mountain was trying to achieve yesterday back into the picture. So I'm hoping Shikigami can explore more strategies if things start to not work out.
Firestrays with the first protect here on Cyclops, which means there's going to be one-sided gambits available
I think
for
that was
Shikigami,
Xenos.
which is
Xenos looks like fucking
but maybe Firestrays have
Frodo
something
Baggins.
up their sleeve here. Can definitely utilize.
Does he not look
some
Frodo?
of their depth of hero
I swear he
pool
does, bro.
when it comes to those duelists. But having your primary hit scan on the Cyclops, as we saw from Terra earlier today, can
my
be
bad.
absolutely
Floppy.
domineering. And now Shikigami going to start peeling away those strategies.
Yeah, it's like
options,
Elijah
since
Wood's
Firestrays
eyes.
currently don't have any protect on strategists, so they may find themselves at the mercy of Shikigami's bans.
If Fire Strays opted to protect the Cyclops even yesterday towards the end of the series was a huge, an important part of their strategy. But who is going to be playing it for Fire Strays? Is it Sloppo? Is it Demon? Is it Sestroid? It depends what the starting lineup is going to be. And to be allowed to play Rogue as well is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if Rogue would have been banned if Gambit wasn't available for them, to be honest. Like, I know Rogue's in a stronger place than she was prior to the patch, before some of her power got redistributed towards her base kit. But Shikigami, they see like you don't have any strategists protected, so we're just going to keep peeling away more and more of the good ones. We're likely going to see like a Jeff come out here, potentially an Invisible Woman. Cyclops is going to be mirrored here. Fire Strays, they are at least going to have access to the team up between Cyclops and Wolverine, which might be a huge power play, but I can't help walking away from this ban phase wondering if they didn't put a little bit too much faith in everything that wasn't a strategist.
I mean, Layla's went like X Games mode yesterday. He dropped 50,000 damage and 17 final hits on Midtown for the loss. So it's like a lot has to build around Layla's, but this has to be a well-rounded Shikigami because this Cyclops matchup is going to be really great. But
Fire
it's about
Strays
the team,
protected,
the
bro.
supporting cast around
We're
the
protecting
Cyclops.
Gambit.
That is going to be interesting, along with the one-sided
Bro, stop
Gambit
saying that
versus the
fucking
one-sided Rogue.
Isidor's my little
Both
brother.
from Fire Strays, but even better, kind of a game-winning ultimate from Shikigami's side.
When Shimo's get lost, sleep,
Yeah,
stand up,
it's
eating
going to be
beans and
difficult
toast.
to try and find those win conditions as
He does look
easily
sleep
from the
deprived.
side of Fire Strays.
Like I needs to
Get
sleep.
stuck into Celestial Husk. It looks like Fire Strays might actually opt in to a triple strategist here, including access to that, maybe not the same uptime.
Pure
as Mantis
team captain,
damage,
he's not a
but
ginger,
can be
bro.
a
Fuck
little
off.
bit more important for boosting up something like a Ruby Rage. Never mind, Sloppo instantly proves
Brad
me wrong
has
and
almost
goes
all the
over
Infinity
onto a
Stones.
2-2-2. And
What are the odds of a ginger
finally,
DPS
gonna be picking
line?
up the team up
And the
plus
ginger
Rogue.
content creator, true.
We'll see how that fares. I think it's one of the first times
Actually
we're seeing
true.
Rogue like without the Gambit, because like I think it was
We
like
need full
Heretics that was
ginger
allowed to play Gambit
team.
and Rogue in this case. But I think
Yeah.
Sestroid is such a boon too for Fire Strays because
I have friends on both teams, so I'm not rooting for any team
We'll
here.
see where this portal ends up, but Sestroid can also flex
I
to
like
be triple strategist.
Kaya a lot, I
so
like Crossman a lot, I
Blackso
like
is setting
Leilaz a
up
lot.
for an interception, but
I
now
like
deciding
Blacksu,
to just play
Sloppo,
towards the point.
Sinistroid, Xenos Closer,
Yeah, I
and
think
Bangers.
realizing
So
that with like this double hit scan setup, actually going in close and personal for a fight, not in their favor. Fire Strays want to play this slow, look for pokes and openings between Sloppo and Sestroid, and oh, good dodge there from Blackstone. Managed to avoid a punch of damage from the Wolverine early on and get the passive.
I think I want Fire to win
Passive
more
is out.
because
Crossmount's gonna have to slow his
Fire's
roll, and
like-
you see that Blackso
They-
is
they-
putting
they
the
des-
press
like,
on, and with the team
I think
up
they
of the
deserve it
Invisible
more.
Woman, you get that extra pull, which may just hinder some of these brawl heroes from Shikigami's side. As the first picks come in for Fire Strays, they will be capping first.
I mean, unfortunately,
I wanna
for
see these guys
Shikigami,
do
that
good.
was just a bad disengage. 3 squishy
We're biased, he
players
likes
in
6
one
people on
corridor
fire
where
and
you
2
can
on
get
Cheeky.
bounced on by Sestroid. Blackstone is able to hit all of them with the Dark Maelstroms as well. Disgusting cleave.
And you're gonna need some of that cleave against Isidor's cap, which is one of the more formidable ones in
That was a really
EMEA.
clean
And I
fight
like
by
that
Fire.
Snots is on the white box, so he
One-sided
can
Gambit's
teleport
interesting.
away. He could try to charm and negate some of this, but Fire Strays are front and center, trying to build up some of these strategist ultimates before Shikigami engage.
I feel like they don't put much
Alright,
faith in their
Rogue engage here.
backline if
Quick
they're
pull,
letting
instigated by Kai, going into it down in
Gambit not go through.
Immunity. Still Binary wants to try and keep this high ground
and
contested.
then protecting the
Keep
Rogue.
Mountain off of it, but the poke is not going going to be ideal. Nice grab hit by the Rogue here, but Binary is still going to be isolated.
And then Shiki
so
has
2v1 has to
Captain
manage
America.
on the top. Binary, though, is working some magic here. Even with the pocket on Frost Mountain, manages to find the elimination. Nasty stuff.
And it's nasty to win that fight without
was
needing to
Sashroid's
invest a
camera,
single
bro.
ultimate.
This
Like,
is like-
Closer was keeping that first invisible boundary close to
You only
his
see the top of
chest.
his head.
And Binary being so good at any of the Brawl Vanguards that we've seen throughout group stage, whether it's the Hulk, and now it's going to be his specialty of the Rogue. Would have been nice to see that matchup against Isidore, but Shikigami are not going to have the pleasure of running the Rogue. It will have to be the Cap who has to synchronize kind of
Almost
this
as bad as
hybrid
yours, fuck
dive, put
off.
pressure
Like, you
on the
just say
flank,
shit,
but
bro.
right now the pressure's on Blackso to give up the high ground.
You don't even mean
Okay,
it,
but
just
here's
say
the
it.
coup de grace of the comp ready to go. A Raging Royal Flush from Lindstrom, out from the Gambit onto most of Shikigami. They take cover
Black
inside the
Sue's gonna
invisible
clutch.
boundary, but Closer has now erected on the point as well to make sure there's no free cap given over to Shikigami. Binary makes a deep dive, and now it's going to be a freedom charge, leading forth members of Shikigami, but on the other side, Snost has brought out the Kumiho, the big
Didn't find
stepper,
anything.
ready to try and meet Isidore in a little bit of a melee battle, and Binary spying space the remainder of the team. Ruby Rage can't find any frags on the outside, taking cover behind the shield to get away from the Galactic Legend. Frost Mountain sees Binary getting a little bit spicy.
Why did
for
Shikigami
Mountain.
fall
Moves
off?
away from the remainder of the team, and now fires Vanguard.
Shikigami were like top 2
And
team
through
in
all
their
of that
bracket.
investment from
And then
Shikigami
they
to
fell
only
off.
get 2 eliminations, like, they really had to shove a Fire Strays who were taking such good
You think
shelter
it's
around their
Cass versus
strategist
Nami?
ultimates, even through
Really?
Black, so not stunning anyone. That might
I
have
can't
been
believe Nami,
to
like,
the Eye of Agamotto. That might have been a result
fucking
of
got
Kaya
employed
being front at with
after
the Emma as
preseason.
Sloppo
They had such
has
an
the Galactic
amazing
Legend,
preseason,
and he's
and
coming in
this guy
from
got
behind.
employed.
Shikigami don't have
GG,
a
bro.
strategist ultimate to answer, and Sloppo's gonna have to
That
pull
must
the
have been
trigger.
devastating for the rest of the team. I can't lie.
Coming in from behind, very impressive. Great angle, but good cover as well. So Sloppo's mostly entirely mitigated. He's going to have to try and fly away. He's bonked his Widow head. Oh, Leila's quick to
Sloppo
try
kinda
and
trolled
punch
him, not
that
gonna lie.
one out. The concussion beams get it done. Kai's got 54 energy to work with and a lot of space on the point to commandeer. For Fire, I think this one's cooked. They're back to spawn.
Yeah, Sloppo made a.
surprised that
Yeah, I remember
Fire
like they
Strays
made a
couldn't
statement. He
push
said,
through the front lines to
we
try
have
and
a
combine
gaping
with
hole,
Sloppo's synchronization issue for
and
Fire Strays, but
we
they
need to
did
tighten it
get
up.
to
That's what he said.
99%. They
He
just
bar for
gotta
bar
build
said
a
that.
good stack of ultimates, but Shikigami could go the distance.
He said there's
I
so
mean,
many
they got the
gaping
Ruby
holes that we need
Rage.
to tighten
Maybe
up.
the stars will align for them if Fire Strays continue to push through this low ground.
For now, just checking Binary up on this high ground, but Frost Mountain's learned the hard way, but you don't want to stick around against Binary for long here. The pole's ready, the kicks are strong. And, Binary's got it done again.
Binary.
And that means that Lindstrom has to pull the trigger on the Gambit ultimate to try and rescue
But
this
this
fight
guy's
right
like
here and
Austrian
now.
Fringe
Double
alarm. What is
strike
this?
From Fire. Lads, who've overlaid them. The Ruby Rage as
Oh
well.
my god,
Still
Sashroid.
pulled on in by the
Sashroid's
Rogue.
Thanos.
Unbelievable synergy from Fire
Ice
Strays.
versus
And now look at
Sashroid on
Fuego
Cyclops
today
is
as
disgusting.
Shikigami ascent to the 9 hells, opening a portal.
Here's another hurrah from
Rogue's a
Shikigami
peak
to
time.
try and
I like
keep
Rogue
the
being
overtime
meta.
wick
That's
burning,
cool.
and it's Isidore that has to sustain and delay for as long as possible as Kath will assist. The Eye of Agamotto from Blackso gets no one as Layla's tries to stand
The
tall.
Black Suit's not hitting any ults
Right,
though.
nothing gained by the
I
Ruby
can't
Rage
lie.
this time around. Blackso's been taken on down by Leila's in
Captain America always getting too much value.
And get past the full charge of the Emma, but still Fire Strays are in control. And so it's Shikigami have to stay on the point no matter what.
Bro, Leila's has the best posture out of everyone in this fucking tournament. Yo, what's up, Dava MR?
In Binary. But where's the follow-up? The Heartbreaker's almost available. The anti-heal's been given
Come on,
over to
Sloppo.
Binary. Sloppo once again around the
It's
back.
time.
The Galactic Legend moves in towards Kath, but it's taken too much damage from the Cyclops. The aim battle, even with the aimbot, is not going so well right now for Peter Quill, and Frost mounts a bit of more than he could chew.
Yo, I'm not like a big Cyclops, or sorry, Star Wars player. Why would he not ult behind the wall so he doesn't take damage in the ult animation? He should have ulted behind the wall.
Sloppo's style on the Star-Lord, the way that he's able to coordinate with
What
his
time are we
team,
doing varieties
where he
so I
go on
can
these
be
off angles, and sometimes even
approximately
full flanks. And I think
intoxicated?
like he's
Oh,
taking more
appropriately
conservative angles, so
intoxicated,
he
my bad.
is able to disengage
we're doing
back
it after
towards his
Ignite.
strategist. And he gave a lot of respect to
So-
Kath, because as soon as she noticed the
couple
Star-Lord, she
hours.
could have gone for a freeze. And only 4 casualties for Fire
I think we
Strays
should
side.
start in
Like,
a couple
they were
hours.
so good at disengaging. Like, that was basically like 100 to 99, and Fire Strays only went down 4 times. Like, talk about this push and pull and how they were able to find so much shelter, which Shikigami had to keep committing ultimates.
Wait,
to
Frost
finally
Mountain
get just a
had like
few
terrible
eliminations,
stats.
just enough to zone off the point, and then Fire Strays were able to retake just that easy. So Fire Strays take the first point.
Why was
and we're
Frost
seeing
Mountain not on
huge changes in
Wolverine
the
from the
composition
start?
minus Isidore
Oh,
on the
no,
group.
no. Why is he on Bucky?
Damn, now I want to see Binary with the Gambit.
What
team.
happened?
It's been nasty on the neutral road so far, and still has a heartbreaker to play
I feel
with.
like the DD slash Black Cat nerfs has made quite a lot of flex DPS players in a rough
It's
spot.
going to be a lot of poke from Sloppo and Cestroid's side to kind of dismantle these Isidore walls. You have to really pay attention to those and how they're going to section this front to back fight. As Cestroid has an angle.
Oh, the poke is strong. And well, the
TC hero pool? It's not even my hero pool.
quickly transforming the Kumi
Bro, I would be on
has
Blade
been
this game.
unleashed. But nothing to step on just here, throwing a little
I'm not
tension on the
joking,
play,
right?
but they're gonna be
If they played Blade with Captain America Cyclops, it's so broken. It's so broken.
Because that's where the hit scans have so much good cover. They can
Well, you don't get it.
to your backline,
And then they have double anti-heal with the Gambit, right? If they played Groot, Blade, Captain America, oh my god. It is the best comp they could possibly play right now, I'm not joking. I'm not even kidding. Because they do Blade cap out, or sorry, Blade with the cap out, and he can just kill backline with the cap so easily. Combo with the Groot, it's beautiful. The things that could happen. It would be Thanos. And I don't know, like, have you guys played Blade versus Cyclops? It's such a nice character versus Cyclops because Cyclops is a massive torso. So when you headshot him, all the bullets hit his body as well. So you can two-shot him so easily.
From the Bucky after he was first picked, and he's already trying to pull a Vanguard in.
Oh, Layla shouting out, behold my Ruby Rage! And Closer saw it too close that time. Fire Strays have already called this one after losing out on their Invisible Woman, and that's going to be this fight sent home.
The neutral so
needs to
strong
find
for
a good ult
Shikigami.
here.
They can pull with the Wolverine, they can wall off with the Groot, and this combo, especially to defend with, is massive for Shikigami. Kaya can also hang off the ceiling or the walls outside of this cave and pounce and line things up.
That's where Blade's gun is really strong, yeah.
All right, welcome Black Toe Cook here. Walled off, grabbed in, floating all above. Cloak of Levitation now on cooldown. It's going to make the Eye of Agamotto.
If Frostmourne was on Wolverine from the start, they would have won first point, I think.
Kai was diving in the back while the distraction was in towards the front.
What is he doing?
There's always another angle that Shiki are playing, but not the one to heal Frost Mountain, unfortunately.
And Kaya feasted the Abyss right onto those strategists. Closer falls, and you're missing a bulk of those heals, especially like group healing that the Invisible Woman provides.
Give me the controller, bro. Give me the controller.
Driver's seat. Fire Strays trying to break up the attention.
Nasty hops, 3 stuns, but
the
Cat manages to survive. She pops the fate of both worlds.
Yo, Lindstrom cleansed it.
They want to really commit to this one. Grabbed him by the Wolverine, and even after being freed into the
that was not looking like me and Wolverine, and you guys know it for a fact. My Wolverine is Thanos.
But the void block is solid. Get behind the tree. Get behind me. But the tree is broken down from the punch dimension itself. Kyan unable to really survive in on this one. But still Shikigami are tagging in one after to be able to keep this point contested. Frost Mountain running low on HP, needs someone else to come in and do the job. But with 98% grab, Shikigami say this is done.
And I'm glad Fire Strays are finding confidence, because most of these fights have been dictated and initiated by Shikigami, who've got to set up and execute their game plan. Fire Strays lost a couple of people and decided to still invest those ultimates. So really commending Sloppo to create some of this chaos, as now he's creating an off
if you don't think I'm still Thanos in this character.
He still has to get through those Groot walls.
Yeah, a lot of homework to be done when it comes to breaking down those Groot walls. And a Strangling Prison ready to go for Isidore as well. Has to worry about the Guardian Shield here from Closer. If you do it at too much of a range, it could be blocked and completely no-sold by a quick draw from Sue Storm. For now, though, Shikigami have full control of the high ground, so they choose when this fight begins. Isidore drops on down, trying to help out their Wolverine, and
this is a close one.
Isolate Binary, who gets grabbed on in and starts to use the
Heartbreaker.
It takes away Isidore's ult. It ruins the plans of Shikigami.
No.
Man, the Fire Strays Vanguard line is such a highlight, and now one last touch. You see that Binary's trying to prevent the portal from Frost Mountain from coming through, or at least is going to spot it out. Returns to his team. Closer has been so patient with the invisible boundary, and you have the strategist advantage to Fire Strays.
All right, big control on the point right now for Shikigami. Closer got two squishies. What happened with that portal? There's a counter coming through from the other side. Now Binary body blocking as you're inside now.
Binary's queen on roll.
Sestroid's big house. Sestroid is the boss. Consider yourself destroyed as between the dimensions, Black Soul opens the eye of Agamotto and he sees all the futures in which Fire Strays can sweep away domination from Shikigami.
Binary's so queen on roll.
What a step up from Fire Strays, especially this backline closer, keeping the Psionic Vortex right at the entry point of the
Was
portal.
Shiki never good? No,
Fire
Shiki were like
standing
one of the
tall
best
despite
teams in
getting punched
preseason.
down upon by Shikigami. I mean, that was such a tug of war from both teams, and Shikigami will have our choice of map after this.
Shiki lost one of their support players. So the lore is they had a support player called Nami, and they in preseason they got like top 2, top 3. I'm pretty sure it was top 2. And after preseason, Nami got a job. He got like a job that he was looking for, so he left the team. And they also, like, Frost Mountain was Thanos on Black Cat and Daredevil, and Black Cat is kind of bad now, so Daredevil gets banned. That was actually so nice. Don't say the J word, my bad. My bad. Shikigami could still win. Binary. My goat. Binary is the goat. Binary is collecting kidneys. Bro, what the fuck do you mean by that? I'll put my music on. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, let's go watch Mr. Raul. Where is he?
I have a 7 TV sub. Hey, you see this shit? 7 TV. Have to have a 7 TV account. You subscribe to 7 TV, you can make your on it. You do? You just upload a GIF then. Upload a GIF with your thingy here on it next to your Twitch profile.
This guy's still doing Nuzlocke.
Yeah, I got Phoenix. Oh, what's up, Dick? How you doing, bro? Suck? I knew most perfect. TeamCaptain Mugs. Why are you sucking in your thing though? Bro's trying to mug? Bro's trying to mug? Damn. What did
You got mugged. Music so loud. My bad, bro. .30 fire. I could see it. How many people are watching? 7.4 thousand. Huh. That is not that many. Do you think we can upload the entirety of Avengers Doomsday in game chat with the share photo method? Maybe, yeah. I could see it. Are they playing the entire movie in game? Like, I don't understand. How could you do it? Because the drops are shit. Yeah, they are bad. Plus, like, the waiting time is kind of... It's... Do. Gamba's up, chat. Gamba is up. And someone just lost all their shit. I'll do as well. For your right. GG. GG, bro. That was a lot. I just lost a lot, bro. But Tuka's like the boss of points. Do.
Relegation bracket run that they
I was
have to make
looking.
at stage 2 if they fall in this series. Shikigami, a lot to work through, but we got to talk about the stars of the show here. Lemon specifically. I mean, we saw some great performances from the Duelist lineup, but everyone involved on Fire Strays.
Yeah, Fire Strays ended up putting Sestroid on the Cyclops and allowing Sloppo to explore maybe his deeper Duelist hero pool, but it was binary, being allowed to play the Rogue and to do so without the Gambit team up, and like they really proving to us that Rogue's buffs are massive for her.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that Fire kind of got cooked in the draft when they ended up protecting Rogue with no Gambit, but it would appear that Binaries had this up their sleeve all along, hitting some excellent pulls as well to peel like the
Binary was the GOAT,
somehow
I swear.
managed to get multiple assassinations onto Star-Lord, as Rogue is uncanny stuff, and it would appear that like the respect just wasn't given over from Shikigami for the neutral Rogue and really hit a bunch of surprises.
And I'm surprised that Shikigami didn't even win the second round. Like, they had such a strong win condition. They were defending. They were able to have the Venom engage, Isidore wall off anything that Frost Mountain kidnaps. But kind of the running theme for Shikigami is that Frost Mountain starts off well, but then eventually gets countered. He has the highest amount of casualties because the Wolverine is such a punishable hero to go up against. When you have Black Steel on the Doctor Strange, who has the team up with the Invisible Woman, having that extra pull, that extra second that you can dump damage into Frost Mountain, even through the passive, he can be bursted down, and Fire Strays had the answer.
Are you getting the new cap skin?
Been like a good look so far.
Oh, I'll get on Minicon, yeah.
Black Steel, the way that they perform on, the Groot or the Doctor
He's got a
Strange,
dagger,
looked
demon, a
really
massive
solid in the
cut.
past just to
Yeah.
have that kind of wall
I
of
did see that.
protection for their team. And I feel like the Shield Vanguards are kind of underutilized in this meta, especially just keeping your just alive, but also flanking around
Mad
whenever they're
bulge.
trying to get towards your backline, just pulling them back in.
Calling
with
him
the
mad is
Sonic
crazy.
Mayhem team up as well. So it's nice to see the coordination from Fire Strays. It was a little bit lacking when we saw them in their upper bracket series, but of course, they're facing off against the EMEA preseason champions in Navi, and now they're playing Shikigami. Kind of two different competitor levels there specifically, but I want to talk a little bit about Shikigami going into this next map here, Leg Day. I mean,
Oh, Demon's getting
we've seen
put in.
the highs and lows of this team and roster, from Cooking with Kaya to now Shikigami here in Ignite. I mean, it just seems like they're a shell of their former selves.
It might not be the
Who are they
greatest
putting Demon in
meta
for?
them, as I don't
Sestroid?
think Legolas is as comfortable a hit scan to like stand and shoot, Like Cyclops is kind of in that Hela kind of Phoenix role, where Legolas has been good previously, but I think that Legolas really has all of his power when he's fully mobile on something that aims like a Star-Lord, an Elsa, or maybe even a Psylocke. But it does, like, I thought this was going to be a much better meta for Shikigami, because like in theory Isidore Frost Mountain is a great combo, for the fastball, but it appears to just not be being deployed as much as I'd like thus far.
And surprised that Shikigami didn't take the map. They had a one-sided gambit. And that's Lindstrom who's able to give them such a huge win condition around that ultimate. But the disengage from Fire Strays was so commendable. Even from the first round, Fire Strays only had 4 casualties through the storm of ultimates that Shikigami put on. They would engage with Gambit, and then Closer would have the perfect invisible boundary to section off Shikigami from their engage. So I'm really liking the spacing of Fire Strays.
Are you getting the new cap skin? He will do a cosplay of that skin.
We saw it for the first time, at least for playoffs.
Cosplay soon, chat.
Yesterday, and it
Cosplay
went
soon.
a decent distance, but didn't go all the way to 3. Ended before that.
Spider Islands is an interesting
today
choice.
When Fate just had the crazy eat to close things down and make sure that they looked really good on that map afterwards when they were on the attacking side. So I'm really curious what the strategy is going to be in terms of like the composition for these teams, but we'll have to figure that out as we go into the ban and protect phase. It's all yours, Leg Day.
Well, one thing to note is that I believe that Demon has been subbed in here. We'll have to see whether it was for Sloppo or for Sestroid.
Am I crazy in saying that Xenos looks like Elijah Wood? Like, I swear he looks like Elijah Wood.
Rogue banned early here from Fire Strays. They don't want to have to deal with that from Shikigami, and they
Do you guys not see it?
this time.
So fair, and
like if he comes up again,
utilizing their
I swear he looks like Elijah Wood.
Same thing as yesterday when they ended up picking Manhattan. They brought Demon alongside Sloppo, where Demon then took over the Cyclops duty, and Sloppo got to play some of the Bucky. But then when that wasn't working out, Sloppo went back to the Cyclops.
When will you wear Vix?
Demon pulled out the Wolverine, so there's some nice overlap with Fire Strays, and it gives them options to pivot.
All right, Daredevil taken away here. I mean, like, they're really trying to constrain Frost Mountain here. A Shikigami. Make sure.
You look if Elijah Wood was
not
ginger. I just don't know. I don't look Elijah Wood.
Demon played previously, so maybe trying to track the introduction of Demon here, because not only does Demon play the Cyclops, but also plays the Wolverine, so he got rid of both the Cyclops option and the team up for Wolverine, which makes him a lot stronger.
Fire Strays trying to force Shikigami into that Wolverine matchup, and Shikigami clearly picking this map to maybe a Hail Mary. They picked Symbiotic Surface yesterday to try and find these nice off angles for the Wolverine, and I wonder if it'd be better to combine it with a fastball, which friends from Shikigami did not opt for on map 1, but did so
Why do
yesterday.
all the players look like alternate timeline
close the
TC?
gap a little bit better, as the Cyclops will be the one that accompanies not that
They double target ban
Wolverine,
Frost
that's
Mountain.
the final ban for Fire Strays. So what is Frost Mountain going to end up playing?
Yeah, they really are pinching the Frost Mountain pool here. There is a reality where Shikigami like a spawn breaking here, where we could see Frost Mountain play the Storm, but that might be a far-fledged hope. Could
Show Xenos again.
Like
Do it.
Ultron
Go,
to
go,
get
go.
Consistent damage boost over onto.
How does Kath look like a copy of me? Look at Xenos. Look at look at Xenos.
From Leolaz. Overall, I think this is a little bit more of a classic ban phase between these two teams.
Do you see it? I swear, bro. I swear. Same guy, same
I
guy.
think you're really throwing Shikigami off their game to be
Related.
fully targeting Frost Mountain, which now you're probably forcing him on some kind of hit scan. I know we've seen some inklings of Psylocke, but I wouldn't say that's his favorite. So we'll see.
I'm not
how
showing a
Frost
picture
Mountain
myself,
fares.
bro.
If it's a Star-Lord mirror against him and Sloppo, then I would go more on Sloppo's way, just with the wealth of hours that he has on the hero and kind of what opportunities he was creating when Sloppo took more safer angles on Celestial Husk. Being an axis to his strategist made a whole lot of a difference. So Frost Mountain hovering over the storm
That ain't war
would be
TC's
fun
ball.
to kind of break out a spawn and guide his Vanguard.
I drink to forget.
The extra damage for Isidore
Frost
and
Mountain
Leolaz would
on
not go
Storm?
amiss, especially when you're trying to break through Blackso's shield rather.
Bro's going
early.
back to his
It's
roots.
Probably going to be an attempted disengage.
If you know, you know.
Doesn't have the remainder of fire here to try and help him.
Frost Mountain's back to his roots.
Usually kind of, I was going to say Storms are more often
And he's on
played
Torch.
with more Vanguards to kind of just be that bulldozer, but then opts for the Torch to just control the area that the fight's going to be taking place in and maybe funnel and herd people into a space that Kaya can engage into.
Not a huge fan of it against these particular duelists, though. Sloppo's going to be able to consistently ground them with the Tainted Voltage. They're still actually caught between the objective and the edge for now, but a safe disengage here from Kaya is going to feed over plenty of strategist ult charge.
And once you enter this section of the map, this is where Binary can look for opportunities to grab people. And once you deal with that the ironclad wall
you and
from
Isidore
Isidore,
getting
then
together
he
with
could
the
be a
family
victim
too?
as well.
Like, this is
Leolus
not
will
funny.
be forgiven as he's brought back thanks to Cap.
It doesn't make sense.
And
It's not
Shikigami
funny.
are
You're a
at
bitch.
standstill.
All right, Kai's consistently catching so many hands from Sloppo right here. Very accurate with the rub to stern.
Nice.
Isidore did not have the CC immunity ready, but just about hops away as the Ironwood wall is brought up in his wake.
So far, so good for Fire Strays. It's going to come down to ultimates to try and break this hole. The Sloppo already has the Kraken impact. Blackso could float in with the Eye of Agamotto, and there's really no strong shield for Shikigami. But again, Shikigami take fights so fast.
I mean, just the jump scare there for Winter Soldier, had no idea. Nice back cap here, though, from Demon. Might be able to get some damage over onto Kath, but if he does lose his life on the... Oh, he knows the perfect angle for the bounce.
Yeah, Shikigami with these first picks. I mean, they get to dictate these fights, but it's
Why
how
did they
Fire
stop at
Strays are able
Asteroid?
to not give up too many eliminations and refight so
So the
fast.
Cyclops was so nice.
What a wall.
Unbelievable peel. Out comes the Ruby Rage. Leolus doesn't really get too much off the back of that, as there was a quick...
Just crazy to me, a rocket alt stays if he dies.
The other side. Who's Kai looking for around the
It's
other
because it's
side,
just like
though, when it
an
comes
object,
to
you know?
That ultimate Feast of the Abyss doesn't appear to have gained too much as Blackso falls on down. Shikigami have momentum on their side.
And Blackso did fall pretty late, so the portal, there needs to be some kind of stall for Fire Strays if Blackso's going to want to portal back in. Seems the defense has stabilized, and it's Demon creating so much pressure on all sides to kind of have Shikigami fall back.
Dude, Cat's playing some disgustingly ratty angles right now. Demon doing their best to have some fancy footwork in midair to avoid the incoming flame clusters of a human torch. And it seems to now they've
This is not
escaped the
cheapy
office
dating
of
simulator.
Shikigami.
Where's variety?
They've
What is that,
mostly
Wooder?
fumbled the
What even is that?
momentum for now, as Fire are now in a defensive
Isn't
position
Res
with
beacon an
2,
object
3
too?
ultimates
Yeah,
to
you're
play
right.
with.
It does disappear when it
They really
dies,
have,
but...
because Shikigami invested like a
I don't know,
whole
it's an
bank,
alt
and
versus
they
an
thought
ability.
that was going to be enough to fully cap. Now the ball is in Fire Strays' court. Whether it's how Binary wants to trap some people
Cyclops
in, and
outline is my
Closer's gonna help
favorite
them
after
with sustain.
Fuel Magneto.
All right, grabbed in. Heaven's Retribution. Sloppo is just absolutely dominating
Crossman ulted
with the
nothing.
Kraken impact again and
he's
again
dead.
and again. The yells of Bucky Barnes echo through the Spider Islands, and this one's back to the drawing board for Shikigami despite their investments.
See, Shikigami had to pivot their game plan, and Fire Strays had to as well.
Bro,
Not having the
Shikigami
Cyclops,
fell off.
they were able to utilize it through, I'm pretty sure, like every map
sad
in
to say
playoffs
it,
so
it's
far.
true.
But the flexibility of Sloppo and Demon, and how Sloppo is giving his Star-Lord over to Demon. So this is such a good team that bails each other out. I want to see some impact, though, out of Blackso and these Eyes of Agamotto, because they haven't been hitting a lot of targets so far in the series.
This team used to be
Iron Fist,
fucking
I like it
Thanos.
against the Angela. Good to try and disrupt that mid-air roll here. Sloppo's got a great angle to play with, but Isidore might be able to chase them down. Does Blackso get a stun onto anybody? It seems like it's mostly gone awry. Ruby Rage now coming in, and Snosh just gets decimated. For a second, they use their ultimate as well, and so now that's gone for Fire Strays. One of their greatest tools has been plucked from their hands. They need to grip tightly now towards the cart, as Kai is going to try and hold it alone. Fire Strays have such aerial supremacy here off the back of Damon's Element guns, gunning down anyone who dares to approach Shikigami, are held short of a completion of thirst.
There is so much aerial domination with Demon in the sky like that, and it's nice to see him
That was
just
one-sided.
back into the series, back on Fire Strays, and just
Cheeky
like
wash,
he never
yep.
left, fitting in those shoes
What are you
beautifully
playing,
for Fire Strays
Uma
to deny
Musume
Shikigami's
on
full,
stream? What
full
is
first
that?
point cap, to then drawing this out into a full
Who the
hole,
fuck
which
is
is so
Uma
incredible.
Musume?
Shikigami tried to pivot, like you said, the Iron Fist, but there was so many things on Fire Strays' side to break up their focus.
Byron's
Whether
still
it's an
going
Angela
Batman.
flying
This guy's
around,
like Bruce
Demon's
Wayne of
going on the
Austria.
flank. Shikigami's strategists are looking up to make sure they don't get tackled, to make sure the Galactic Legend, they have to find shelter from that ultimate.
This team
So
defeated Rod, they
Shikigami
did.
just could not thrive in that chaos and didn't have an answer, and that's kind of what happens when you ban two of Frost Mountain's best heroes.
This team were stronger than VP.
Blackstone, show me your actual hero. I'm warning you.
When you play it every night? I don't even know what that is.
There it is. Lovely stuff.
It's a horse girl betting game.
Shikigami
Racing game.
now are up against the wall, and so desperate measures will be
Uma
deployed. Frost Mountain's
Musume
hero pool has
Horse
been squeezed
Derby.
substantially, and
What
so
is
it's
this?
time to deploy the Adam Warlock instead, alongside the Loki for additional karmic revivals.
And Binary is having an excellent series. He hasn't fallen once
Bernie
in
better
this
not
map
sell
so
my
far.
parlay.
He
I got
was
money
our
on the line.
MVP on
This
the
guy's on the
rogue on
clutch.
Celestial Husk, and will he be able to maintain supremacy
PDF
in the
bet.
skies? A demon goes flying thanks to the fastball, and he's gotten one, but the mag bubble
You got
maybe
Demon and
helps
Wolverine.
bail Kaya out.
Yeah, good bailout there. Great reactions coming through from Leolas. Off-rolling here onto the Magneto. And there it is. Binary now has one casualty after biting off slightly more than they could chew against this thick defensive composition.
You have to mark where this Ironwood wall is for Isidore, because you don't want to target that Groot and waste your time on it. Demon doesn't even have to be thrown in. He's just in the neutral as Isidore tries to keep him caged out. And Fire Strays need to help Demon.
Yeah. The help comes on through. Leolas taken down, but resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon, dutifully provided by Kath. The Fire Strays, now they have momentum. They start moving through. Free Rage for Damon. But has to be careful because Regenerative Healing Factor has already been used. And that's a big grab there onto the Groot. There's so much control onto his Vanguard. And there aren't enough bubbles to go around. Leolas doesn't have one left for himself. A quick pop in to grab the health back, and Damon can keep on rolling down mid.
And this is how Fire Strays won Celestial Husk. How they're able to slow down the game, but can you slow down Isidore? Strangling Prison mitigated now by the invisible boundary as Fire Strays set their sight on the finish line.
Oh, even more from Sloppo, but doesn't appear to have gotten any extra casts of the Kraken.
Canada's winning tomorrow?
Shut
Nope.
down the Resurrection quite as easily. A Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try and bail Shikigami out of this sticky situation. You can see that Damon made a fast exit from the midst of the team. Is now instead just going to try and chase down Kai, who gets grabbed out by the
Demon needs to do the
of
cryotic.
Lucky Barnes. And now the last
Do
stand
it.
is prepared. If you're not CCMing, you're going to be in deep danger. Bring
did it.
Isidore to the crowds. You're not entertained. You're all eating vegetables tonight as we cull the flesh of Groot. A point to be captured. Then it's going to be Leolas who has to stay here off the back of that portal, and I'm stuck on the Doctor Strange.
And also Closer fell off the map. Is that a result of Kaya? Like, what happened there? Fire Strays need those heals and need more impact out of these ultimates. Demon got one, but the res is on Shikigami's side. They just keep on going. And now they'll have Lindstrom also.
USA
on
wins
the-
FIFA. It's
his
officially
most
called
preferred
soccer.
hero
This
on
is
the
not going to
low-key.
happen.
A lot of options there as Kaya on
USA
the
are
Angela,
not winning.
hoping to have
I
that
hate to
help.
say it, bro.
The Heaven's Retribution, Fire Strays trying
When
to
I said
play
I hate
as
to say it,
far
I was
back
lying.
as they
I
can.
love to say
But
it.
Binary now engages and harasses these strategists.
Wait, Rivals Esports
Alright,
is the
one
same as
grab already.
Fortnite. It's
Over
not
onto
serious
Leolas.
like League or
Takes the skies
CS.
With the Cloak of Levitation, but Kaya's been
I wouldn't say it's the
taken
same as
down, and so
Fortnite, but
under-resourced here for Shikigami. A big grab
It's,
through. Slow
it feels
down.
less
Manages to get
competitive than
stunned.
Overwatch.
Three-person ultimate from Leolas. Yeah, there's going to be a punishment coming through from Damon, but I think the damage has already been done.
Okay,
What a
Shiki, you're
hero
holding.
play from Reflex God.
Now, if only Blackso could do that. I'm waiting for that game-breaking ultimate for Blackso. Because there's no shields. There's no invis to push this back. Blackso, if he locks in on this next ultimate, it could be game over. Or you just Gambit, or you just Raging Royal Flush from Znos. Fire Strays, they coordinate just one good final push. They will win.
Does Overwatch
the
still have
map, but there's
esports? Yeah,
less than a
Overwatch
minute.
esports is massive.
Shikigami are not giving up, and they're not
It's
surrendering.
doing really good.
Binary refused to be a bit ready to go, but has lost the high ground that they were staging on. The frenzied arrival is going to be a little bit more tenuous now as they move towards the back line. They're actually buffed up here by the Gambit. Oh, it's going to be a second Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but both Kath and Lindstrom are down. Oh, no resurrections
GG.
this time, I'm afraid, fellas, and that means that Leolas has to try and take this all on alone. Blackso hasn't even had to distribute the Eye of Agamotto stuns for now as the counter portal strong, and so too is the drive. Fire Strays claim the map.
That puts them on series
Nice.
point. Fire Strays, the
Fire
way
Strays.
they can bank these ultimates and create so many fighting opportunities, and how they're able to bail
If Fire
each other
Strays
out,
qualify
slot
one,
with a
it's
huge
crazy.
Kraken impact.
It's
Back on the
actually insane if they
Bucky
qualify
to
one.
strengthen their neutral. Fire Strays able to slow down
TeamCaptain,
the
what
map,
motivation
deal
would
with
you
the
give
walls,
Shikigami?
mark the mag bubbles, and proceed from there on out. I mean,
I don't
Fire
think there's a
Strays
speech
look
that I could
incredible.
give that would
What
turn
else
this
does
around.
Shikigami have up their sleeve?
From what I
We'll
see.
find out after this.
Sadly. Quite sadly, bro. It's over, bro. Heard, yeah, we lost. Did good yesterday? Yeah, they did. They did really good. Jetward went positive. Did they clone him? What was he playing? Did he just play Daredevil? I thought they would fall off after Cart left. I mean, Luca is honestly not a bad replacement. He's definitely better at Captain America. What is your hope for Jubilee and Hood? I just hope Hood is a fun tank, to be honest. Wasn't playing this season. Dino kind of ruined all other tanks' fun, and then another poke swap character. Yeah, I thought this season was kind of lame. Chat, what was your guys' favorite season in the history of the game? I think for me, it was probably Blade season and also Angela season. Blade and Angela season was tough. I swear Angela was such a good addition. She was so fun. Season 0 Thor and Season 4. Started playing during Daredevil. Bro, I really wanted Daredevil to be fun, but when he came out, like, they just couldn't rebound the deflect. That actually just ruined it for me. Like, Daredevil's too spammy. I don't like the fact that Righteous Cross is the better ability. I think Devil's Chain should be stronger. Like, if I hit multiple people with Devil's Chain, it should do more, like, consistent damage than Righteous Cross. Oh yeah, Righteous Cross is the dash. I forgot. Yeah, is Devil's Throw. Daredevil got me into the game. I was nuking the lobby. Yeah, Daredevil on launch was crazy. Like, he did so much damage. Started this game 2 weeks before season 2.5. Chat, I've been playing this game since closed alpha. Back in closed alpha, when you exiled someone on Hulk, you couldn't deal damage to them. You had to wait until the exile ended. And also, when you exiled someone as Monster Hulk, they took damage over time. You took damage over time when you exiled them. And then Punisher Shotgun used to one-shot you like across the map. Groot used to have 1,000 health. Try to think. Spider-Man, you couldn't rebind get over here. Spider-Man had 300 HP, but everyone sucked on him. Venom wasn't in the game yet. Adam wasn't in the game yet. Around about that time. Rocket used to be broken. His gun did like more damage than it does now. Try to think what else. Oh yeah, Doctor Strange used to be the most broken tank in the alpha because you could shoot, shield, and shoot instantly. There was no delay. So you could shoot twice in like 1 second, then pressure E and one-shot them. I literally like solo carried entire lobbies with that tech. I went like 60-0. What else was there? There was only 2 maps. It was just Asgard Domination and Asgard Convoy. This was the alpha, by the way. In the alpha. Yeah, Hell in alpha was 250 HP, that's true. Didn't Mantis sleep by hitting and give a leaf back as well? I'm not sure about that. Mantis was very strong then, though. I'm trying to think what else was weird in the alpha. The practice range, there was like Doom bots that you could kill. It wasn't Galacta bots. Fuck, what else was there? Oh yeah, Thor was complete dog shit when they released him, and so was Jeff. Jeff was the worst character in the game when they put him out. Wanted to try Alpha out, but they gave away codes in such a retarded way. So what happened when I got into the Alpha was two of my friends got the email to get into the game, and you would have to play for a certain amount of time, and then you could give the code to your friend. You get one code that you can give out, and then you could keep doing that. So I got one of the codes, and then I gave one of my codes to Adam, otherwise known as Raul. And then in the alpha, I got top 50, and the closed beta, I got top 50. I finished top 50. And there was also only one server. You had to play America. You couldn't play anything else. So the server was filled with people from Europe, people from Asia, people from Australia, people from America.
So it's a tough spot to be in for this Shikigami team because it felt like they had some stuff working for them.
Oh yeah, also Magneto ult. Magneto ult didn't have a charge meter. You couldn't fill it up with metal, so you could absorb unlimited projectiles, but it did no damage because it didn't absorb anything. So the damage was always like 0. So think like Magneto ult can only get thrown at 0 charge, but you could keep holding it like for as long as you want. And then on top of that, Scarlet Witch Sword, you could 2-tap people with the splash damage. So if you hit their like beside their feet, they would die in 2 hits with the sword. And then you would only have one bubble in mag. You could always self bubble. There was no bubble for your teammates. Actually, I'm wrong. It's the opposite. There was only a bubble for your teammates. You couldn't bubble yourself.
Consistent hit scan. I was wondering if Frostman was going to bring out any kind of hit scans because we know he can play it, but Shikigami are really scratching their heads, especially losing their map pick.
This was the first time too that we saw the Human Torch actually coming out for Frost Mountain during the playoffs.
Yeah, the game was so different before it came out.
Of that too, but with Ultron backing them
it was really
up, it
different.
Seems like they don't want to go for that kind of an option in their current play style. So I don't know. It just feels like a mismatch of the meta for this team specifically. Hopefully in this next map they'll be able to figure things out. But last time these two teams faced, and it did go to convergence.
Ooh, another big thing.
In the preseason playoffs. It was actually
with Hulk, if you grab someone with your ult, no one could deal damage to you. You didn't take any damage when you were grabbing someone in your ult. You were invincible.
I'm more curious on the strategy we can expect from the Shikigami team, right? It's tough when you're facing.
So you could just use it to stall the point.
Like Day that has such a deep bench that they can pull from.
Yeah, at least you do get some insight into what they might be planning for when you see who's in the lobby in the ban phase. But here I'd love to see maybe Frost Mountain, if it makes it through the ban phase again, pivot over onto the Star-Lord once more. Because I think that Star-Lord and Cyclops is a good versatile duelist line that is going to maybe give a few more options for Frost Mountain, who currently is being pretty heavily squeezed. Like, he's the primary target of most of these bans.
I mean, potential for maps here, Lemon. What are you feeling would be the best option for Shikigami based on what we've seen in the past? Would it be like a Central Park angle? They've looked good there before, but who knows?
I don't know, right? Because it's Shikigami were allowed to play the Rocket because Fire Strays double banned some duelists, so you could go into a map pick.
I'm playing through Devil May Cry 1 to 3 remaster. I've never played Devil May Cry.
Choice, which maybe the Human Torch could be like the nice backup plan for Frost
Got
Mountain.
Steve the Bold
so,
Rogers
like,
with the 3 units.
Scenario,
Nice,
you do
bro.
that, and this is the best map for it.
We'll
That's a tough
see
game.
if their comfort pick in Central Park will be the difference maker for.
Do we have another
Shikigami
game
to
after
turn
this?
Things around and try and get our first ever reverse sweep here as well. But it does have to go the distance. We'll see what they can do as we get into the ban phase.
All right, let's get stuck in. Question is it once again going to be Gambit?
It was Cap drinking.
Making his way through. We have seen.
He was a filthy gordito. Could you root for Mexico in the World Cup on Sunday? Yeah, I can do that.
Sticking to their guns, and it has seemed that
I can do that.
Fire Strays, they've cottoned on to this idea. Let's just squeeze Frost Mountain's hero pool, make him uncomfortable, get rid of the Daredevil, get rid of the Wolverine, and see how Shikigami respond.
and they could be responding in a reverse sweep. Because funny enough, what Vaudable said is that Shikigami were able to
TC
deny the
confirmed
reverse
Mexican.
sweep out of Fire
Sí.
Strays that was starting to form in that preseason playoffs,
Sí,
where
papi
Shikigami got
chulo.
the last laugh and advanced through the lower bracket. So
Viva
mere
la
advance
Mexico.
so far, but my question is, what are we targeting duelists? So now Daredevil, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Fire Strays.
Okay, great ban here from Shikigami. The Invis Woman being taken off the board is a signal to me that Shikigami want to play their patented defensive flyer comp with Ultron and Angela and Human
protect.
Torch. I wouldn't mind seeing one of those get banned away by Fire Strays here, but we have seen Shikigami, like, they beat Na'Vi on Central Park with their flyer defensive comp. It's kind of their, it's the ace up their sleeve, but it doesn't work amazingly with Gambit, which could be problematic.
Yeah, Angela is so strong on this map, and the biggest hindrance is the Invisible Woman. Everything in the Invisible Woman kit stops the flight of Angela, slows her down, especially the Invisible Boundary. Like, you are just molasses if you're Angela in that ultimate for some reason. So, like that's being protected for Fire Strays. That's
Wolverine.
the composition they're going to be going
Ban
for.
Invis, protect
Shikigami will
Wolverine.
deny
Wow.
or actually will protect the Wolverine last here for Frost Mountain. So, Fire Strays are going to know what Shikigami are running and vice versa.
Okay.
Yo, what's up,
The Invisible
Seraphim?
Woman, I was talking about how it affects the flies, but also affects the Wolverine as
What
well.
up?
The force physics will pull Wolverine off of their target during the feral leap. So it would appear that the Invisible Woman ban, even if we haven't seen much of it thus far from Fire Strays, well, we obviously saw a little bit of it over on Celestial Husk, does actually enable a huge
Ray, what
amount
about
of
you? I'm
Shikigami's
chilling, I'm
preferred
chilling.
picks to have their full power level.
I have a
And
friend
the
who's a
full power
veteran
level of the
Overwatch
team
League
up
player.
with,
He said
Evan
Rivals is
Blackstone,
too
who like to run
clunky.
a lot of the Doctor Strange so far in the maps.
Blacksuit
Actually,
kinda
both
cute, not gonna
maps he
lie.
ran it out,
Bro, Blacksuit's
and
my
the
husband. Can you back
Invisible
off?
helps, like I said, with that extra pull on his
Thank you.
maelstrom. So it is
Like, if you
series
saw
four
our
for Fire
DMs,
Strays,
you wouldn't
and
even
starting
step on my
defense
territory.
first this is the defense
Back off.
sided map that there is, and Blackso, one of the best routes that we have in
My mum
EMEA.
called me to wash the
Once you
dishes.
don't
I
have
just
that
shouted
Doctor
Team
Strange team up,
Captain
it's
so she
pretty
knew
obvious
they
where
were
Blackso's
washed.
going to go. So Shikigami really have to consider what kind of poke you're going to be putting out to deal with those walls, or do you just get around it, literally dive
Yo,
around
Moz,
it?
can you run protections?
Just go over it, baby. Admittedly, Blackso, this is in theory a great meta for him. Blackso is one of the premier groups that we've got here in
I mean, bro, I'm not
EMEA,
having
and
it, I'm
the
not
group
having it.
certainly has found his place in the slower meta of 8.5. He's been very good at
You already did it? My
researching
bad,
all
bro.
of these walls.
I'm sorry, Danny.
And now you have the Ultron. We don't get to see the triple strategist too much. It was Mantis was such a core piece of this, and now you'll have the damage boost from Sloppo. He's already given a drone to Demon. He's going to be as mobile as ever now that Torch got buffed in that way. But Shikigami just got the red carpet towards the point. Surprised there's not more choke pressure here for Fire Strays.
Oh, they've already forced out Binary's the anti-street charge as well, so that's going to be
Fire
a
Strays are on the torch
will
comp.
have to be waited for. But Kyra and Isidore currently getting cooked by Demon. This could be Shikigami actually just trying to build a strategist. Oh, what a grab! Demon ain't getting out of that one. Great accuracy from Frost Mountain. Welcome back to Ignite. We missed you.
And Fire Strays will have to just play
My
safe.
goat
But man,
Dotai
the
would
Vanguards are
never.
taking so much damage. Shikigami building up already towards the first Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, which could be what tilts the scales in Shikigami's favor if it's not going to be the straight up limbs.
All right, Sloppo grab from the air with the tainted voltage that we noted before. Last time it was Sloppo using it. This time it's Leia.
Twitter's going
Actually
crazy about
grabbed
Cap's
from the air
bulge.
there by
Have
the
you seen some of the
Exile Boss.
emotes with
Damon
the
is having a
fucking
bad
skin?
time getting consistently
Like, it's just a
chased
massive
around by
fucking, like,
everybody.
pillar.
So gets ready to open up the pentagram
Like when he
for
like
a last
squats
second
and shit, like
recontest.
it's
We're
literally
gonna
just
go
a
straight
massive
to the
fucking
Frost
pillar that
Mountain,
goes down.
who's just trying to avoid that Yancy Street charge. Attempted grab onto Ultron, won't grab much, but the last stand is ready to go on the other
Dotai's
side.
chopped on
Can't
torch.
get
That guy
the,
throws my
ping up
games.
into the air,
Yo,
as
why are we
of course
talking something to
immune
go
to
to torch?
displacement effect, but the
Hello?
damage is just as strong, and Frost Mountain carves through a Vanguard line.
I've never seen
Yeah, you have that
Shikigami drop this
fastball,
map.
You have a good brawl team around you. If Frost Mountain is well supported, Shikigami can come back in this series. And they picked up,
W
like, every
Goonies
single
made me
ultimate.
reinstall
They
Marvel
capped out the
Rivals.
first one,
I kind of
and
want to
they
like
ended up
run
just
around
copying
and beat
the,
people up with
the
that
Cosmic
skin.
Yarn Amplifier
I think
for
it'd be
Lidstrom
funny.
to be that final push, the nail in
Like
the
imagine
coffin
getting
once
died by
Shikigami
Captain
had
America wearing that
halfway
skin.
captured it. So Fire Strays, now they have the one.
Would you be terrified or excited?
Has to provide a consistent win condition for Fire Strays to kind of come back and stabilize.
Oh, going after Demon. There's a feral leap on the second
TeamCaptain
side.
has
Not going
that.
to be getting it this time. Now it's Nos' turn to strike in his own stead. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Binary comes out with the clobbering time as well. Directly onto Leilaz, but inside of these regeneration domains, there's no damage to be taken. What a perfect
Why is
response to
Binary
come
on
through
thing?
from Lindstrom and Cath, making sure there's so much
Angela.
damage. It's brave here from Sloppo, and they can't save Binary, but the BRB can. A second chance is all that they ask for. A huge ultimate coming through the strangling prison, but is there going to be a follow-up is the question. Leilaz doesn't seem to have afflicted anybody here with the culling aura, and so Fire Strays feel free to just roll on forth and counter-strike with their own ultimates. A brand new regeneration domain, no frags to be seen, but with Kaya down, Shikigami can't claim the space quite as easily as they'd like.
Honestly, wouldn't
Still,
Dinosaur be
Mountain
pretty good here?
feels the opening, tries to shut
Am I
it down.
crazy?
Binary just runs them over.
I guess they do have
Roadkill
two rocket
Wolverine,
amps, so
victim of
probably
the
not.
Yancy Street charge.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a tug of war. You thought Black Zone maybe overextended, so Shikigami invest ultimates, and it was such a kind of nice chess match between Cath and Closer of, you know, saving. I think it was Leilaz who got bumped by the
Aura Walk
by
only in the
Thing
swimsuit
ultimate,
skin.
and then Fire Strays responded the same way when they were getting pushed almost to Dracula's castle. So far this is pretty even, but Shikigami are the ones that are reset as Leilaz on his signature.
Oh my god, he's
Starwood
here.
once again. You have unlimited skies and angles to take around, but it starts out Demon's way.
Yeah, Demon hunting for Cath on that
Those high
off-angle
came to
still. There
chat
might be
just
a
to talk
chance
shit.
here with the Raging Royal Flush to make it work. Leilaz going in towards the back. What a steal right there that came through from Lindstrom.
She
Managed
DM'd me
get
to
LOS
fight her here,
onto
damn.
Znost. A quick stellar shift for an frame flip. And Frost
It's
Mountain
on
looking
site,
for a
bro.
victim. Take to the sky and maybe you can punish someone.
Yeah, and the big difference between the two fastballs of a Hulk versus Thing is CC immune, while as the Hulk provides a
grab him away.
team-wide bubble. I mean, if
Nice.
you're close enough, and if you're not around, if you're not close enough to your Ironwood wall,
Nice
you're gonna
Frost
get kidnapped.
Mountain.
Oh man, no one can get onto a point either just because of that constant interference onto the Vanguard line. The fear of Frost Mountain. Sometimes, though, it's all about the implication of the Wolverine.
And Fire Strays will be pushed inside of the castle as Shikigami's patience pays off.
So
This is
Fire and Torch,
also
he was
a
kind of
really good push
selling,
so
where he was
far, and they
MVP that
banked up
map.
the ultimates to get it done. But why Fire Strays won Celestial Husk is their ability to slow
Are
down
both
the
of
fights
the new
and the game,
characters
how they
will be
disengage.
no,
they
they
don't
won't
have
be.
the invisible boundary
They're
though,
supposed to be
'cause that
support and
got
tank,
banned,
apparently.
And Binary's about to get banned out of this fight.
Man, they're putting a buy in Binary right now.
I watched
Farewell,
Midtown.
my friend, just grabbed
Yeah, Fi was
constantly
MVP.
by the Wolverine. Damage, did he just roll
They would have
past
lost the
Hulk?
map
He
if Fi didn't
doesn't care
clutch.
about that. Farewell to regeneration domains. The Blast Rogue's going to get through those rather quickly, and Black
You can spawn Dota by calling him Chopped and Torch.
And there's a follow-up coming through.
This guy can
Sloppo
just
shut
sense
down
it.
before they can get a reset, though. The Kraken Impact has been shut down in its own right. The tracking
Oh,
strong
wait.
from Leilaz. The mechanics are on display, and Shikigami are back in the driving seat.
After 4 ultimates invested,
Leilaz is so
Lindstrom's
handsome.
gonna have the copy, so going for the
Putting
Raging
buy
Royal
in
Flush
Binary
would
is a
be
crazy call.
ideal, and I wouldn't even mind the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. You gotta be proactive and take an early fight.
Dude, Binary just can't play the game. He's having a bad Marvel Rivals time
Yeah, Binary
right
is
now.
getting
Frost
kinda
Mountain
cooked
can now just cut through, but
by the
Vanguard
Wolverine
losing
shit.
resilience doesn't last for long. Taking to the Sky Demon, moving
Frost
through
Mountain dead.
extra damage. Closes
Demon
ample
killing
up with
everyone.
the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and so the Galactic Legend will be born here and now. But inside of Regeneration Domains, no damage can be done. Shikigami have to make a choice. Frost Mountain doesn't appear to have grabbed
Ew.
anyone there with their last stand, but Issidor's going to be a little bit more lucky. Moving towards the Sky, the Heaven's Retribution, and Binary is going to smash on down onto the back line. A radioactive shield is applied to multiple members of Shikigami.
Frostman did not warm up his Wolverine, I don't think.
Strays as they're barking mad.
The ults
ready
do
to
not be
go.
him.
And Lindstrom is so elusive. Like, Fire Strays are spending so much time trying to deal with all the doppelgangers, maybe trying to find the res beacon of Cath, but Fire Strays able to find a breath of fresh air. But how long will that
Jubilee will
last?
100% be a support. Small woman equals support.
Going to move into a Monster Hulk form, just managing to get through there and
I
apply
think
the shield.
firework
Looking towards
powers
closer,
seem like
primary
support
target here
shit
for
to
the
me.
Hulk. The pill's going to come through from Black on the other side. That means that Binary is not going to be getting nearly enough care. Instead, just going to try and trade themselves out here for Leilaz.
Like cool?
Soon the portal will disappear,
Not
and
quite.
now there's no exit strategy for Shiki. But right now, for exit strategy, it's just to finish the map, plain and simple.
It's going to be between the Raging Royal Flush versus the Cosmic Yarn
Uh-oh.
Amplifier, and Shikigami have the damage buff, and it's enough for Leilaz to get 2.
Oh, Frostman's just going to absolutely tear through the Venom here. The extra HP, all it does is allow the Wolverine to do even more damage. For Symbolic Resilience does nothing against the angry Canadian this close to Canada.
What is the ping cut off when it's unplayable in your opinion? Anything above like 130 ping.
Do you dare to use her ultimate? No, too much damage is in their fight right now. Lindstrom comes in with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Leolas has grabbed 3. There's no one to come in onto the car. Black is going to be the last chance, but he's evicted by Frost Mountain. Oh, the legends have told of it, and here it is for Shikigami Slingshot.
Winnable now.
What a difference of two galactic legends. One becoming more of a myth and ending earlier. Layla's, though, just 6'5" out there. He had
I can't play on NA if I get like 140 ms. Yeah, the game just breaks. I swear.
The Raging Royal Flush.
It becomes the most like clunky shit in the world.
Before the galactic legend from Fire Strays came out, so you didn't have that extra buff. And Demon, I mean, was so aggressive. He was like tumbling into Shikigami solo, which Layla's then 180'd, dealt with him, and then dealt with the dominoes that fell for Fire Strays. A full capture on this map is so rare to see, so Shikigami are setting themselves up for a potential comeback.
Okay, Shikigami don't even go for their signature defense.
Why does
here,
Leolas just look like you, but
this fastball's
handsome?
going so well.
What do you mean, but
I'm
handsome?
gonna stick to it. Like, it's very rare to see a Wolverine out damaging a Star.
You're supposed to say, why does Leolas look like you, but he has like brown hair?
But Frostmount is just getting so much berserk state right now from being constantly thrown around by Isidore that it's just so sad to be binary.
Char's so
not getting
toxic.
to play the game at all.
Shiki have opted away from having Kai on the Magneto and instead having Isidore on the Hulk to be able to throw him in while still being close enough to the Hulk where
No, I'm not in the
can
UK.
be
I'm
bailed
forced to
out
play
by his
120
team with the
ping.
extra
Where are you
bubbles.
playing from?
A lot of Frostmount's picks though were brought back by Rocket, so this at this point Fire
So
Strays
gacha
are
events are
opting
bullshit. I
for
always
that.
get
They're
it in the
gonna have
last.
double
I've
Raging
never
Royal
gotten it
Flush.
on the first before.
Damon has to expend their jump pack to get out of there.
Leolas looks like a
Get full
straight
reset
version of
on the
TC.
hero choice here. Maybe we'll go back over to the Star-Lord.
Whatever, bro.
Yeah, Shiki
Whatever,
able
bro.
to take some angles to start building up towards these ultimates as Frost Mountain looms and wants to combine here with Isidore on the opposite high ground as Black
Oh my.
maybe wants to play this from front to back, but Kai is
Oh,
so
love
far
that.
back that you can't really wall him in.
All right, brand new fastball, brand new attempt, and the fear is in the eyes of Fire right now.
That
You
was
can
set.
run, but you can't hide. The angry
That was
always
set.
hits his mark.
And the Star-Lord not able to go for the Blaster Barrage for those iframes in that moment, because as soon as you're on your back, it's just good night for you. Fire Strays, they gotta watch out for this Wolverine. And how do you stop it? You don't have a lot of options to get to this high ground. Sloppo has to be able to go for the hook first, but Shikigami are always engaging and throwing this Wolverine in.
Yeah, like the Wolverine has such excellent.
Bro's been
staging
watching your
areas from the
streams,
high ground
true.
here as well. They can always
That's a
try and
brand top
surprise
grab.
you while you're being distracted by the vanguards of Shikigami.
And the Hulk bubbles are on a pretty short cooldown, so Isidore is spamming
You have a
them as much as
90% chance
possible.
to get
Fire
it in your
Strays
last
over
two
a good straight
balloons
link
and a 70%
prison,
chance to get it on your last
Shikigami
balloon.
will try to mitigate against it, and they usually do it by just spacing out. They're
I don't
so
understand
far
those
back, allowing
stats.
Fire Strays now to have Demon on the flank.
Regeneration domains have been expended here. There's an opening here for Demon. That's a big ultimate coming through. Oh, what a mitigation.
Okay.
Unbelievable stuff off the back of the Hulk bubble.
Okay, Kaya.
All of the culling aura, and there's the counter punch. Left, right, good night. Nice
That was
play
prime
coming
La
through.
Kaya.
Is that real closer? No. Okay.
Just target practice.
I need to get good at using the fastball with
Shiki taking
Wolverine,
damage,
like
but not
controlling it in
falling
the
is what's
air.
key. Lindstrom and Kath are building strategist
I think you
ultimates
use
faster
the
than Fire
double
Strays,
back
which
key
is what defined
to,
that
like,
last fight. Now
keep
the
yourself
ball is in the
stationary.
court of Fire Strays, starting off with the Raging Royal Flush, and then you could go for 2.0 if Shiki decide to portal
It's double
in,
back
but
key,
you need
yeah.
success on this first swing.
I want to get good at using it.
All right, here comes the Gambit Ultimate, surely. It's going to be coming through from closer first. Raging Royal Legend, perhaps, on the cards, but it's going to be Lindstrom with a copy Cosmic Yarn Amplifier instantly
I'm seeing
decimated.
people
So
grab
much
backwards,
damage
yeah.
went its way. Isidore tries to
How does it
turn
work?
around a world
You
to
bind
break
two
is
keys
presented
to
before him, and
backwards,
Close has already
and you
been
press
stunned
them both
by
at the
us.
same
Now starting
time.
to come through with a
When you use your
second
grab, you
but
fly
it seems
backwards.
like it's going to be a better galactic. Oh, he's got again!
Bomba.
Frost Mountain, you absolute madman! The unbelievable Wolverine nuclear blast onto Peter Quill.
What is that? 99% capture
With
for
Frost Mountain's
Fire
torch?
Strays,
This guy's
and I'm
cooking on
looking at
Wolverine.
Isidore, what a stall to create an opportunity for Kaya to portal back in, and how they're able to go back
Isn't
to spawn for
118
heals
still better?
and to
It depends.
keep on
If you're
fighting.
grabbing
This is
from
not
the
a sprint.
front,
This has become a
it's actually
marathon,
better to
but
use
with
the
time
back key when
bank
you have
left,
Rocky
Fire
Jump Pack.
Strays need a sprint.
Like, look at the way he's controlling himself in the air when he's
The approaching
when he's getting
taken
thrown.
on down. No longer had that regenerative healing factor. Sacrificed it earlier to try and beat out Damon in the door, but guess what? The resurrections come through from Kath on the other side. Blackstone looking for an opening, sends it on down. Is the who's gonna get it? Oh, I can't believe that Isnord's managed to no-sell 2 separate Kraken impacts, and so that means no resets, even if a frags do come on through, and Isord's lost access to their Hulk form. Kaya overwhelmed as Blackstone tries to claim for space, and now
What's up,
looks
Ethan?
towards the top. Leola's incredibly low in their own right. It's TP'd away to try and get back to their strategist, but they're too concerned with who's on the point right now. Kath tried to dash on forward. Leolas has got nowhere to go, and Fire Strays at the last moment rescue
What up, Goat?
themselves.
You can't really fastball without it, only with the pilot.
This
Yeah.
came down to the wire and
The
took almost
fastball's so
everything out
laggy
of
as
Fire
well.
Stray's arsenal. I mean, 2 Raging Royal flushes and Shikigami, and then
Bro,
also
Dotai's
Fire Strays
toxic
have
for
pretty much
that.
almost
That's
captured
crazy.
the whole thing. They just needed a bit of a push.
That is
And now
crazy.
this push has to be unstoppable because Fire Strays need to make
I think
up for
Dotai's a
some
misogynist.
lost time. Shikigami trying to take some high ground. It's a battle of 2 Groots, and here comes Frostman again.
It looks so comical when you see it from someone else's POV.
Hey, bro, I'm just
But
saying.
for now, Blackstone is going to survive the onslaught of the Wolverine. Logan's not going to get his man this time, but they have forced out so much early. Close has been forced to use the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Doesn't last long against the double gun.
All I did was time out the ops. Yeah, if it was a woman. Like, you like silencing female voices, or what?
The ultimate of closer.
That's all it seems
And
to
this is
me.
back-to-back Cosmic Yarn amplifiers from Shikigami that only last less than 3 seconds, but in exchange of ultimates, as Fire Strays try to go to the end, they have to stop Leolas.
Leolas from the top. Who did Blackstone get within their ultimate? Seems like it might well have been no one at the moment, or at least no follow-up.
This is why I'm a feminist? I don't know, bro.
Around the other side, looking for some victims. Isordor's going to have so much health to try and chunk through, but it's light work for someone who looks like this. Sloppo can't get away. Isidore just collapsed on through.
I don't think the Bucky pick is good. Why aren't they mirroring Wolverine? Why is Demon not Wolverine? I don't understand. Well, my voice just broke so hard there. I don't understand.
They all strong because of this Hulk. Look at these muscles. I mean, Isidore, every time you think
I
Fire
treat
Strays
my
are going
male
to
and
capture
female ops
something,
the
they're gonna
same.
get the ball rolling. Isidore just has 1,000 health to try and get through, and he allows Shikigami to build up.
You didn't
towards
time
another
out any guys in
60%
chat, though.
to a Loki ult. As here comes a fastball, maybe a curveball, and now Scouts to the skies returns to safety, and Fire Strays on red alert.
Dotai's gone.
Pack being waited for here by Frost Mountain to extend the kidnap. Should it go on to an to an unlucky Vanguard? Kath deploys the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. BRB is going to be sacrificed for it, but Slop has already gone down on the other side, and oh my goodness, the tide of Shikigami has certainly come in.
I think Shikigami wins the map.
Strays, they
If
are for now
Shikigami
going to be
reverse
fleeing
sweep
away
off this,
desperately.
it's disgusting.
I like that Shikigami take a quick fight
Real
there,
voice,
especially
fuck
when
you.
kind of the windows of engage. If you can identify, Venom is very cooldown based, and once he was going,
Frost
once
Mountain
Binary
has
is going
ult,
after
Binary
the red
has
beacon,
ult.
Shikigami take a quick fight and
Fire should
annihilate
have better
Fire
support
Strays,
ults
which
soon.
a solo Groot is not enough to stop a tidal wave of a push. Less than 15 seconds, or Fire Strays will drop a map for the first time this series.
Wait, Dotai got timed out
Already
twice.
forced out the regeneration domain, trying to go all in here onto Lindstrom, but he just teleports into the next regeneration domain.
Nerf Ultron.
Last already been seen. Lindstrom brings out the Cosmic Yarn.
I'm so glad Ultron's not good now.
Leolas has already done the work.
That character's so
Shikigami
boring.
digging their heels, and they say no. You move. They defy the
Shikigami
hands of
goes
death.
to
They
next
deny
map.
promo relegation.
Let's go.
And our series is extended to a map number 4.
The survivability of Shikigami's
Yeah, the Bucky pick was
backline.
dog shit,
I
I
mean, I
can't
gotta
lie.
commend Kath and Lindstrom that have done their
It did
best to
nothing.
maximize the value of the double Cosmic Yarn
We
amplifier,
need the Wolverine
but to
Star-Lord.
waste Binary's time,
If they married Wolverine Star-Lord, they would've won.
5 as Fire Strays could not hold back against Shikigami, who
They needed
will
Wolverine
claim their
Star-Lord
map of
and
Central Park. Now,
probably
Fire
murder the
Strays,
Hulk.
do
I don't
they
see
have
why
the
they
map
wouldn't murder
pick
the
to end
Hulk.
this once and for all? We'll find out after
Shikigami
this.
just had better team comp. Young, handsome TC, Leolas has so much aura. Like, Leolas is not much younger than me, if at all, for one. For two, I'm handsome, fuck you. And for three, I'm gonna time you out for 1 second so I can feel better about myself. Something I do. I'll be back. In game war. Yo. I'm back. Well, that missed chat. TC jerking off to the cap skin? I was. That's why I'm out of breath. Go waste your points on... Go waste your points, you misogynistic torch player.
Everyone, we just saw a potential cheeky slingshot start out here strong for Central Park. Win for Shikigami. They still need a full reverse sweep though to avoid the promotion relegation tournament.
Who do you think is gonna win?
They want to lock in and make sure
Shiki or Fire?
And move on to the next
I think it's a close one.
Team Heretics as well. We got to talk about the slingshot in the room, or the fastball, I guess here specifically, which is that team up that we saw between the Hulk specifically and the Wolverine, which just seemed to be on lock for the Shikigami team here, Lemon.
Yeah, I like that Shikigami
Fire gonna walk in.
Comforts around the brawl.
I think Fire wins.
Like getting away from like the Angela stuff from the previous map and focusing on the Hulk to be able to set Frost Mountain up into the sky. He's a bird, he's a plane, and he's always got somebody with them. And when you combine that with the Hulk, just the bubbles and kind of the sustained sufficiency that this team is able to create to support Frost Mountain has been incredible. And Fire Strays just didn't have an answer to this guy.
Frost Mountain, they go.
I'm just noticing too for their team, just like, my goodness. You gotta give it a big
Why don't they
shout
show
out
final
to the
hits?
strategist lineup right there.
I want to see finals.
Domains that we saw too from the squad were on another level, like Lindstrom, MVP on that end too. Calf doing a great job as well with the Kazuya amplifiers. I feel like here, like,
Oregon's
that,
such a
everyone
simp, bro.
came together for Shikigami to get this victory, and they needed to do that.
Yeah, we saw the fastball special that I've been begging for so long. Isidore getting so much value.
Even the word mountain makes me think of Capskin.
Ult trade off the back of that unbreakable guard cast from Isidore.
You're
so
not real.
Everyone's together, thanks to the strangling prison.
Let's see.
Everyone gets the bubble. That means that Sloppo often could not apply any culling auras from Kraken Impact, nor do any damage with it to those trapped players.
Binary was getting
and
touched.
guess what? That also did so much damage to the bubble, so it gave Isidore a bunch of ult charge to shut him down thereafter and stall out points. It was a
Well, I
good
was locked the
strategy
fuck in.
overall,
Wow.
but I'd love to see Shikigami stick to, and it's also going to require some attention in the ban phase now from Fire Strays.
And Fire Strays, I felt like, went for solo dives at Binary, and Shikigami's backline, what a step up from yesterday. Like, Lindstrom and Kath, so survivable, whether it's the res beacons, the Loki. I mean, Lindstrom was getting away from Binary, and they were playing hide and go seek off into the side, and Shikigami's heals never went down in that case. Kath and Lindstrom support each other so well, and Binary had 14 casualties from overstaying his welcome in Shikigami's backline.
Gotta give a shout out to, of course, to Layla's really stepped up to on the Star-Lord 18 final
The
hits.
Princess
to
droid
their
back in?
name, and the Galactic Legends were also brilliant and didn't even need the combination that we see from the Rage and Royal Flush. And that seems to be a win con for Shikigami, is we don't really have to worry about playing Gambit too much. We can just focus on the compositions that we're comfortable with, and it feels like that is going to be their
I had
win
the car.
condition going into this next one. But I'm thinking we're likely to go
Way the
to
way it was,
domination
Isidore and
just based
TC
on
to
us being
remake
told
the
that
Spider-Man
Sestroid
meme.
is going to be subbed in, and Demon is
We do not
out.
look that similar, bro.
Likely will be the case for what map we go to. Burnin' T'Challa. We've seen these teams actually play on this one.
Why are you guys
before,
typing
and,
Did you guys
this
put an
actually was
emote in or
a
what?
2-0 victory
I don't see it.
specifically for Shikigami last time they played. So an interesting pick, I would say, for Fire Strays. We'll see how it pans out, but you know, Leg Day and Lemon, we'll see how the ban draft goes, because I feel like that'll really decide who wins this map.
Yeah, we got to see how.
Like, all I see is ooh, and I got really insecure. I thought you guys would call me disgusting.
The gameplay zone
It's
now
kinda fucked up.
back of those fastballs. Then the question is, are we going to see a protect onto something like the Invisible Woman as well? Because it felt like that ban in particular last time was a huge enabler of all of these strategies.
Yeah, that allowed to mitigate a lot of the dives, and that was such a huge, just a comfort pick for closer and for Fire Strays to be able to disengage and to section off the fights, especially like they did on Celestial Husk. But I really got to commend kind of the overlap of heroes on Fire Strays, where Sestroid probably going to be given either the Cyclops now that that's protected, while Sloppo will flex around it, probably going to be the Star-Lord.
Yo, TC.
Even
Yo,
brought
what's
up
up,
the Moon
Seema?
Knight at times. Like, Sloppo can play
Forcing.
anything. Just unfortunate that the Bucky
At this
didn't
point, I
work
just
out
want
on
to see
Central
one Mantis
Park,
triple
'cause
support
it
game.
was hard to
Why?
get any neutral pulls when Frostmound was diving them all the time.
Team Captain, you look
Fire Strays will
scrumptious
protect the
today.
rogue
Yo,
again.
thanks, man.
Last time they did on Domination and just had Binary playing it in the neutral. Oh, wait, no, Shikigami Bandit second. Yeah, they headed that one off at the pass this time. So we're going to see a rare late protect onto Gambit. And Fire Strays, of course, now with 2 of their hit scan players, in both Sestroid and Slopodopolis, are really putting a lot of faith in this Cyclops.
And Fire Strays had the choice of either banning the Wolverine or the Daredevil, and they opt to keep forcing this Wolverine matchup, thinking that if they fix up their composition, they really focus down Isidore, maybe everything comes tumbling down around him, because Isidore only had 2 casualties as a Hulk, who was constantly stalling, constantly throwing Frostmouth in. So
TC
maybe the
looks like
approach has to change for Fire Strays.
he quit
if the
skateboarding
composition
after
does not
discovering
change.
cigarettes.
All right.
That is so specific. TC got that 80s porn vibe.
That is going to mean that the
That's just the
kidnaps from
mustache.
the Wolverine are going to be a little bit less extended, of course, as is no one going to have access.
Reason
to the
Pulsar
jetpack
after
for Battle
this?
Recall
I think
because
Reason
they make sure
Pulsar is
you
going to
can't
be good to
play
watch.
as,
I want to watch that.
audaciously, because any trades can't be traded out.
After Reason Pulsar, we're doing variety.
Fire Strays being able to have
Did you ever skateboard?
Rocket and
No.
Gambit is kind of nice. We'll see if Shikigami stick to kind of what won them the
I've
map
never
before.
skated.
But also Domination is going to play even faster than a Convergence like Central
I used to
Park.
skate.
So can
Were you ever
Shiki,
good?
maintain this fast tempo that they've been able to create, and how Fire
Skin was
Strays are going
sick.
to try and mitigate that
I kinda wish I
storm,
started
or
Skin.
How can they play at that same speed? Sestroid back on the Cyclops. He
I
was
like the
putting up
stash
numbers
belly
against, I
wank.
think it was
Yo, thanks,
Terra
bro.
yesterday, while Sloppo will flex around it. Sloppo's Kraken impact on the Bucky, incredible on Spider Islands, not so much on Central Park. So
Skin's like
still trying to figure
surfboarding,
out
but
what
way
would
more
be best for
scary.
him.
Yeah, because you're not falling in water,
Gonna have access
I
to
guess.
Captain America with the Lunar Snow.
If you wear
Flake
protection,
as well,
like-
which can be a real issue in the backline. I'm going to be interested to see
You
where
know.
Cath puts her own flake for now. May put it onto Frostmaster or onto Leolaz to allow for more audacious flanks.
And same thing for Closer, giving that flake to Sloppo.
Falling in the water is
Gonna
pretty
try
rough
and
too.
time this well as all
Falling in the
the
water
jump
could be
Fire
scarier
Strays
depending
are
like where you're surfing, I'd say.
All right, now we've got to break out of the little cage they put themselves in, admittedly, but being down your primary Vanguard doesn't mean that Fire are probably not going to be able to contest the point here, as they can't control the space very well.
And this is kind of reminiscent of Celestial Husk, where Shikigami can, quote, win a fight, but off of 1 or maybe 2 eliminations, and Fire Strays can refight that much quicker, being able to reset. Binary on a signature cap. I've been wanting to see him more in a front-to-back brawl style, or even hybrid, than a full Venom dive into the backline. So I'm already liking this composition a lot better for Fire Strays.
Yeah, it's going to give him a lot of power to move on forward. Kai already losing out on quite a bit of... Oh, my
Puff.
goodness. Oh, Blackstone's having a bad time once again. Grabbed by the throw, but there was no last stand to follow up on it this time. Is it might be Binary who's the victim of that one, as it's just come off of cooldown. For now, it's a wild goose chase for the Wolverine. Everyone else a little bit faster than him as he plods along slowly and shortly behind them. And Fire Strays have already got a little bit of pressure on the point when it comes through to the cap here. And Sestroid's in a great position to continue laying down this fire. Clean fight.
I live in rural Alberta, where all the roads are made of gravel and never had the chance to skate. Yeah, that seems horrible for skating. If you fell, you'd scrape the fuck your
Bringing
knees.
up the shield against a Kaya Sonic Seduction, you need some kind of shield against that, and Shikigami will be reset. But they do have the Raging Royal Flush to engage with. Znost about 25% behind, but
Growing up
this
skating
flank
in
could
LA?
be a nuisance. Fire Strays, they're on the jump.
Okay, but
and they're
growing up in
on
LA
the
sucks.
backline of Shikigami here soon.
Yeah,
Fuck
they have
you.
the speed boost from a Raging Royal Flush, so they've outpaced this engagement quite well here. But what are you going to do when the Ruby rages? Usually, you've already seen the Indestructible Guard come out here from Isidore, and so this is your best chance to try and get some
Like,
power
oh.
off it towards the back.
Boom.
There's the extra damage, and Frostmouse and Leolaz just find themselves
There you go.
absolutely atomized at the hands of Sestroid. Great timing from Closer.
Oh my god, this guy is popping off. Sestroid with back-to-back game-winning plays, or fight-winning
Sestroid's
plays,
the
I
goat.
should say.
I'm sorry.
Even
Or sorry,
though
on
Shikigami
Cyclops.
lost Lindstrom so early, Fire Strays didn't have to invest the Raging Royal Flush from Znost, which will be next on the menu, along with many other ultimates that Fire Strays have in store. And being in a defensive position, Shikigami have to find their way around.
All right, Znost going to give extra speed here for everyone to try and disengage from Emma's feminine wiles. Inside of a Dance of a Butterfly, so things are not going well for the side of Shikigami. Slopper begins to cut through them with a Sonic Katana, and she will find her only this time. Can Frost Mountain even escape? Yes, just about.
About 80%. Shikigami have to now consider, are they going to portal? Are they going to have to race to the point? Might have to be Laylis or somebody that has to sneak by, and Fire Strays are watching carefully. Now the race is on for Shikigami to have one last swing in this round, and they have a mountain to overcome when it comes to the score.
All right, fastball opens some space, but not much more than that. Does cost the healing
Great
regeneration
job.
factor of Frost Mountain. Binary going to be in trouble. Seems to have avoided the Feral Leap for now, so it's all down to Laylas. But guess what? Blackso's on top of this for
Highest
now.
soft wave is
However,
26
they are gonna have
meters.
their
That's fucking
explode. He
huge.
couldn't handle the capacity, and Isidore is just dominating of a neutral. When it comes to the
Do his cam behind the monitor, it's funny, yeah.
To smash, and even an Omega level mutant cannot stand in front of a Jolly
Mag is
Green
dead.
Giant.
No, it's a good job from Laylis to go
Winnable for
underneath
Shiki,
the
honestly.
fight, go in touch, and it split the focus of Fire Strays, bringing closer towards the point, had him sort of isolated away from the rest of the team, and Shikigami locked down the correct targets. So now the Raging Royal flush advantage to Shiki's side, but Seshroid has defined a lot of these fights off of these Ruby Rages, but Shikigami needs to just position against it, be ready to avoid it, and I don't know if they can.
The Ruby Rage.
Well, Shikigami has Cyclops open. Why don't they play it?
Will hurt. Closer taken down by Kath. Oh,
I guess because they have Gambit,
She's got the
but
ice arts going on right now, and what artistry she's created.
It's so nice to have that flank to anybody who wants to take an angle, which Sloppo has been very quiet in this map so far. Has been Fire Strays relying on the poke, as Frost Mountain's going to be hurled into the chaos of Fire Strays, who don't have a strat ult yet to try and mitigate this storm.
Frost Mountain noting the approach of Binary, just keeping him scared for now. It's all about the fear factor, as it seems like Shikigami have gathered up around the point to get maximum value from the Unbreakable Guard of the Hulk, and that's going to allow for Wolverine's destroyed. Starts with the Ruby Rage, but Kath responds well. Already grabbing one, and then moving in for extra damage boost from the Fate of Both Worlds. Blackso taken down here by Kaya.
Ooh.
And guess what? Snos gets isolated from a Fate of Both
Shiki
Worlds
wins the
by
map,
last
or
stand.
the
Dragged
round
across the
even.
point and dragged across
Let's go.
the pavement. Fire Strays.
We got a
despite
fucking
strong
game in our
opening,
hands.
Cannot close it out.
Shikigami, they're getting back into this. I don't know. I mean, Fire Stray Sloppo, he's learned his lesson. I mean, he was able to put on the pressure.
Everyone on
Shikigami's
Shikigami
strat
looks
line
like
back on
despair as
Celestial
fuck.
Husk, but he was on Star-Lord. There's iframes. There's maybe some better escapability. I don't know. We don't
I feel like
see
both
what's
teams
going
looking
on
at
with
despair.
Sloppo, but Kath diffing Sloppo.
Like,
getting
every other
these
team was kinda,
double
like, smiling and
eliminations,
shit.
Being the MVP, Shikigami's backline have just done this 180 compared to yesterday. And Fire Strays
Those
how
can
they're
almost,
able
like,
to
TC
still
if-
support each other.
Shut the
I
fuck
mean,
up with
you
this
have
shit, bro.
zero casualties on
Whale Wise
Seshroid's
looks like
side, but he's
TC if he
really
had to
carrying
gym.
these
Whale
fights
Wise looks
too.
like TC if he was
Well,
handsome.
Snos
Whale
is having
Wise
some
looks
trouble
like
getting
TC if
involved
he was
in the
skinny and wasn't
5.2K
fat as fuck.
healing so
I
far.
get it, bro. I get
That's,
it.
Probably because Blackso is getting isolated so often by being grabbed by the Wolverine, and Binary doesn't really require that much healing on account of being a flanking Captain America. So this is probably meaning that they are having some trouble in terms of matching the pace of these strategist ultimates.
Nikaya, Emma, I mean, there's
They
so much
should
speed
set,
and
like,
mobility on
yeah,
the Fire
Kidnard
Stray
from
side,
CS,
along with
that
a
shit's
Blackstone
broken.
Emma shield. It's gonna be
Well, I don't know
nice.
what you're referencing.
Gotta call out when that diamond
Can you
form
put a
is gonna
link
be
in?
used. Such a long cooldown. That Emma mirror
Are you
could
talking
also
about
be
with
what
the monitors
anchors the
and their
objective,
faces?
while
Like,
Binary and
right
Isidore
here?
find their way around the perimeter, which right now Shikigami stand on this island as Binary wants to break them up.
All right, Freedom Charge breaks up multiple members of Fire Strays. Needs to get back to the team and start applying that over HP. However, Shikigami, they are going to be able to hold strong.
It was can almost like TC if he was good at rivals, bro. Fuck off.
In comes the Raging Royal Legend, though. Laylas is doing so much damage. As
No,
they
he's not.
stop
I
Sloppo
fucking hate
in
Laylas
their
now.
Tracks, and Binary just to do their best to run around the point. Back to Bruce Banner mode, goes with Big Hulk, and so a quick escape into the arms of the healers to try and regenerate the rage that's necessary to activate
Okay,
that.
I can see the link still, don't worry.
Blackso grabbed by the
Yeah.
Kaya's there
I knew
for
what
the
you were
finish
talking
for
about.
Slopper's return, but Dance with
Yeah, if they
Butterfly
played
in
like
the
this, they would
back.
win.
Move
I
towards the
swear.
back line now. An escape might not be on the cards. Moves on in. A quick blast, a barrage to try and share out the damage, but Kath is left alone with no one there to help her. Isidore's back in the Hulk form, and now 15% for Shiki.
4-4
And
got
even
ads.
just the initial
GG.
Raging Royal Flush from Fire Strays, they just have Vanguards in their sight lines, but what they can depend on is the Seshroid picks from Laylas to Kath. He has been the difference maker for Fire Strays, but it's
Swapple
Shikigami
dashing into
that
walls.
will have to give up the point eventually.
Kath is killing everyone.
These picks, may cause a refight here for Shikigami.
Bro, what's she doing back there? my Luna on the wild flank getting the value. Third duelist, welcome back. Oh my goodness, and Kath has earned herself an ult off the back of this as well.
What an insane turnaround for
Kath is the goat.
Shikigami. You thought they were giving it up, and now they have not
It was a 4-2-4,
surrendered.
welcome
They'll
back.
have the fate of both worlds, the fate in their hands to try
Kaya
and
is a
create
Mogger.
reverse sweep. If they can win, Warrior falls.
Binary for now, exchanging fire with Isidore, uses the indestructible guard for his own HP at the moment, and that might mean that there's an opening here for Fire Strays to have a free ultimate. Stopper gets grabbed though by the last stand, taken back down onto Kai, who must have had a huge amount. Oh, what a freeze from Kath, and now can try and shut down Binary before anything goes too far. Destroyed still with the Ruby Rage. Sees Kath, knows that they could try and blow through that ultimate, but instead is just going to disengage and allow this one to play out.
This Shikigami backline just seems so undiveable. Like, Kath is hitting her freezes. Lindstrom on Loki last map was so hard to hit, and Lindstrom is able to
Fire gonna choke?
cake with Kath well enough that Binary's value is just not there right now, or at least it's taking time to develop. 90%. Will Shikigami take Burn into T'Challa? Fire Strays will have one last swing at this.
Seshrod has two options for amplification when it comes to this Ruby Rage, either the Gambit or the Luna ultimate. Binary is already falling low with the Freedom Charge moving forward. Isidore has zoned away
reverse
so
sweep
many
would be
members
crazy.
of this backline. It has to be the Gambit to off forward now. Ruby Rage going to be buffed on up, but it appears to have gone completely awry. Seshrod doesn't grab anybody, but Leolas has managed to find his man again and again. And when it comes to dominance over the point, Shikigami are just absolutely breaking down the world as the whole
Shikigami
space
takes them
pummel
up.
upon the
Sure,
masonry.
the
And
games
they are a
today have been way
quadrumpet
better.
for Shikigami to march us
VP
to battle
versus
number 5.
I can't
Heretics
believe it.
into
And to
this.
do it with 100-0
Some
on
good
Warrior
sets.
Falls, and this is a battle of two Warrior teams to decide who will stay alive in playoffs.
I'm
Is
just
it a
gonna ignore
reverse
the fucking
sweep,
Leo
or
Eyes
will it be
comments now.
denied? Deja vu from the preseason playoffs. We'll find out where we end the series after this.
Gambit might be fake when Rocket is open. I think Rocket ult is better than Gambit ult. Like a well-placed Gambit ult, or sorry, Rocket ult, just... You can kill so many people in Gambit ult so easily. Boom. That was beautiful. I got Season 10 leaks, can you confirm? You look like Cringe Alarm plus Leoaz. Bro, what have you sent me? Yeah, whatever, bro. You're just not funny, though. You're just not funny. The viewership's like the same. I feel like the viewership on NA streams are like way bigger. Why would you clip that? Fours and trickle in, move to NA. What is there in North America for me? Yo, what's up, Kether? Move in with me? Oh shit. Roommates? There's air conditioning. Wonder what map we're gonna go to. Bro, the chat is so boring when like none of the big teams play. Like none of the big teams play, it's like so dead and boring. But when like VP's playing, the chat's going crazy. When Navi's playing, the chat goes crazy, you know? I heard that moving to the US makes you become racist. I see. I don't know, bro. EU has like advanced level racism. I can't lie. Navi VP gonna be peak? Yeah, that's tomorrow. That's gonna be a fun one to watch. That's great. TC is gonna arrive there racist. There's no haggis in America, so TC can't move there. Yeah, haggis is illegal in America, actually. No haggis, no deal. Nah, no haggis is actually disgusting though. Like, why would they choose to ban such a beautiful food? Well, let's go see what Raul's doing. Bro, is this lazy motherfucker just watching her stream?
I think so. Okay, silly.
If you like farmers markets, we can set up a buck chair.
Bro, I literally have that choker.
That was... As soon as I click on his stream, that's what he says. There's no way that's what he said as soon as I clicked on the stream. Bro, I literally have that choker. I'd rather stab my ears than listen to her voice. That's not nice. What's Forzen doing? The dog tamer.
I wonder. Bada bing!
How can people watch Hearthstone? This shit's so boring. Okay. Have you done Scrandle yet? No. Forzen still plays Hearthstone sometimes, yeah. He comes back to it. Does Forzen interact with chat? No. Why would... Okay. Let's go back to Forzen's stream. Right. Okay, chat. Try and interact with that. Go ahead. You're a streamer. Try and interact with this chat. Try and interact with this chat right now. Like someone just posted a George Floyd ASCII. You trying to interact with this? You just can't. How important must you be typing that in Forzen's chat? I mean, bro, they're all 4chan users. Like, everyone that watches Forzen is like a neat. But his community is funny as fuck, I can't lie. CAF MVP. Where's all the CAF doubters at?
Invis and Doctor Strange.
My goat.
Which I think that, to be fair to Fire Strays, they were one of the pioneers of. One thing we didn't
CAF
get
was
to see
6
on our
final
classic
hits.
Strategist MVP card was like CAF
has the same final hits as Kaya.
which was second time.
More than Frost Mountain.
Team, which like she's got some motion on the Luna, and we're seeing why Luna is copying so many bans in the modern game.
And the motion definitely changed on Shikigami's side in terms of their approach, whether it's how they were supporting Frost Mountain on the previous map, opting for the Hulk instead of no fastball at all. But I think the story has been now the backline of Shikigami, how they're able to ward away.
Are
people
Cooking
like
with Kaya
Binary,
gonna
who
win?
on
That's the
cap
question.
Is one of the best ones to watch, I would say. But Shikigami's
You're a 4-chan
ability to
RTC?
anchor
No.
the objective, Kaya and Isidore solo casualties by just sitting on the point. It was
Tuka's the
100
only
to 0
cool one, and they banned
for
him.
a reason, and Fire Strays just didn't have enough coordinated damage.
Forzen's
to deal
strat
with
couldn't
those
handle
anchors
Tuka.
and to ever flip the objective. And I wonder if it's because of like a discomfort of Sloppo on the Psylocke or just good punish from Shikigami.
I'm really curious what the prioritization.
Well, Kaya's got
in terms
so
of
much
attacks are
Coca-Cola
gonna be
back here.
for Fire. If they, again, focus on the Gambit at the start once they're outside of Domination, because Domination's where they've been focusing on that Cyclops save just for Sestroid specifically. And shout out to them. I mean, 14-2, had the most finals on their team and in the game as well, with 9 on that Cyclops.
Yo, Will Waz does have the 1,000 yards there. You're not wrong.
Back on the playing field for their team, and
This guy's
maybe
seen
you stay
war,
in
bro.
this just to try and counter the Wolverine, the fastball special, and also
This
just
guy has
have,
seen
the
shit.
invisible boundaries to keep your team up as well in some of these team fights. But there's a couple of different options that they can go for. It just feels like the darts that they are throwing at the wall right now are just not sticking in their favor for the win that this Fire Strays team needs. And maybe they'll have their own prevention of a reverse sweep, similar to what happened against them in the preseason playoffs. But with the way things are trending here, it just feels like it will be the other direction that things will go.
Why does Sloppo have a
Could
cast
see
couch in the
cheeky
background?
slingshot finally come to play and be here.
Demon back in?
Realized for the first time in the playoffs for stage 1. But I'm more curious on what the map's going to be. What do we feel in your Lemon?
I'm not sure.
Kath has been unfazed the entire time. I can't lie.
This would be the better combo, at least for Sloppo. I think he's looked the best in this series on the Star-Lord. I hope
War
that gets
Manhattan.
through, obviously. But Fire Strays came in with a game plan to dive with Binary's Venom, with Sloppo's Psylocke. But Shikigami, how they tempo up, really is messing with Fire Strays' ability to slow down the game.
We'll see it lower in Manhattan.
I think the War
Fire
Manhattan
Strays
song
played
is so good.
before against Na'Vi. It looked pretty decent. Was able to
It's
at
like,
least get a point from
Super
it
Mario
off the
Odyssey.
C9 that we saw there, which was pretty hilarious. But I don't think any of that's going to happen this time as we go into the band draft.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I think the Fire Strays, they did look the best they did yesterday on.
She got that
Roman
Romantassi slop in her bookshelf. Hey, you know what that is, bro.
See if Shikigami here. Oh, there it is. Like, the big turning point in this matchup was the Invisible Woman ban on Central Park. So Fire Strays like, fine, we're keeping Sue no matter what.
Absolutely. And yeah, kind of thinking back to the lower Manhattan side, like Fire Strays just swapped to so many different things. They actually ended up putting Demon on the Wolverine. There was some Bucky. We're getting rid of the Doctor Strange. I don't even remember the last time we've seen that, but I think to be able to portal back into fights, especially for that first point fight, is pretty a big deal.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The first fight portal is important, but also they're like, okay, you still can't have the Doctor Strange.
Black 2 looks like he'd be like
There
the
are two
funny
people
kid at school.
involved. If you protect one, we're still gonna ban
He looks
the
like he'd be
other,
the funny guy.
bro. That is unreal stuff from Shikigami. They are
Blade
drinking
angle,
a
it is a
full
blade
gallon
angle.
of Haterade
I swear if they play
against
Blade through,
this
they win.
team up.
Any team that plays it
Shikigami
wins
stick to that
on my
last
life.
protect of the Wolverine, because Fire Strays, they're trying to force that matchup yet again. That's why they keep the Invisible Woman. That's why you have the Star-Lord. Although you just have to make sure you're not in reach of Frost Mountain, because there's all the flips in your back pocket are not going to save you from the clutches of Frost Mountain. And we saw the pain of that on Central Park. And if I'm Fire Strays, I'm starting to get real nervous, because you thought they had a
Game of
handle on
Thrones
this
isn't a book.
series, and they had an answer to
Actually,
Frost
I
Mountain,
think the
but
first book is called
Shikigami
Game of
were able
Thrones,
to
right?
maintain this hero
But then
form.
it's like Fire and
I mean,
Ice,
it's ridiculously
and then some other bullshit.
tough mental battle.
What's your
right?
favorite
In this
novel?
Situation where not only
My
you've been
favorite
reverse
novel
swept,
is
but you
probably.
might be getting reverse swept.
I used to fight with the Percy Jackson
Promo
books
relegation.
when I was
Fire
like
Strays
reading back in high
so
school.
Close to victory, they could taste it.
But that shit's slop.
And
I can't lie,
Shikigami,
that is kind of slop.
They have stolen the joy from their mouth. Literally,
Song of
reached
Fire
into
and
their
Ice.
mouths,
Yeah, that's the
stolen
first
the
book,
joy.
right?
I'll leave that.
Fire Fire Strays. Kind of funny enough, when it comes to the preseason playoffs, Fire
Percy
Strays were the
Jackson
ones
books
who
went hard,
almost
I
reverse
swear.
swept Shikigami out of those preseason playoffs until Shikigami won.
I read like
Game
a good
5,
few books
and
about
then eliminated
zombies.
Fire Strays. With
There was
Shikigami, can they
one, I
make
forgot
a
what it was
2-peat?
called
Now
though,
it matters
but it was
so
like set
much
in the
more
UK,
because
it was set in
preseason was
England.
affecting your standings in stage 1. It's just, you know, money loss, which is
It was kind of
important.
weird.
But now, like we've all said, promo relegation
Dune books
is
are
on
peak.
the line.
I've heard they're good, yeah.
Yeah, and there's no safety for this team.
I'm
They
reading
have,
The Witcher right
a
now,
very
like the
wide
first Witcher book.
variety of performances. You know, Fire, we've seen incredibly high highs, we've seen incredibly depressing lows, and unfortunately for Fire, they may be getting the depression low soon. However, with Sue back on their side for closer, they can do a much better job of shutting down Frost Mountain.
You
One
can
of
read
Shikigami main
better than you.
advantages here, though, is this portal.
Like
Also, the
TP?
res beacon from Fire Strays. They've abandoned the gambit. It is open. They realize they really aren't winning decisive, convincing fights off the Raging Royal Flush. So Fire Strays are going back to old comforts, and having that forgiveness of that first pick may make a difference for this defense.
Actually, no Gambits present despite no bans on Gambit. Kind of crazy stuff has come through already. Black Soul's had to back off due to the flight.
Yeah, neither team are playing
of
Gambit.
Wolverine, but now the flying era
Whale Eyes
is
finds
over.
one.
You can move on forward. We see a quick grab in, coming to try and grab Binary, and now it's Black Soul's time. We see excellent patty cake here. This waltz, this dance of Fire Strays to keep the point contest and deny away that first tick of progress.
Witcher first books are cool, then it gets kind of boring and long.
From Fire Strays,
But good
because
again
you
close
also
to
want
the
to play
end.
in choke points
I
with
mean, I'm only at the
Black Soul,
start.
but he needs kind of a strong front line to help
I think it's a pretty good
support
read
him.
so
You
far.
want to maintain the space if you're Groot to have these walls last as long as they can to create that arena, that fight, which Shikigami so far have already claimed 1/3 of the objective.
A lapse in Matango is allowed for that first point to come on through. A banhammer towards the back. I'm not sure who Binary targeted with that
It's a
one.
pretty long
Likely
fight.
one of the strategists to try and get that break point on the damage, but Kath now tries the counter strike. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Fastball drives forward Frost Mountain, who for now is just going to be rebuffed by disengagement from Fire Strays. Oh, an attempt
Bag
to cancel
hook.
there on the ultimate.
Bag hook.
So falling low, take him to the sky. Can the cleanse come through in time? You better believe it.
Oh my god, Leoaz.
Leoaz his turn to dominate in the neutral, going up against their counterpart. They're actually body blocking it away from the point, and there's no touch for
He did that all.
for Fire Strays.
Good, thanks for the 100 bits, Ethan.
Put in the doghouse, but are they going to be put down entirely by Shikigami?
And that candle was starting to be lit, all thanks
Why
to
is it TTS?
Good
What
do you
placement
do
on
when
the Cosmic
individual
Yarn Amplifier,
subordinate
completely
walks
zoning
in?
off Fire Strays, allowing
Shit
that
my
second
pants and
pick to be
cry.
earned so that Leolis could end it once
That
and
fight
for all
was
with
a bunch of
Kraken
nothing,
impact.
low-key, yeah.
Shikigami could tell they're
That was like a
hungry,
stalemate
they
for like
wanna be able
fucking
to
10
continue
years.
into playoffs and to pull off this reverse sweep as Demon's a little bit body blocked, but he's able to get out.
Good pocket coming through to make
TC
sure
a reader hitting the gym? Good at rifles, what can't you do?
Who now have a pretty healthy ult bank to try
I'm just
and work with
multi-talented,
again.
bro.
The Vanguards, they are suffering. It is miserable to play against the fastball, especially if you're a Vanguard.
Like hook?
And so a lot more is going to be looking
Groot
towards
sound.
Slothful and Demons try and make something work.
I would not want to be
Also
Groot.
grabbed in. There's going to be plenty of healing. They managed to break through the invisible boundary, looking in towards the top. Yet again, an attempted shutdown here onto Damon, but unable to connect him into the wall, and so no final hit will come on through. Zoss grabs Leolas off the back of the extra damage from a Cosmic Yarn.
The Frostman needs to chill with the ults, bro.
Needs to go on forward. Out comes the banhammer from Binary.
We can't be throwing away Wolverine ults like this, I can't lie. Like, Wolverine ults too broken here.
Shikigami are just layering up, and such a good kidnap from Frost Mountain after
Oh!
they identified that the Ironwood wall from Black Soul was down, and then they got the claim, the Hulk bubbles, and through, like you said, the invisible boundary. Incredible. Big investments, though, for Shikigami to fully wipe out Fire Strays from this fight, and now that means Fire Strays have the ultimate advantage, but no strategist. Black Soul has to have a massive strangling prison, and when you have a Doctor Strange shield, when you have Hulk bubbles, this is going to be really difficult for Black Soul to pull off.
Fine, need perfect objective discipline here. Who gets grabbed into the ultimate? It seems they're all in on Isidore. Is there a reset though? Sloppo in onto Bruce Banner. He's just a little scientist, but Sloppo says no to the science. Once again, resets off the back of a Kraken impact. I think that's hit Kaya Leolas too.
We're gonna keep going.
Even more resets to come on through as Kath falls next. You've got to look towards that back cap though. Do not have this ultimate. Do not have this ultimate take you away from that
He's not getting the Hulk though.
Where is this door? Okay, he finally falls off the map because you do not not want to be staggered at this point. Still 2.5 minutes.
Is that a
but
rocket
yeah,
jump pack grab?
Shikigami,
I don't
like
think
that
so.
Disengage. You're not giving up too much ult charge to Fire Strays. And Black, so yeah, not getting a ton of value off the Strangling Prison, but he did confirm the elimination with the wall that was placed behind Isidore. A lot more focus going into the Vanguards, but mostly coordinated focus out of Fire Strays, which is what hindered them back on a burn into T'Challa. As now things are all reset. Strategist ultimate-wise, Cat will be the furthest ahead when it comes to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Shikigami have to fight through a strong neutral. 2 Buckies, or 1 Bucky actually, will have to exchange as Leolus is on the Star-Lord.
High ground stolen away. Frostmancer doesn't get anything off the Feral Leap, and so for now, Shikigami are down on one of their major engagement tools. Instead, it's going to be Isidore who goes in.
The second point is always really hard to win, it seems like.
Resurrection already beginning on the BRB here, and it returns Black so to the fray. So Kaya has to worry now about getting pinched in between a pair of Vanguards, but closer going down complicates things massively. But it's not going to do enough healing here for Fire Strays. Only Snost will remain, and Lindstrom being chased out on the other side is easily grabbed in. Huge play from downtown there. Kaya with a LeBron dunk.
Yeah, once you identify that binary doesn't have bubble, like there really isn't anything to mitigate a strangling prison
TC,
from
we need to
Kaya's
do it soon.
side. And now
Yeah, we can do
capture
that.
second objective. This is massive for
I'm on my
Shikigami.
Blade
I
arc,
mean, Manhattan
my Wolverine
is
arc.
already such a difficult map to approach. I mean, some teams can't even cap the point.
I'm kind of
Shikigami had a game
Thanos
plan
right now,
to
I
keep
can't
the
lie.
portal behind, and now they've denied that chance
If we
for
play
Fire
Blade
Strays
Groot,
to keep the marathon
it's free
going.
Evo, I
But
swear.
invisible boundary.
Blade Groot
If
is
Frost
Thanos.
Mountain gets
I
a
don't
good
know why
claim,
no one's
Closer
playing it
has to
on this
react.
map. If they were playing Blade Groot, they would win the map. But they just don't see the vision. First arc will come, inshallah. But Iron Fist is so boring. I can't lie. That hero's so boring.
Setup here from the Vanguard of Shikigami. You can see the Damon's already been checked. Leolaz with a clean clip. Can they get the finish here? There needs to be a heal coming through, and it will be the Guardian Shield.
Isn't Unsalted Salt a Punisher Warper? That guy plays so much shit.
Trying to have that fight-winning strangling prison. Now that Shikigami only have a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try and respond.
No one tested Blade and Scrims. Apparently Swamp Gaming's been playing
Shutting
it.
down Demon before he could deploy the ultimate. Leolaz.
Allegedly.
The tracking was perfect there, and it feels like Blackstone didn't get anything off the back of their own strangling prison. Now Slopper moves on in. Leolaz is afflicted with the cull, but just manages to get out and away from all of this danger. I don't think they've even taken down a
Salt
Loki
British.
clone here. So, oh wait, no, Slopper does have a second go in towards the back,
English.
joined by Binary. It's all in, all the cards on the table here for Fire. They need to find a final blow. There's still a resurrection on the table as well, as about a recall beacon shuts them all into this back corner. Stoppo, I believe, rebuffed, denied by Isidore. Perfect timing on the
Why is coward a
guard.
censored
This is
word?
the value that the Hulk brings.
It's not censored
about
for
to bring
me.
Even more as he
What do you mean?
flees Frost Mountain into the midst of Fire Strays. Damon can try and shut them down here. On the off angle, he's grabbed once again. Sliced
What a grab.
Bro's had to hold his ult for like 3 lives now, as Damon is just going to be having to respawn again and again and again, and so too does everyone else.
Oh my god, bro.
Shuts them down. Isnord's there with flying verdant fists of
Warren
cosmic
Binary's
fury. And as
eyes.
Damon emerges from the spawn once again,
I would be
all he can
tilted.
do is scream at the legend what was to be, but
What is
never
this
could
reverse
be.
sweep?
You just have to flee, and that's all you can do for Fire. A wipe from the board.
And Demon is sent straight to hell. Bro is on the flank, and Shikigami marked that perfectly. The comms are just so good from Shikigami's side. They are playing so fast. I mean, Frost Mountain is getting hurled into there. Plus, Isidore, fight-winning, indestructible guard for his team when Blackstone threw a strangling prison. That could have been what stabilized Fire Strays to have them take a breath in their lungs. It felt like this has been non-stop fighting from Shikigami. And Fire Strays not able to win a single one, except maybe at the second point. And it really took everything out of Blackstone.
How does Deadpool
really
pick Fit Fire?
Of this team,
I don't know
because
why they're not
Demon
playing
and
the Hulk
Sloppo,
Wolverine. It's so
rather
strong.
quiet, trying to go up against
The
Shikigami's
fastball team up.
duelists.
The Leolaz is quietly having an absolutely.
And I think
manic
Deadpool is
game so
terrible
far.
into
And oh man,
Hulk
it's,
Wolverine.
It's been
Like
rough
terrible.
for Sloppo and Demon thus far. 6-6. Admittedly, 10-4 is not too bad, but Fire Strays, it feels like they're not finding the opportunities. They're not getting too much value off their strangling prisons at the moment. They're just constantly shut down by the Hulk.
VIPs don't get hit with the all mod.
Binary is going to match on the Hulk. This is actually one of Binary's best heroes, but he's been too reticent to actually use it.
Now, taking a page out of Shikigami's book, can you beat them in that pseudo mirror? There's going to be a difference of hit scan duelist. Elsa versus Star-Lord.
Classic Killer
I'm really
Chris,
liking
actually,
the Elsa
though.
approach from teams like Virtus Pro to chunk down these really high health Vanguards with that percentage health damage and a much stronger ultimate compared to a lot of these hit scan duelists with that Apex Predator, especially if you take
Binary is
a fight in a
playing this
long
game
lane, you're gonna
in
get
the
a lot of
void.
value out of Layla's.
He's always playing in the darkness like Batman.
Layla's value cannot be understated. And of course, the Apex Predator is going to be a major factor later on as well. Sloppo starting to work around the outside. Could find the battle recall beacon before the fight even begins, but their location has been noted out here by Laylas, and surely has been just reflected to the remainder of the team.
Lindstrom just has
They want him
to
so
be
bad.
elusive as possible. Speaking of elusive, Sloppo just
I think it's
dodges
cool that
through
Wolverine
the
has found
initial
solid place in
Shikigami
pro play. Hope
counter
it stays this
dive
way.
as Firestray
The character's
stepped
very
forth
strong
into
right
the
now.
arena and tried to get this objective going, but Shikigami's anchor
He might be the best DPS in the game. I can't lie.
Firestrays right now.
Sloppo just can't find any purchase. Every single angle seems to be checked.
I do think
here.
Wolverine
If you're
could
going
be
to
the
top
best.
left, it's checked by the Elsa. Top right, Frostman and Isidore are leaping up to you with absolutely zero mercy. But the Vanguards have made moves here from Fire, claimed a bunch of space and allows for a blast of barrage. A quick TP out to get your health back and have a moment to rest and recuperate.
Iron Man's the
Demon
best,
has
true.
got themselves an early move forward. Now it's
You're onto
Frostmountain
something.
Who leads the charge? Extra
The pros just don't
damage
see it
coming
yet,
in
'cause
from
they suck at the
strangling
game.
Prison. Good bubble coming through on the other side. Now
Big roll.
counter strikes. A multitude of squishies.
Oh,
are caught
shit.
within these grasping vines.
Kaya's
And
too
it
good.
just seems that Lindstrom wants this done here and now. The God of Mischief summons the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Damon has had to put themselves home.
Yeah, Binary lost that Hulk form, so wasn't able to deliver this indestructible guard to guard against the strangling prison.
Holy
while
stagger.
even Raxo tried to mark that against Shikigami, but Isidore brought that back up almost
Oh my God.
immediately. This late stagger is really starting to hurt the host strays as they're
And
trying
they
to
got the
make this
res
walk
out.
down to only 2 minutes, and they can't have portal shenanigans. They don't have Doctor Strange, so there's less time to play with than you think.
No second chances. When it comes to that portal, seems like Apex Predator actually hit Kaya's wall bad. Comms there from Shikigami. Might be a little bit of a tilter. You can't let it get to you, though. At this point, you just need to have all hands on deck. Everyone get behind the plan. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to begin the
You
assault
can feel
on
that the
Shikigami's
pressure's on
point.
right now.
It's not to summon that one. There's going to be a second one from Closer afterwards. So you need to win out on multiple instances of the battle here. Cav says here we win the first off the back of my Cosmic Yarn. Frost Mountain looking for an opening. Last stand ready to go. Gets isolated.
Uh-oh.
Smacked on down.
He
by
had to
Binary,
Wolverine
picking
out
up
the
a
Hulk there.
signature hero finally to match up
Isidore
against
needs to kill.
And now Slot, and now you need to try and find some value from Sloppo in the midst of all of this. Has the
He doesn't
Galactic
find
Legend,
anything.
looks towards the back layer, Laz is down, Isidore's now at the HP to make this one work. Oh, Frost Mountain from across the map slams into the wall, and Sloppo just has to watch.
How did they
on
take
from
no
afar
damage?
as his team may well
Sloppo
have to
took no
close out
damage
this
there.
point without them. Strangling Prison grabs in 3, there's no shield
That Wolverine
this
ult did
time to
nothing.
play with,
What
and
happened?
Binary and Sloppo are too close to the fire, and Kaya burns them down.
It's not so
Bro,
closer.
it's not
Might
the
have even
card.
doubled the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Sloppo had a Galactic Legend and never was able to have an opportunity to find it. Even through Binary forcing the regen domain of Lindstrom, Firestrays couldn't identify the best opportunity to fight. And the opportunity is a potential reverse sweep if Firestrays do not get their stuff together. Only 30 seconds left.
All right, Blackso caught on the other side of the Ironwood wall right now. So much damage is coming their way. Aggressive plays here from Shikigami. That's going to be the strangling for I believe it's got 4 players inside of it from Fire, but it's a great regeneration domain. Blackso, you can't go back to swap to Strange. He doesn't exist anymore. Maybe going over onto the Angela to get that additional speed to
grab.
move towards the point, knowing that there's going to be so much in the way of
Should have
it.
banned Wolverine, yeah. On this map especially.
He forgot, he didn't know. Damon around the outside, someone else has got the touch. 1 second
forgot.
to try and make it happen, and overtime is used. Cath brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Damon begins to cut through the verdant flesh of the Hulk. But with 92% of the way towards ultimate, this could be the game changer here for Fire Strays. It's not ultimate now. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier deployed, and extra damage comes
Come on,
through.
you got all
You
that.
get them out of the,
You got all that,
generation
you got all
domain.
that, you got all that.
Lindstrom moves so close in towards the back.
That's it.
Damon's on a redemption arc, and Lindstrom tries to deny it, but this map is exceeding our expectations one last time.
Fire Strays literally
Nice.
claw their way back in.
Strange ban is
help
big
pack
brain.
grab from Demon, and to
I thought that was pretty good, yeah.
For 10% ult charge,
Shikigami won the ban draft, in my opinion.
Needed to have the edge, to have the one Cosmic Yarn amplifier to finally get the convincing fight that they needed. But that took the entirety of their time bank. There is so far.
Like the last 2 games have been so good. VP versus the Heretics, and now this. Very good games.
Shikigami.
The peel is solid, but Frost Mountain's back. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now good to go, and there's going to be a second Battle Recall Beacon as well off the back of that copied rocket. And so you can get a little bit more brave, a little bit more courageous. And you need to do it. You need to have your heart in your very throat right now. Black So grabs 2 with the follow-up here. But I don't think there's going to be anyone to really move up onto the high ground and follow up upon that strangling prison. Sloppo, no?
Oh, Sloppo is asleep.
Sleepo, unfortunately, and Black Sword Closer sleeping permanently.
And Shikigami, yeah, they're trying to be really careful with the off angles that
maybe
they
one of them.
take. And Fire Strays also doing the same
like
thing, but Galactic Legend, Shikigami, there's no shelter for you except behind the regen domains.
Guess who's doing it?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Frost Mountain is wasting every single Wolverine ult to try and clip farm this. This guy is soft throwing. It's not worth it. He keeps doing it and he never kills them.
47 seconds, Fire Strays, they got us all on the edge of their seats. Is it going to be the 2P of Shikigami?
Like, instead of killing, like, easily 2 people every Wolverine ult, he goes for the Star Wars.
His Galactic Legend.
I'm not a fan.
Are on Demon. If he can cosplay Frost Mountain the best,
In ranked,
he's
it's like, I get it.
At any second here from Binary.
Throwing,
Isidore is going to do the same thing.
he did it 3 times. He ulted the Star Wars and didn't kill the Star Wars with his ult. What would you rather your Wolverine do? Ult a Star Wars, get no kill? Or would you rather him use his ult to kill 3 people in one fight?
Maybe going up against Binary, who gets grabbed on in, doesn't even have
That's the
time
question.
to pop the indestructible guard. Unbelievable target focus. You've got to get inside of the greens, but the greens are so far away from the objective itself. And so it's an arduous march here for Fire to keep the objective contested. Black So grabbed away. Demon with the last stand. Seems that the regeneration domain has got everything that they need. And the Shiki slingshot has been pulled back, and it's been fired towards the homes.
That is a crazy, crazy reverse sweep. Wow.
To lose. They deny the tide, they deny death, and they bring themselves.
Oh, look how happy they are.
Isidore on his feet. Kaya broke his webcam.
Bro, Kaya broke his webcam. Look how happy he is.
These 2 teams as the rivalry will end for now. Shikigami reverse sweep, and to identify, I think that was the Black So Diamond form to try and anchor, and then to claim her with the Wolverine. I mean, the coordination for Shikigami really pressure makes diamonds, and they
why did everyone's webcams break?
0-2 in the series to come
back
on the map picks and to punch down against Fire Strays, sending them to promo relegation.
Fuck.
All right, let's bring Vodable back in here because we need to catch our breath, and Vodable, I'm sure, has been waiting to go with this one.
Oh my gosh, what a series! Like,
that was
down
insane.
To the wire, the final hour, it felt like there was a bit of a
what
bounce
crazy,
back from
crazy
Fire
map set.
Strays towards the end of it, mirroring the compositions, the Hulk fastball special battle between the two, but it just felt like one team had
W match, that was really good matches. Is Loki rat the new meta backline on a front to back map like that? Yes,
another iteration of
very
this
strong.
matchup, like a week in later on, then it might have been a different story, a different result completely if Fire Strays were prepared for this composition, but they weren't. It seemed like Shikigami were holding it close to
TC
their
is
chest.
so fine.
They realized, hey,
thanks,
it's
bro.
game time. We got to turn things around, and we'll see what they could do from here on out in the lower bracket. But they have secured stage
Last
2.
minute EMP.
Shikigami now will face off against Heretics tomorrow to try and make it that much closer to a potential land spot. That's going to be a very intense series because Shiki hasn't beaten Heretics yet there.
I think Fire's
Congratulations
out.
them either way on the victory for this one. It just seemed like they had such a good grasp of the meta.
I don't think Fire can qualify anymore.
It just felt like they were a little lost in the first 2 games. So feel bad for Fire Strays, but they gave it their all throughout the series, even towards the end there, Lemon.
Yeah, Shikigami have an identity, and they were almost so stubborn around it, almost to a deficit, until they finally made these small adaptations, throwing the Hulk in there, the support that came around Frost Mountain, and
Shikigami clutched that the fuck out. I can't believe we went from 2-0 to 2-3.
Because just got so punished from his Captain America on Burn into T'Challa getting frozen up by Kath, to then trying to run the Hulk, getting walled off, getting just chewed up out there.
The GOAT.
And it was so hard for Blackso and Binary
La
to sync
Kaya.
up when they also didn't have a Doctor Strange, which was kind of a highlight of Blackso, which his Groot is also great.
They're
but
relegated
Kaya's
to the
Groot was
MRC
that much
route?
greater when
I
his
think so,
strangling
yeah.
prisons didn't have a lot of shields to stop him.
17
I'm
final
pretty sure.
hits from Kaya. I mean, that is an MVP performance.
You have the same
from them.
haircut
Something
as
was the
Kaya?
difference maker, I would say.
We kinda
with this
do,
team.
yeah.
Able to put up the group
A little bit
walls
different, but
whenever
basically
the
the
fastball
same.
special kidnaps came through and just shut down any
OG
healing that
Junkrat
could have came
OTP
and
turned
bailed
tank
out
player.
those players, even with the Invisible Woman that they had
But
available.
me and
to
Kaya
shut
are the
them
same
down. I mean,
person, I guess.
Just the timing of the ultimates, forcing them to swap compositions to mirror, and unfortunately, as I mentioned before, Shigami just had a better grasp of this specific matchup. So great win for them.
You're
Fire
just
Strays gave
Ginger.
it their all,
Thanks for
and
reminding me.
I'm sure any team that faces them in pro relegation is going to have their work cut out for them leg day.
Oh, it's going to be
You and like 3 Shiki
an
players could
angry
pass for
Fire
being
Strays
cousins.
team, I imagine, that goes to promo relegation, and some MRC teams may face the brunt of
I
that.
feel like going back to MRC is kind of raps for a pro team, though. I don't think they're back to MRC. They have to go through qualifiers for stage 2 of Ignite.
I think that Kaya's primary fires were also incredibly
I'm pretty
important
sure.
for following up on so many of these fastballs. Didn't escape my notice that Frost Mountain was doing a fantastic job when he got these kidnaps of putting them down in front of Kaya so that they were in that wall range, as you pointed out, but also in the primary fire range. That's one of the reasons why we saw Binary unable to get their indestructible guard out in the ultimate fight. That's meant that
Never
they
seen
got
you
taken
both
down
in the
through
same
Sandfall
room.
immediately after getting kidnapped.
It's
And
playing
Shikigami
pro
took a big
rewarding
risk, allowing
if
the
you win.
Invisible Woman from closer to get through on the bands. That was something they were starting to target to just kind of further
Listen,
enable
playing
Frost
pro is
Mountain
really
on
rewarding
these
if you win,
dives.
yeah. But like,
then
if you
to take out
lose
the
and
Doctor
you waste all your
Strange, I
time
mean,
scrimming,
reduced
it
the
feels
number
horrible.
of fights that Fire Strays could have
Why'd
gone
you stop
for
playing
on
in
their
pro
attack,
scene?
along with any strategy
No
shenanigans,
money.
especially if you mark that in
All
scrims, some
6 people
are actually
have to
going
be
behind
playing their
the booth
best
these
in order
days
to do
with the
good.
Doctor Strange and try to create better opportunities for their Groot or whoever
Streaming is just
trying
better.
to dive. So Fire Strays
This
were
game doesn't
completely
feel good
thrown
in
off
pro
their
play.
game, and
There you
not
go.
having as strong of a Loki compared to Lindstrom, and trying to rely away from the Gambit, which Fire Strays weren't having convincing Gambit ult fight wins that they felt they
Okay,
needed
hear
to
me
go
out,
to
right?
Rocket
I've been thinking
and
about
Loki
this.
to end it all, and it was
I've been
close,
thinking
but
about
Fire
this.
Strays lost so much time on the point.
Imagine going professional in a game where all 6 people have to be good on your team, otherwise you lose. How unstable is that, and how unlikely are you to actually succeed in that? Very unlikely. Very unlikely. Imagine going pro in a fighting game where only you have to be the good player. Way easier. Way like more realistic as a goal. Plus, if you win the prize, guess what? You get the fucking prize pool. It's not shared between 6 people. 2 bitches and a motherfucker, you know?
Well, reverse sweeps always feel great, obviously, but I think we really had to work for this one. I mean, Fire Strays, I mean, all the flowers go to them. They were incredible. They put us in very, very, very uncomfortable positions.
I wanted one of the players
Obviously,
to
I
do
have
the
my
interview, I can't
conflict,
lie.
over here, I'm holding. But the whole entire team could not be happier. I think everyone was screaming, everyone was excited. We were max passion, as we were saying in the VC. It was everyone was really working their hardest, and I'm only proud.
We had our theories regarding how you turned it around when it
Hold
came
our
to
webcams
fans
broke.
and how the game was played, but what was the call?
Yeah, I just wanted like one of the
Was
players to do the
was
interview.
your
I'm kind of
setup for
disappointed
the
as a
third map
coach.
predetermined before you started the game, or was this a live adaptation you made?
So it was kind of a bit of both. We had pre-adapted like a backup plan basically, and this was kind of one of the
I got
strategies
fucking
that we
hair in
had.
my face.
We didn't want to really rely on our ace card. Didn't want to make it too easy, obviously, for us off the gate. So we had to make the adaptation in the middle. We sort of decided that we wanted to play for the Wolverine, the fastball, obviously, as you saw, and I mean the rest is history.
And this was such a stressful series to watch, and we're not even the ones playing or involved on the team. I can't imagine how you feel. Who is the person on the team that is kind of keeping everyone posed and locked in, and kind of to look at the series as in 0-0 instead of 0-2?
I mean, honestly, I can't tell you one specific person. I think everybody was putting in their part. It was like the best team environment I think I've been in it so far. Like, it was just everyone was putting max passion in. Everybody wanted to win. They were all on the same page. Everyone is like, it's us versus the problem. Well, how can we solve it? Rather than people, you know, blaming each other and just falling into, like, I don't know, tilt and like messaging other people and all that kind of other stuff. It was pretty crazy. So overall for us, I think we locked in quite well, and it was the whole entire team. All credit goes to them.
Good shit.
Obviously, you've got a pretty strong pro play background yourself, so you've got a good eye for the game. I was wondering if there's any great plays you saw that made the difference that we might have missed during the reverse sweep.
Well, there are a few obviously phenomenal grabs. I mean, that's kind of like the main character of the composition. So of course she's going to make those kind of plays. But one big shout I wanted to give was to my support specifically. I feel like they were put in very uncomfortable positions and they pushed through really, really heavily. And I'm not going to do the standard thing of praising everybody, but I think everybody had a massive part to play into trying to push through this kind of thing, you know.
This is the Shikigami coach, yeah.
But that's all I have to say, really.
So my final question for you as we close up this interview so you guys can go celebrate and kind of strategize for the next day of competition. You're facing off against Heretics, haven't gotten a win against this roster yet. You don't have to give us the entire game plan, but what are you going to change going into that matchup compared to the previous matches to make sure you get that victory?
Well, first of all, we're going to go in with a refuse to lose mindset, to be honest with you. I think that's probably the biggest thing, and we want it more. We haven't been there before. We haven't been to LAN. We haven't, you know, done this or done that. So we're obviously probably going to try and want it a lot more than they will. I think that's the sort of mentality that we need to go. And I feel like me being an add-on to the team new, I feel like give us.
Is it confirmed where the LAN is yet? I've not heard anything about where the LAN's going to be.
This roster, I think we can beat
I'm going to
this
go
roster now if we work
wherever
hard.
it is.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ash, for joining us. Congratulate the team on our behalf and go enjoy your win.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
What up, Brand Top? What up,
Great to hear
CGM?
the insight. You know,
CGM.
the spirits are high after a very high, intense
My
series,
house?
stressful as we like
We're all
to
going to
say.
Danny's
They're
house.
going to be having nightmares about being 0-2 and having to pull off that reverse sweep, but they did it. So
It was any
dreams
before
do
China,
become
before
reality at the
that,
end
so
of
it's
the
probably
day
Europe.
for that
I think
roster
it's going to
as
be
they
Europe.
continue their journey in the playoffs. But I mean, Lemon, any final thoughts from you before we head to a break and get to our final series?
I just wanted to see the second cat. It kind of popped up at the end there for Ash's camera. But also, this is the second time that Shikigami have eliminated Fire Strays from a playoff contention. So there's so many little rivalries that are happening in EMEA.
So Shikigami has to win next game, otherwise they're out.
Hardest. I think it's
If
coming down
Heretics
to
win
who
next
wants
game,
it the
then
most, 'cause
Heretics
the new
qualify.
Patch, the new meta constantly is resetting everyone and creating
So
these,
Heretics
I wouldn't say
versus
upsets, but
Shikigami is going to be a
crazy,
game to
crazy
watch as
matches.
well.
Good luck to any team that'll be facing off against Fire Strays in that promo relegation. They're going to be working their heart out in between now and then. But we still have one final series
Is
of
Japan the
today's
farthest you've
action.
been?
One more elimination match between
I think
Reason
Philippines
Gaming
is
and
farther
Pulsar
than
Esports
Japan.
after this.
I'm pretty sure. Will you be celebrating American Independence Day? If so, how? I'm gonna be setting off fireworks, eating some burgers, kissing my cousin, you know, the usual shit, bro. Hell yeah, brother. Watching some UFC. Hello TC and Twitch chat. Yo, what's up, man? I'll be back. What up?
But overall struggled to find consistent value in his Elsa mirror against Sparker. Pasuo got to
Other
lean on
Mog
the
over
signature
TC
pick
Mog.
of
That's
the
just not
Venom,
true.
found himself against an Elsa who blew him up as well.
I disagree.
Nocta had a respectable showing on his flexibility of his hero pool, rotating through Star-Lord, Wolverine, Psylocke,
I completely
Bucky.
disagree.
But unfortunately, the execution never quite came together as Nocta finished with the highest casualty count on the team across all 3 maps. So, and I think it was really a confidence issue when it comes to Reason Gaming. And I think in this matchup against Pulsar, they're going to think this is a lot more winnable, and that changes your entire perspective and your decision making based on sometimes the names on the other side of the lobby.
I'm just interested to see what the compositions that they
Made
come
my
out.
way
Coach Tuffy,
to-
of course, kind of leading as the mind behind them,
Posito's
trying
mom.
to see if they have any specific strategies that haven't been showcased so far. One of the first teams,
Why is this
popularized the Rocket Loki composition, but haven't really seen too much of that recently.
This is gonna be
Let's
an
take a look at
interesting game.
Pulsar Esports. Crisis is on the mind of a
I
lot
think
of
these
people,
teams
but
are pretty
Twitzy
even.
also, I feel like, needs to step up in this one like that.
Yeah, I'd say for Twitzy, it probably needs to step up in terms of, like, maybe hero pool a little bit. It's weird to have a flex DPS who doesn't play Daredevil. That's not really a part of Pulsar Esports kit at the moment, but the all reliable has always been ballast for this squad. Very strong on a bunch of different heroes. We see Twitzy, in fact, in our highlights here, picking up both the Winter Soldier and the Human Torch, which is kind of like old guard flex duelist stuff, which I'm happy to see come out again. but
William
I'm
Sound by
looking to
not being a
see
meatball every
Twitzy
stream.
Battles clean up their target
So
focus
true.
here. And
I swear that when he was a meatball, we were winning more games.
Because they're not having quite as much explosive impact, in my opinion, as someone like Simba is on the Elsa.
And Leg Day and I, we were all witnesses to Pulsar's defeat yesterday, where their biggest struggle has been their ban lines. They let Heretics have Gambit, Rogue, and Star-Lord. This was a preventable disaster. Pulsar often stuck to a game plan without adjusting when facing their counters, like Twitzy running Psylocke into Ken's Loki, Ballas on Phoenix after she's kind of out of the meta right now, DRP on Dino in the Big 26, and Lapsus not playing any Loki at all despite that being in his hero pool, and then Crisis having to swap around the Gambit as well. So hopefully Pulsar have some better ideas for their ban lines today.
Well, looking at this as well, seeing the preseason group stage standings for both of these teams not really having the best performances they would have liked. Reason Gaming, of course, if they won against Crownfall, could have easily made it into those playoffs. But I do like the adaptations they have both had, right? Both going 2 and 3, both having a chance to be.
Okay,
the
so
third
whatever team
placing
loses
team
this
in their
can't
specific
qualify
Reason Gaming,
anymore.
Of course, over Fire Strays, and that was kind of
I'm
the
almost
correct
certain
match
that's
that
the
we saw
case.
there as well. But both these teams with a chip on their shoulder and something to prove, I think, is the big thing going into this. We talked about from the last series who wants it more, and I think both these teams have a lot to prove for different reasons, right? Pulsar specifically just because a lot of those players missed out on the initial preseason because of them missing out on the qualification from MRC.
Did you go to the gym today?
They
I
just
think I
want
went
to
to the
fight for
gym today
survival,
now.
keep their spot in Ignite, and kind of
I'm resting today.
rebuild and recalibrate for stage 2. So a lot on the line for this series specifically. I'm really curious on what the counter map picks are going to be for this as well, right? We've seen some decent looks across the board on domination and very hotly contested ones at that. As we go to Burn into Chal, we just saw, how intense it was for Shikigami specifically, Lemon.
Yeah, and I agree with Leg Day that Ballas has to be the highlight on Pulsar's side, because even though I hate the Phoenix today because the damage fall off is significant, he was a statistical #1 Phoenix when it came to damage.
Skipping Leg Day Classic? No, I'm doing Leg Day tomorrow.
Pulsar have to come together if they want to stay
I am
alive in this
doing it.
bracket.
First time these teams have faced off, and we'll see which of them arises to the challenge. Domination up next.
All right, I'm ready to get stuck in, Lemon. I am absolutely hyped
Me
up
too.
after 2 map 5s in a row. Marvel Rivals EMEA Ignite is delivering today. I like how Nocta RPing the night server. I'm pretty sure Nocta's what, like night or darkness in Latin, so is living up to it. DRP meanwhile slightly flashback.
DRPness.
Yeah, and hopefully not flashbanged by the meta. Like, this team's approach has been very unique, maybe a little bit behind. Like, we even saw them play like the Hela Namor team up on Hall of Jalia. Crisis and Lapsus are kind of going back and forth on who's
start a
playing
squatting
the Gambit.
community,
Is it going to be Gambit Loki or just the straight Gambit? So that will be
But
part
Lapsus
of
is
the
always
picture
chewing gum.
for this first domination map.
Knoon told me Reason got told off
prioritizing
yesterday
Gambit
because their
early.
face
Also,
cams
a
were
slightly
horribly
early
positioned
ban
or their
on the,
lights weren't on.
On the Cyclops as well.
It seems like they
Pulsar.
haven't
They're gonna have to probably
changed
counterban the
much
Rogue
in
here,
that
given that Rogue
aspect.
is a very high priority ban. I imagine our first 4 are generally going to be
Rose's face
between
cam
these
angle
teams
is
unless some
crazy.
Je ne sais quoi is going to come out.
Yeah, Simba versus Ballas is going to be absolute cinema if it's on Cyclops, but what is the backup plan now that Cyclops is banned out? Both these players have really preferred the Phoenix when she was meta, but like some people have had different iterations, as we got the villain here of Relaxing, who is in complete darkness. But I think like Pulsar of like the Hela, Reason Gaming opted for the Elsa in their matchup against
DRP still
it was
gaming out the
yesterday.
Harry Potter
So it's
closet,
kind of
yeah.
interesting what the
I don't know how you
secondary
can play
is
in
if
that
Cyclops
shit.
is not available.
Okay, Starlord taken off. Is Reason Gaming going to protect Rogue here? It is still open this late in the draft phase. The question is, do Reason have a Rogue player? I don't think DRP plays the Rogue. I don't know if
Bro, was
Rosa-
Rose's
is that-
camera,
was that
like,
power
auto-zooming?
Rosa looking at me like I play the Rogue. Starlord gonna get rescued here. This is a great backup pick for Nocta. Always, Starlord's always a good choice.
Nah, he's got the auto adjusting on his
I think
camera.
Rosa has been trying to learn all
That is
these
so
different
sharp.
picks.
It
these
keeps fucking
brawl
auto
heroes
adjusting
like
to
the
focus.
Rogue, but Rosa's always been known as that strong group player, which is still a solid pick in this meta, but it really changes your
Bro, who the fuck is that?
You're able to fight, as no help needed here for DRP. We'll get into
I'm
map
busy.
1 shortly. I'm busy.
I've got noobs to pummel. Okay, Luna
The
taking off the map as well. This is going to at least somewhat constrain Reason's capacity to play Captain America as well. Captain America at the moment very much enabled by the Lunar Snowflake.
Mr.
And it
Slimer?
can be a little bit more difficult to run without access to that particular utility.
As this Warrior falls, it's kind of tricky for the Venom. Out of all the points, I think Passivo would have not liked this one the most. Just that initial tunnel is annoying to get through. The archways around the point as well, so Passivo
Blur, face
will
cam
have
off.
to opt for
Ballas,
any of the
face
other
cam
choices
off.
he's
Crisis,
been
face
working
cam
on
off.
between the month break of group stage to playoffs. And now he's still figuring out how to set up everybody for success. As no hit scan for Simba or Twitzy right now, as that's what they were really known for in the group stage. So this will be a
Bro, what is
battle between the
Relaxing's
two.
face cam? It's
Right,
just
so
his
just-
arm.
The Raw team up strange. I thought maybe they were going for a Heretic style early portal here. But look at everyone. They were all grouped up together.
It was
trying to
just
get
his
a
fucking
6-person
arm.
shield through from Passivo before they engage.
Yeah, that selfless kind of front to back style from Reason. This is really nice. They don't want to have to deal with executing a dive, which can be difficult when you're going up against really good backlines like the one of Crisis and Lapsus, where Crisis is the one on Gambit, and Pulsar figured out who's going to own that role.
Run support pool.
Okay, a bit of a new look here from Nocta on the heal pool. Is going to be throwing out plenty of healing and almost has access to their ultimate as
Bro,
well.
what is
which
he
will give
doing?
over a bunch of extra healing, but it's not going to get there in time. Stop just short.
Why was
of
my support pool
completion.
just
Great target
venting?
focus here from Pulsar.
Goodbye.
And this is the balance we wanted to see. Just absolutely ejects Passivo from the map. It looks like we're playing a fighting game over here, staged off.
Yeah, poor Banner out there. But the Strap will now knocked it.
Who's
One
the
of
better
his best
team?
heroes
I
has
thought
to
these
be the
teams would be
Star-Lord,
evenly
waiting
matched.
for this. He'll now have
I think we're gonna
put
see like
some
a
pressure out
3-2.
in the skies, which could be breaking
It
up
should
the
be like a
focus of
3-2.
Pulsar. Now Ballast to the
Or
Elsa.
3-1
This is
at
going to be
least.
really good to blow up Passivo on the Venom, which that may be deja vu for the Venom player when he faced
Pulsar
the VP
clears?
yesterday. So if you
I
stay
don't
even
know.
a second, a millisecond
Pulsar don't
too
play
long on the
Daredevil.
Venom, you could
They
be the
should lose
first
this map.
victim of the fight.
Ballas looking for victims.
Simba 9L is not bad on
Softening them up
Daredevil.
on the
It's pretty
high
good.
ground. Has used for symbolic resilience, and now Simba's actually feeling like they need to commit to Ballas. The damage is coming through. Blur on the other side demands healing, and that means there's not going to be too much for Ballas here. You got to turn around.
I'm
and
surprised
help finish
Rosa's
this
on
one
Rogue.
off. DRP, great peel. So Magnetic Curtain is risen in front.
Rosa
of
wasn't the
hit
Rogue
scan
player when
carry.
we were playing
Moving
together.
in towards the caster of this invisible boundary. It's going to be too hard to get inside. Needs some healing to be given on over.
playing any
Too
ranked?
relaxing, and Rashid is on it. Earns her own ult for all
I mean,
that
this is
trouble
going
as well.
pretty
Blur
long,
disengaged,
so we'll
gonna be
probably just go
somewhat
straight into
stymied,
ride
as
it.
it is going to be Twitzy moving on forward now. Nocta, in fact, with the Galactic Legend, busted on up, but it wasn't actually enthralled by the Gambit, and so Pulsar stay in control.
Yeah, when Ballas was out of cooldowns, big shout out to DRP. When he was a substitute player in preseason, like Magneto was that standout. He was able to protect Ballas when Rosa grabbed him, allowing Pulsar to keep maintaining the objective. Now at 75%, if Reason Gaming do not have a solution, this is going to be a commanding start for Pulsar.
All right, here's what I want to see from Rosa. The team up with the Rogue might not be the most experienced character they've got, but it might well still be strong enough. Big chomp coming through from Passawo. Big eat
That was
in
a big
Spear,
eat, wow.
and so too the techs are good. The corrosion manages to break through multiple members of Pulsar, and this could be Reason's opening they've been desperately longing
Did you see that
for, as
Fox
Price
saying
is trying
BP
to
takes no
extricate some of
skill?
the members from the mess that's been
I
left
think
in the wake
BP
of
doesn't
Reason.
take crazy
You've
skill.
got to give credit to Passable. It's hard to get value off the Feast of the Abyss when you have the strategists
Like,
that
BP's
Crisis
not that
Minds are
hard
running, who
compared
have
to
multiple dashes and ways
other
to
melee
escape.
characters.
So Passable is showing that he could be the star for Reason, but Nocta, he's been dimmed.
All right, great solo tanking right there coming through from Passawo. Allows for a shit to survive this one, but
Oh,
Relaxing's not going to be quite so lucky. A quick butterfly dash, and
Plus
her
he's
wings
locked in.
spread wide as she slices through blood, sinew, and bone alike. Rosa, nowhere to go but away from the point for now. Can't keep this one contested. Overhealth won't help you against the hands of Twitzy, who is pummeling with the Sonic crossbows.
Say
And
BP's skill
Pulsar
4
was
isn't
strong on
crazy.
the first map of being into T'Challa.
Yeah, skill
Absolutely
4
Herculean out there.
isn't
I mean,
crazy.
Reason Gaming
Skill
every time
ceiling,
they even maybe had the objective
goes
and
pretty
won a fight winners
far,
off of Passawo, and then the immediate picks
guess.
came out of Pulsar. Good backline pressure coming out of Twitzy, DRP peeling for everyone, and Pulsar overall just staying alive through the fire.
just kinda
and
dashing,
the
you
flames.
know?
This was, I would say, a pretty one-sided Warrior Falls.
There's not much
all things
macro or
considered.
anything,
And
you
yeah,
just
the
dash
stats
around.
reflected only 2 casualties on the Pulsar side, and they have
Like, compared
2
to DD,
Vanguard
there's so much
ultimates starting
macro.
off this next one. At least this will be a friendlier map for Venom, despite I think Blur and Passwell both doing a good job, but Passwell has been weighing all of his options and now having maybe a better, more sustained backline pressure, more
I might get
staying
hit for
power,
this
if
tick,
you
I don't
will,
know.
compared to the Venom.
But I feel like
may
Nocta is
make,
kind of
maybe the
griefing.
difference maker for Reason.
I think Nocta's the problem.
I mean, well, I apologize, Twitzy. I wasn't familiar with your game. Maybe you don't actually need a Daredevil. Maybe the 14-0 Psylocke is enough. It certainly was for Sparker for about a year. So Pulsar now ready to engage early as well with 2 Vanguard ultimates to play with.
And Nocta's on the Jeff.
Subbing
He's
Jaws.
bringing out all the unique picks, like from the Strat pool, swapping away from that, and now the Jeff, and some opportunities to throw people off the map.
Like, why are we
Will he
forcing
be
triple?
able to get away from the dive? That's usually what the Jeff
don't get it.
specializes in, and can get away from Blur.
Does Nocta not play any
Rashid is
DPS?
injured, but not down yet.
Well, this is where the Jeff's not ideal in many cases. Twitch is already taking that pass away there. We'll talk about the strategy later. Dunking on down DRP. Unfortunately, an absolute airball here, as I don't know what target he was throwing it at. Maybe Conscious voices were coming on through. DRP chasing down.
was going for
Euron
Daredevil,
Sarchet,
but he
unable to
died.
Connect the Iron Volley, but has done enough damage to soften them up for Crisis to go on in and manage to claim their counterpart.
And yeah, to win that fight off of just Vanguard ultimate's pretty huge for Pulsar as the Apex
Reason looks like
Predator.
a
As
losing
Reason
rank
Gaming wanna
comp.
get
That's what I'm
vision
saying.
of
Like,
the
this
point. Now their vision
composition
fades
got
to
awful.
black.
I'm quite confused.
So one of the reasons why I'm not so happy about the Jeff coming out here is that it is going to somewhat nerf the ult generation of Rashid and mean that Crisis is going to be able to continuously outpace the Raging Royal Flush when it comes to the long-term economy of these fights.
And the impactful Jeffs and EMEA have been the ones that have like gone on the flank with the Venom.
Why is
and
knocked on
that
Jeff?
would be a
What
risk
does
to
Jeff
take
do?
against Pulsar, especially
Jeff
against
does
someone
nothing.
like Crisis and Lapsus.
They don't
which
even
Raging
have
Royal
any
Flush
team
was
ups
just
with
used.
Jeff.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush, good to go. Crisis.
Like, what the fuck even is the point?
Moving towards the back line, would love to try and take down the opposing Gambit. Instead, just has to go back to the loving arms of their healers. Doesn't want to deal with Simba for now. Bro is scary when he's buffed
He
up.
Jeff
by
ulted
the
and he got
Gambit.
nothing.
Rosa tries to take the space, but DRP is going to be able to play on these corners rather well with the sustainability of the Magneto. A little Spirit
What's the
Sanctuary to
point
get
in my
away from the
Jeff?
intentions of Nox are in close to a flip here, Reason, but they still need to deal with all of the damage that Lapsus Atilas is going
This
to
character
bring
is
to the table
useless.
off the back of his Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Could be difficult to try and survive here for a reason, as what an engagement from Twitzy. Absolutely mugged them in the streets. They had no idea where Twitzy was coming from, and Rosa, this ult's off the goop, Lemon. This ult is off the goop.
I didn't think he realized how many strategists he lost to Twitzy's Dance of the Butterflies. Like, Reason are so flustered right now and completely caught off guard by
He's
the
stalling Jeff.
Psylocke. Pulsar
I'm getting
doing
tilted.
such a good job initiating off
Well,
the
why is this guy
Raging Royal
forcing
Flush.
Jeff?
I liked Reason's, or I think it's Lapsus's choice of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier on the high ground. There wasn't a good answer to that. Pulsar about to make this 100-0.
I don't know if it's a coaching thing or what, but
making sure the anti-heal is not going to be sticking around for long, but you can't get through that door. Simba just tried to grab someone with the Glatrox. I think we got Twitzy around the corner. Unbelievable stuff. Simba also gets blurred.
do you remember the exact
Absolute
VOD when you
hero
played with the angry racist British
And,
Punisher?
you have Twitzy on the Psylocke.
I don't know what the exact VOD
You
is.
like to have a strong secondary, and Reason Gaming
Can't
are
tell
gonna
you,
need
bro.
to have a
I
strong
have zero clue.
punch back, and they'll have the Raging Royal Flush. Reason Gaming have to be perfect from here on out, and this Rocket's under some fire
They're getting
here
bodied
from
by Venom?
Simba,
Yeah, 'cause they had no
and still
damage.
Elsa is mobile enough to
They had
return to
Didi.
safety. So
Didi does
Pulsar
nothing
are
versus
so
Venom.
nervous for this upcoming fight.
Reason. They have one ultimate to cash in on here, and it will help them generate all the others. Rashid needs to be the hero, but trying to get Simba inside the AoE is not going to be easy when they're on such a deep off angle. The Glatrox doesn't seem to get too
Like,
much.
so
just
far,
now.
this game is just
Counted out
DPS
by the
gap,
regeneration
because they
lanes of
don't have
Loki. Quick on the triggers is
good
relaxing.
DPS.
From downtown, DRP cannot quite connect the fully charged Meteor Ram onto the squishy backline.
I like the macro positioning of Reason against knowing that Apex Predator from Ballas was coming out. They stay on top of the platform so they can just keep their focus. But it is the Raging Royal Flush from Pulsar, which could be the end of this map.
Oh, Simba taken down. Was a point of pride here to make sure that Pulsar didn't have to deal with him much longer. Nocta almost has the itch, Jeff. This could be absolutely ruinous if DRP has used both of their bubbles already. Already has one over onto Twitzy and can bubble themselves as well, and so can essentially no-sell this ultimate if necessary. Looking towards the back, Rashid's already down. Rosa begins to open the portal, maybe. I don't know if they've actually got the cooldown for it already, but actually they're just caught in the fight at the moment. DRP moves forward with an estimated nice hit, relaxing, moving onto the point, but Ballas is there to meet them, and Pulsar are looking hot today.
Reason are like fish out of water, man. It's tough.
Hey, dude, they're pros
into
for a reason.
focused
Please
team
stop
environment
questioning
to
them,
get
vaccine them,
value
get them in
out of the
prison.
It's Jeff ultimate. You can tell that Noct is putting a lot of pressure on himself to figure out the answer for this team, as Pulsar have a very decisive, convincing victory on Burn T'Challa. Reason Gaming.
Well, you don't know who
gotta
the team
come up
captain
with
is?
something. They'll do so on their
He's
map
watching
pick
Pro
after
Play
this
before.
break.
Drew, I'm backseating too much. Jeff is the optimal pick. Okay, don't copy paste it, you fucking losers. Holy shit, bro. I don't see you in their scrims, true. Did they have Rocket open? I don't think they did. I just think triple support is like god awful. Unless you play Mantis. Hey, Captain Team 100. Who are you rooting for? Whale-wise kind of looks like TC if you went to the gym. Like, why are we bringing this back? Why are we bringing this back? Whale-wise is not even playing. He's not even on screen. Yeah, I'm putting my music on. Sparker had a total of 86 final hits for the series. Second place had 48. I'm telling you, this guy is the best fucking player. Like, I don't know. He's just the GOAT. I've been called to coach the Jeff this game. Yeah, I don't know why they were playing Jeff, I can't lie. The Jeff pick was so bad. Like, he came out in support pool, and then he went fucking Jeff. They're trying to be like Navi Chubbs. Blast is not playing. Guys, they can literally look at the chat like when they're waiting between games, you know? I'm pretty sure the games are live. Like when we were playing, they were live. So you could like stream snipe people's like bans and shit. It was so dumb. They didn't put any delay on the stream. There was actually 0 delay. Isn't Chubbs still playing? Yeah, Chubbs. We had Chubbs yesterday and the day before. We had Navi, Chubbs, and Chubbs on the same team. Yo, what's up, T-Dome? I'm putting this on. Only go to the brand top, Navi Chips. True. Rad brand top. Chat, I'm getting my haircut tomorrow. It's official. I'm getting my haircut in the morning. And then I go gym. How's it feel being 34? Bro, I got wrinkles like everywhere. It feels horrible. You look good bald. Thank you. How's the gym grind going, TC? It's going good, man. I feel like way better. I have way too much energy though. And I feel like I can just keep eating. I eat so much. Get the Leoaz haircut. You guys just want me to look exactly like Leoaz or what? Don't go bald, TC. Go bald. Do braids for Blade cosplay. Get the Frankie haircut. Good comms. Why did Rad let VP have Rogue Gambit every game? Rad didn't play versus VP. What do you mean? Guys, I'm not doing a Blade cosplay. Oh, you mean Navi? I didn't watch the games, but I'm not sure. That does sound kind of weird. Maybe they had an idea. Gaming for Hope haircut? Does Gaming for Hope have hair? Wait. Yo. I guess he does. Sometimes. That's a crazy Widow's Peak. I can't lie. You know what blew my mind? I recently found out that Gaming for Hope is 28. You know he's 28. I thought this guy was pushing 40. I'm not even joking. He's 28. Gaming for Hope age. It's 30. He just turned 30 in March. He just turned 30. Late 20s, it all goes downhill. That's why you gotta hit the gym. Thought he was an elder millennial. Okay, we're back, I think.
Warrior Falls
Kind
and created
of.
good opportunities, but the coordination from Reason Gaming just wasn't there. So Noctis still looking for what is suiting him and how he can help Simba get these eliminations.
One player that we were looking to step up to the plate at the beginning of the series here, leg day, was Twitzy, and they actually were exemplary throughout this.
27-1.
We've seen from them on Psylocke across 3 games. Yesterday, they were 11-6 in terms of KOs and casualties. 27-1 is definitely a
Her
big
face is
performance.
too expressive. What does that even mean?
Yeah, this might be a Twitzy legacy game right here. This is the first time that Twitzy's really wowed me with one of their picks. And with Psylocke, I mean, I know that Twitzy is good at Psylocke. I didn't think he was going to be, like, decimating Reason on Psylocke. 13.9k damage and being incredibly efficient with
Bro,
it.
Noctis'
For
stat
11
line is
final hits and
terrorism. I swear on
27
my life that
eliminations.
is.
And that just shows just how quickly Twitzy's
This is the
moving
most
between
terrorist
targets.
pick I've
And
ever
this is why
seen.
you see so many casualties from the opposing strategists, because they're
Why are we
constantly having to
forcing
look around
triple?
to different locations where Twitzy is
It's
applying that
low-key
pressure,
Gambit
and they
game, bro.
can't heal
We
each
have a
other.
Gambit game,
And
we're
that's the
forcing
difference of
triple
dive.
support.
Twitzy has Blur as the Venom to kind of accompany that. Then you have DRP Bubbles.
That shit
Like,
actually
this is
pissed me
kind
off.
of a well thought out composition and dive, and obviously well executed. While as Passive
Yo,
was
Mon,
kind of
I hope a
solo
giant
diving.
hornet
And when
stings
Nocta
the
in this
same
triple strat
finger
backline
your dumbass
received the dive
fat
from
finger
Pulsar,
did.
you didn't have like hard CC, like a Luna or something to freeze and to kind of
You tell 'em,
delay
bro.
things just a little bit. And Nocta could not escape on the Jeff and relaxing
just
and
steal an ult
Rochette
charge?
eventually
Yes, I
taken
swear,
down
that's
as
all he's
well.
doing.
So Reason Gaming, I just don't think had the right approach for this first map.
Reason tends to rely
DRP
a lot
took
on
10k
Rocket
damage.
Specifically, we saw it
This guy took no
most
damage
twice
the entire
during their
game.
Series versus Virtus Pro yesterday, especially the Convoy Midtown map that they did pretty decent against them, the best performance.
He took
we've
the same
seen
damage
from
as
them,
their
but
Loki,
unfortunately weren't
basically.
able to take the map at the end of it. So maybe some sort of prioritization on a Rocket save earlier on, because they know a team like Pulsar is very likely to keep banning that as that second ban, even with, you know, Rogue still being an option. I feel like that's the thing a lot of teams have focused on here as well, but who knows, they might even be able to try and throw them off and ban the Gambit even and say, hey, we're going to throw you into a weird triple strategist composition and see what you can do, because on Domination it didn't quite work out as well as they would have liked it to there. But
How does Team
speaking
Aloy
of
Jeff
the
and
maps
Gambit
that they
Loki?
could
I don't know.
potentially
I don't
pick,
know.
wonder
He
if
was
they
on
go to
support pool at
Midtown
first
now or
as
save
well.
that one for later. A couple different options that they have there. but it's gonna be
Yggdrasil. I thought they would have went
Yggdrasil
Midtown.
We haven't really seen that so far in playoffs here, so nice to see something new for at least what we've seen in the first 2 days of action.
Guys,
here
go
like that.
watch J3's watch
Yeah,
party.
it's a rarity, actually, the
J3
Yggdrasil path
vape.
pick, although I can see it being pretty good for the like soft dive style that Passivo likes on the Venom, trying to force out some of these.
Why is this guy not getting
force-
banned for
force out
advertising?
some cooldowns. Maybe there's some room here to go for something like an Ultron or a Human Torch as well. But I don't know if this is going to be a huge advantage over Pulsar.
That's a good question on this one too, because like we might have seen them do a good performance, but let's get into the ban draft here as well and see exactly what they focus on.
Okay. You
Mantis
know, we're
going
just gonna clock in, clock out, deal with the Mantis, get the Gambit
Mantis
going.
bans.
Yeah.
Salt of the Earth, blue collar bands. Gambit's going to be available for both teams, of course, and Reason Gaming heading off the path.
Guys, go watch
already
TC's
with
watch
that
party. Go
Rogue
watch his
ban.
watch party.
And
Good
Pulsar,
man.
it seems like they're very happy
Good
to allow
man.
Rogue to ride for now, given that, as we said before, it's not a huge part of Rosa's pool. Rosa did do an admirable job. Could have maybe put a no help in chat once or twice, trying to make that one work, but not something that I think has been scrimmed a huge amount by Reason.
Yeah, we'll see what Rose's hero pool is going to look like, because I think on a very open map like Yggdrasil, you could really pull off an incredible dive with Passivo, and I think he's looked good on it, but if Ballast keeps sticking to the Elsa, it's going to be deja vu like Passivo suffered against VP when going up against Sparker's Elsa, which that percentage health damage makes a huge difference, as the Groot has now
You need to
been
be a team
removed
captain
from
on
the
Team
capabilities
Captain
of
again.
Rosa. So now we're
Maybe soon,
very
chat,
limited
maybe
on
soon.
our Vanguard choices here.
I mean, I think that's a great ban. Rose is a fantastic Groot, and DRP is going to be more than happy to take an uncontested Groot Vanguard matchup. So, Reason Gaming, where do we go with our final ban here? Maybe for one-sided Luna. Oh,
Wolverine.
Okay, I quite
Okay.
like that one. If you're going to be forced onto some vanguards that are more likely to be
Rose's
controlled,
Groot's
so don't have
banned.
access to that Ironwood wall, getting rid of
They
the
banned Wolverine.
I think is a pretty strong way to address that.
One-sided Cyclops is really worrying me, though. That's going to be huge for Ballas, while as Reason Gaming, again,
I think
back
one-sided
the
Wolverine's
Elsa,
better than
which
one-sided Groot.
damage range-wise, I would favor the Cyclops, but maybe ult-wise, the Apex Predator. Kind of the same thing as the Ruby Rage. It really commands a lane, and both can be
Casito said ban
dodgeable
Danny
at
the
some
Reels, and they got
points,
timed out
interesting
for
that
600
Reason Gaming
seconds.
are opting for the Luna. I thought
Free
that
my
would have
homie.
even been a Pulsar save if I didn't have the names in front of me, because I think I kind of said Reason Gaming needed something to mitigate the dives of Pulsar, which I would have liked if Nocta, for example, went to the Luna as that third strategist, to have Flake for somebody diving, or to have a freeze against Blur's Venom.
Yeah, it'd be good to really leverage Nocta's aim. Of course, the Adam Warlock is going to do that as well, as we are going to have a classic 3-3. This 3-3 is actually a lot
Mods are
slower
power
than I'm used to
tripping.
what Reason are
Disgusting.
showing. Usually you have someone
Terrible
who's a little bit
behavior.
faster to be able to either contest high grounds or be able to do-si-do in and out when it comes to contesting the card, but this one is very much stuck in place.
TC out of Ignite watching his old superior teammate Rosa.
Played against Wolf.
And you're gonna hate facing a triple Vanguard, triple strategist.
I'm loving
from
through
Reason
him.
Gaming. The whole point of this is to have as big of health pools as possible to generate those strategist ultimates, because this is kind of attacker-sided once you win this first corner fight.
Rosa's getting run
the
down.
defense doesn't have any room to play
I
with.
mean,
Those
like,
choke
he had
points
to
at
play
the
Rogue,
end,
which is a character he doesn't
Dangerous
really
past
play, and he
first
still
point
gave better
are
performance.
Seemingly impossible to get through, but this
I don't know,
Punisher
bro.
from Twitzy is just gonna blow up these Vanguards if he gets close enough.
Yeah, and the question is, can
Big
they
kill?
do anything to get rid of Twitzy and Ballas here, who can essentially just sit up on high ground and punch at these guys with impunity, be it with punch dimension blasts or bullets.
Yeah, because I have no doubts in Simba versus Ballas. I think they can both carry their own weight. I think this is going to be a story of two flex duelists between Nocta and Twitzy, and how they're filling the gaps around kind of the impact that their main hit scan
Punisher
is doing, which so
Cyclops.
far it's going to be in the secondary hit scan for
Interesting
Pulsar,
pick.
and Nocta is seemingly leaning more into the triple strategy.
Reason on the triple support.
Focus is disgusting.
Are
Right
these
now,
guys
Soulbond
the
already
real
used,
triple
but you can
support
see that
merchants, or
additional
what?
Invincibility given over by
Can Nocta play
regeneration, but
DPS?
Nice tracking here from Twitzy. Make sure that Rose is not going to be sticking around.
Did Reason
Ooh,
get
I like
via
these guys having
MRC?
that
No,
track.
they
I didn't
weren't.
realize you had it
They
in
were
there, but nice stuff.
one of the invited
He's
teams.
having an incredible series, like MVP by far on the Psylocke. now
Rad
showing us the
and
Punisher.
my team got
He's
in
facing a
through
Magneto,
via,
and they're about
MRC.
they're toe and toe when
And
it
Chronifo.
comes to ult charge, which we'll have to see how Simba, who's obviously not a normal Magneto player, how he's going to try and counter that. As here's the portal from Rosa.
DRP looking for an opening here to deploy the strangling prisoners to get through an absolute gauntlet of shields though, all of which can try no. He's gone behind them. Unbelievable techers, but look at that. Nocta, perfect timing on the
Techers.
soul bond, actually shares out the
I've not
damage
heard that
from the
word
Ruby
since I
Rage
played
of Balance.
football.
Perfect response from Reason, and now relaxing with the God of Mischief has stolen away Rashid's
Uh-oh.
ultimate. A classic exchange, farewell Punisher.
Uh-oh.
Franklin Castle is turned 2D under the mass that Simba brings to the table. The Ballas has extra damage. They're moving forward with the Eye of Agamotto. No stuns for Rosa here, no luck. Lapsis Atilas with a second Gambit ultimate to move Pulsar
Look at Rosa's
forward.
camera.
They might be down on the Venom, but they've got plenty of damage to try and play with.
It's
They
just
need the
going
healing though. DRP
in and out
falling low,
constantly.
needs the pocket from the Gambit, gets them
He needs
away
to
from
turn
them,
that shit off,
marauding in
bro.
the back line. Still with 3 Vanguards to play with, Reason have a moment of stability.
And Pulsar really lost their grip on this whole fight, facing obviously 2 invisible boundaries, but for Twitzy to literally
That's
go
funny.
in blind with his final judgment inside of an invisible boundary, and then probably didn't see that Meteor M coming. Maybe you heard it, but Twitzy is now going to be on the Bucky to strengthen their neutral to try and get some hooks, but you're going up against 3 different types of shields, right? You got the Doctor Strange, you got the Emma, the bubbles from Simba, if anyone is a victim. So we'll see how much value Pulsar can get with the Bucky.
All right, let's swap over to a Bucky. Certainly interesting here. Might be able to grab someone out of location or at least reset easily on Relaxing's doppelganger. So already has yet another
Diamonds
ultimate, by
out.
the way. This is how you generate
Should be able to do something.
Just healing up 3 Vanguards with their massive health.
Reason's
Force
looking
taking
way
a
better
bunch
on this
of
map.
damage. Nothing gained off a Barnacle Hook here for Twitzy. And so Relaxing says it's time to go. But
I would just take them to
coming
another
through,
domination
the
and
pull
they
as
win.
well onto Twitzy. Aggressive plays from Relaxing.
Just keep taking
utilizing the
Reason
whole
to
kit of
domination.
2 Storm to get everything he wants and a touch more. But
That's
still,
all they they have to do.
Wants your souls, wants your attention. The Feminine Wilds trying to grab multiple players as Nocta floats above it all, levitated by the soul bond, and as they float on the airs, Blur finds relaxing in the back. For Ruby Rage grabs very little, and Ballas has to reconsider their position towards the back to find themselves a better angle to try and play off.
Nice.
A perfect angle, yes. Floating now is the mag.
Cyclops primary fire goes through mag?
The Gambit. It manages to get behind the masonry as well.
I thought only his right click went through.
It's reset time, Lemon.
Even his primary fire goes through. Wow.
Rolling, and in overtime, Pulsar should be able to get this push,
I did not know
with
that.
Doctor Strange falling so late for Reason Gaming's side. You're not going to have
That's kind of crazy.
Time, but hey,
that both
Reason
goes
Gaming,
through.
what a defense! What a stall
like I know it's a laser, but still.
Damage on Burn and T'Challa, so they said, "Who needs damage? If we have
technically
giant
not a
health pools
projectile.
and 3 strategists to heal and stall through all of it, they may just win off of
every
time
single
bank
thing in
alone,
Cyclops' kit goes through Mago.
Wow.
Wow.
Yet to go, as now Blur is
That
going to
is
be
broken.
on the thing to avoid and counter the Nocta Wolverine that we're seeing.
The Nocta Wolverine. Certainly interesting. Blur, like you said, preemptive.
I don't try and apply logic to that because Storm's projectiles get absorbed by Magneto. There's no logic, bro. There's actually zero logic to it. Yeah, Jeff as well. Jeff's water gets absorbed.
Reason they couldn't focus their fire onto a massive health ball of that Vanguard.
It's good awareness for Rosa because it can be really sketchy to go up against an Emma that can cancel your ultimate with the diamond form grab, and of course with the shield as Rosa is sent away, and Reason Gaming need to stabilize, or Pulsar are going to begin a hemorrhage. Speaking of hemorrhage, you have Passimo with the Feast of the Abyss that causes that anti-heal on the Pulsar backline, but Passimo just does not get any help, and Noah Limbs comes his way.
No limbs
should
there,
kill the
but it
Venom.
did open up for follow-up onto Blur. Out
Yo,
comes
Spook,
the
thanks to
Ruby
4 months,
Rage.
bro.
Once again,
Like,
nothing too
bold.
much gain from that. Only space now, as the disengagement from the Gambit ult could be very risky. Rashed moving forward, same for Crisis here. DRP looks to try and grab the minds of multiple. DRP now knows Nocta towards the back, takes down the Gambit, but inside of a
Why would they
street
copy in
charge,
front of
and
his
inside of
face?
the vulnerability, what more can you do?
That is-
Pulsar in a commanding position,
that is
but
bad
still have to
play.
give up so much space here,
That
so
was
they don't
really
have
poor
their
play.
secondary
I can't
healer.
lie.
You can tell this is a playstyle that Reason Gaming are not used to. Nocta and Passimo were staggered from each other, so Nocta was too far away from any help, and there's not like a Hulk or some fastball. Like, Nocta just has to get his steps in the good old-fashioned way. As Pulsar, this is the most difficult part of Yggdrasil's path, just this choke point, the payload. There's barely any space to fight on the sides of it and around it. Reason Gaming, though, just need to not push their luck and to play off of Simba. If they can get this fight aligned, this Apex Predator could be big.
Glass rocks from the sky, but it actually got stymied by the bridge reforming. Loki's magical mischief taking one away from Simba this time, who's just going to get it done with the old classic monster piercer and shotgun on the other side.
Shed in a hotel.
Time ready to go.
Kinda looks like it.
Audacious enough to leap into the
I get what you mean.
to try and make something happen. Rosa with 2 stuns onto both the Vanguards. Where's the follow-up though? Blur gets actually
Rosa
stunned out
cam
of their
going
ultimate.
crazy.
I think it must have been grabbed by Nocta.
Rosa's
Off the back,
webcam's
it's
going
like a feral
crazy.
leap. It does have a stun even if it doesn't displace the thing, but Rosa's overextended themselves. No, they got too aggressive. They thought that it was one off the back of that stun, and so they moved into the mouth, the jaw.
Why is the
of
cam
Pulsar,
humping
and
him?
snapped shut around them.
I think it's to show like
An
the
overtime push. DRP is
stress.
going to help them portal in, and you have the Ruby Rage. And so much on Pulsar's side. The raging Royal Flush. Will they be able to flush Reason out of this second point? Rashed's about to get his, and relaxing too.
Yet another Gambit. Raging Royal Flush deployed by relaxing here. Reason defensively have so much to try and work with. Ballas of Ruby Rage manages to find Nocta with the help of Crisis. Clobbering time turns around. Passimo Rosa stunned. But is the follow-up going to be there? Up above, Twitzy can hit anything that he wants. The sky is his dominion, and that's where he's going to be flying for now as he looks down upon the kingdom that he's claimed. The second point of Yggdrasil path.
That was a good fight to get.
So clutch after that big investment, and Passimo's gonna abandon the Doctor Strange. It's hard to get value when you're facing an Invis, an Emma, or at least there was an Emma on Pulsar's side, and just hasn't been able to use that Eye of Agamotto on Crisis or Lapsus. The Vanguards can get stunned, but if they get healed, this ultimate just doesn't matter. Reason Gaming, it's all about the focus fire. They make good plays, but they just can't get the executions when push comes to shove.
DRP gonna start counting cooldowns. May want to approach in stealth to try and use this Eye of Agamotto, but for now, Lapsis or Tealash.
I'm not sure about this invis ult.
Doesn't want to feed in while the ultimate is active towards the back. Nocta gets two
That
in
was
the
big.
last stand. The follow-up is there. Great calls from Reason as Switzy and DRP fall on down, and Pulsar Nova don't have time to stick around.
Yeah, if Pulsar don't run a rocket, like that solo pick from the final stand of Nocta is good enough. It gets the bleed started as Reason Gaming able to stabilize, but Noctis claim Blur without that Ironwood wall up.
Oh, big grab onto Blur. And Nocta's already starting to tax the resources of Pulsar before we've even touched the cart. DRP once again going to be one of our primary heroes here. Someone who has to dig deep to find an ultimate to propel Pulsar forward. It's not an easy space to work with. The Feral Leap's already used. That's one less CC that DRP has to consider as they try and play this one out. And Rosa waits bated breath with the Meteor M. Out comes Crisis' ultimate. Pulsar now have all of the time in the world. Rosa! Oh, man, you gotta respect the Rosa Dozer rolling you over right here. Nocta falls on down to Twitzy, but now Rosa draws the charged greatsword from its scabbard, and the Executioner's block has been prepared for this Pulsar offense. Rosa continues to dominate, but they want to shut it down. Doesn't receive the extra ult from the Gambit because they weren't visible inside of the invisible boundary, so Rashid can't get quite so much as they would like. Pasuo, though, moving towards the back with the Freedom Charge. Extra HP, wants to get rid of the Invisible Woman. Someone from Pulsar has to stay on this cart at all times as they are not in control, and Nocta makes it very difficult for that to happen.
That's kind of bad.
Removes them. Blur's on
it's winnable now.
Right here as Rosa once again draws
nah, Blur died.
sword. No one can get on in time, and Pulsar.
If they kept Blur alive, they would have won. I think.
At least they got through the second point, because that was kind of seeming like the hardest level to get through.
Honestly, though, that's going to be hard for Reason.
That
is going to be a really hard
made
push.
The whole difference, along with having an invested
they have to win first point pretty fast,
Jeff
I think.
Back for
If they don't win first point fast,
the best neutral
they're going to
game
struggle.
that you can have without any ultimates, but still not enough. I don't think.
Why did they never do
got
Resource
too much
Rumble
off the
for
eye of Agamotto,
esports?
Despite kind of, you could have mixed vision
terrible
at
for
LOS when it
esports.
comes to that corner. So
that
DRP
mode
could have had
sucks
a
for
moment
esports,
to
bro. I can't
jump
lie.
in and be impactful, but
That is
the
a rough mode.
jump from Crisis 2 in the middle of that Raging Royal Flush, like you're so floaty.
They add some weird stuff like this for power creep.
Really, the
Same
nail
as
on
nothing
the
can
head.
pick up
So a
thing and
great
move
job
them
from
except
Reason
Dino can.
Gaming to just really draw out this time bank.
Yeah,
from
it's kind
Pulsar,
of weird
but
that Dino
getting
can
to
like
the
pick
third
up and move
point
the
is
thing. You're not
still
wrong.
Very good for Pulsar. So we'll see if Reason Gaming can replicate that on their end.
And an absolute grind. Looking in on our
Resource
stats
Rumble
now,
fucking
Valor
sucks.
sitting with 22 and 3
I agree.
on the Cyclops, but not quite
I don't
so
like it.
final blows to their name. It's been Twitzy, who's been playing on the margins with both the Punisher and the
Forgot I drank
Punisher,
last night
the
and lost my
Bucky,
GM. I hate these
and
diamond
the
lobbies so
Star Wars.
much.
Doing most of the swapping
But
around
why are
for
you
the team and
drinking in
seemingly
Kun
being
rank?
rewarded for it with
Walk in,
plenty
bro.
of final hits.
And the defense not opting for
Running
that
triple when
third
you need to push.
Vanguard or that style.
Oh my god, Noctis on Jeff.
The other team went for
Why
it,
is
so
he
not
on
being able to generate
Jeff?
as quickly of strategist ultimates, but Twitzy needing to be as survivable as possible for these resurrects to come through. DRP probably going to solo anchor as Blur looks for an opportunity hanging off the wall so he can conserve his swing. Ballas on the
He's on
Cyclops.
Jeff,
You
bro.
really needed to
Go
almost ban
Wolverine.
this. It's a one-sided
Go
Cyclops,
Wolverine.
by the way.
What are you
and
doing?
Ballas
Go Wolverine.
has to really put the team
Why
on
would
his
you
back.
ever play Jeff? It does nothing
Ballas, the
here.
most powerful character in the game right now. At their service, DRP forced to use the diamond form simply to disengage here, and so that's going to open up quite a bit of space for Reason to dive around.
I mean, he's
that
mind
zone of
controlling
control
Blur.
that usually an Emma would project. Nocta now
Why is
playing
this
on
working?
off angle.
Blur's just
This
like
is what we
shooting the
wanna
Jeff
see
instead
from
of playing the
Jeff, playing
game.
on these annoying, hard to deal with angles, making sure that Paso
Oh
is
no,
constantly
like
healed
what's
up
going
and
on?
speed boosted.
Bro,
while
Blur
they
was just sitting
catch
shooting the Jeff
attention
the whole
of
time.
Pulsar's healing triple line.
And these
Why did
levels
this
from the Jet,
work?
that extra speed could help Reason path and navigate, be so wiggly to try and lock down. But man, Reason Gaming have all the space in the world, like one fight, and they cap this first point. And that's a huge time bank advantage. Blur already has the portal.
Yeah, someone's got to get on this cart right now and try and stop it before it moves in too deep. And that's going to be Blur, of course, with the portal emerging alongside DRP. The Phalanx at the front have locked their shields in a testudo formation to bisect the offensive Reason here. Means that Nocta and Paso are still stuck in the back.
And you have to mark these diamond forms. DRP using his so early allowed Rosa to step forth and be aggressive, which got the Reason Gaming momentum going, which they still can do with 2.5 minutes left, and almost every ultimate about to come online for Reason.
Somehow Jeff kills
Alright,
someone.
comes through. from DRP.
I think he can
using
sell
the Sonic
Prez.
Seduction does get Simba, but I'm not sure if a follow-up's going to be there. Seems like they have been able to survive this one for now.
DRP dies.
Rescue. DRP's too far out. Wasn't inside of Lapsis or Tilas's ultimate, even with the extra damage. Rosa tries to turn it around, goes in towards the Invisible Woman, tries to draw them from their own boundary, but it won't work out this time. Instead, it just has to be raw focus fire. Breaking down the sentience that was once seized from Susan's Storm. Crisis flees into the regeneration domain that was brought forth by the Loki. You see Blur on the margins trying to work in parallel with the remainder of the team, but the rescue's solid from Simba, and the last second touch from DRP is likely going to meet an untimely end, a doom that's been foretold as the 1 versus 6.
Somehow they're winning with the
works
Jeff.
out.
I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it.
Yeah, Pulsar a little bit uncomfortable on some of these Vanguard picks. I like that the initiative that DRP took with the Silent
I don't know why
Seduction,
Blur
but
was
what
just
the
marking
plan
the
B
Jeff
when
and
you
Venom.
didn't get as many charms as you wanted. You still had to communicate what were
doesn't
going to be the next steps of that
provide
fight.
any
And Pulsar
value.
just did everything to just have
Should just go
some
for
real
backline
estate to work
instead.
with, to depend on Ballas. And now Twitsy's old Psylocke, the MVP of Burn and T'Challa, to step through for Pulsar. Reason Gaming, though, Apex Predator, this is going to be the perfect lane to send
It's
it down.
Simba?
And
It's not the
Pulsar
same
has
Simba
to
you're
be
thinking
aware
of.
it and maybe bring out the
There's two
diamond form
Simbas.
as a retaliation. But Crisis and Lapsus have had really good spacing to get away from some of these big duelist ultimates.
Enough triple nonsense. Time to deploy the Psylocke. It worked so well for Twitzy last map, why wouldn't it do the same again? Still Simba keeping them at bay, continuously just taxing that approach, utilizing the range of the Elsa. But Blur demands attention towards the back. Rashid gets temporarily isolated, has used their big Bayou Bash to move in towards
Jeff
the edge. Nocta with the It's Jeff, seems to have grabbed a couple, maybe grabbed 2 enemies here, but is so far away from
No,
the
Cyclops,
end.
that's
Only the
big.
Cyclops is inside, but while Cyclops is away, Simba will play. Hakuna Matata, no worries apart from once what Twitzy is put directly
Cyclops
into
didn't even
their head
die.
via Sonic crossbow. Rashid just doing their best to peel in the back, but Blur is actually a blur of motion right now. Steals, is trying to steal the health back, but that was a very quick response
still alive.
from Pasuo.
Such a huge dash, too, from Lapsus to get away from the Nocta. It's Jeff ultimate, now only getting Ballas.
That's a really
and
good
even
ult.
through the Apex Predator, Simba did everything. Now Rosa has to proc a fight that Pulsar are just not ready for.
Ballas on the return here will have the Ruby Rage, but do they even have time to keep this point contested? Crisis is already down. There's no healing to play with, so Ballas will be foolhardy to invest at this point. Instead, he's going to reset with the remainder of the team and get himself one for his trouble.
3.5 minutes is a lot of time for Reason Gaming. I'm really worried about Pulsar. They just haven't been able to put up too good of a defense when it came
Was
to
it locked
the
in?
second
Yeah, this guy's actually locked the
objective.
fuck
And
in.
the Sonic Seduction was beautiful from Rosa. Reason Gaming just navigating
I think
this
Rosa's
chaos
just
with a
deadlifting.
lot more control.
I can't lie, he's just
And now you
deadlifting.
got a big duel of 2 Raging Royal Flushes.
Like one of his
Rashid
DPS
pulls
is
the
playing
trigger
Jeff,
first
Adam,
here in a second,
support
opts not
pool
to until
every
everyone's
game.
ready.
He's got a deadlift.
Yeah, just seeing how much push they can get for free. Rashid prepares. A Raging Royal Flush onto 6 here has to be answered by Ballas or Crisis. Crisis is going to instantly use the Fate of Both Worlds. Extra damage onto Ballas, but I don't think they've connected with the Ruby Rage. And so 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates have been used here by Pulsar in response for 1. It's an absolute economic crash, Lemon, and the trades aren't good. It ain't inside a trading that much is for sure. DRP has to try and deal with this alone, at least use the Diamond Form to parry the incoming leap of the Wolverine. Ballas with an unfortunate reload, but Crisis is there for the finish. The hit scan DPS genes still live in their veins, but now you need to stay on the point no matter what, and relaxing is making it quite difficult for Reason to be dislodged due to the healing of the Fate of Both Worlds. Still Blur and DRP isolate their targets, and
First they're about to go
Pulsar
squirrel
have a
girl.
second lease on life.
It's looking pretty bad for
Phenomenal stall
Pulsar.
from Pulsar. When I thought that Ruby Rage combined with the Fate of Both Worlds, I wonder if Crisis was able to damage boost that, because I'm surprised Reason Gaming did not get eliminated or affected by that
Reason's
too
on
much.
Hulk
When
Wolverine
it was
now.
just a Raging Royal Flush that was active. Even with the late Fate of Both Worlds from Relaxing, that still wasn't enough to tilt the scales in this attacking favor. But the 2 minutes that they have left, they'll have many attempts at this.
Fastball ready here for Pasuo and Nocta. Certainly going to make life difficult for Blur and DRP, and they're in a very difficult position where they have to continually contest this card. Sonic Seduction, for now, doesn't seem to have got too much. Blur is going to be grabbed, but oh, that's only going to be Rosa who's caught with him. I believe the cleanse is pretty quickly delivered by the Gambit. Great response
sure about that
there
one.
from Reason as they move on forward. Simba's taken down by Crisis, but not before trading up for Lapsis or Tilas. So each team is designated down only to a single healer.
And you have the Elsa part of this, Twitzy swapping yet another hero to try and deal with this front to back to chunk through all of these health bars, and Rosa gets it started.
It's winnable.
Oh, from the back though.
It's still winnable.
Timing from Twitzy. Crisis has to roll
We have
to
one
get the
out.
healing done.
They almost have Gambit. If Gambit doesn't die, we'll lose.
Now Simba wondering, can I stay here
They get
and try and
Gambit
make
out.
this one work? Seems like there's plenty of healing behind him, and the crunch comes through from DRP
GG.
on the other side. Simba moves towards the back. The Ruby Rage is used. Yet again, nothing to be gained from the Ruby Rage of Psylocke. Instead, just going to have to work on the vanilla mechanics instead.
Never mind, it's not over yet.
Angela needs to use it no matter what. There's 3 meters between Reason and their victory here. Rosa tries to grab the mind of Venom. He might be weak to sound, but he's
Still
also
not
weak
over.
to feminine
It's
wiles
over.
as the pretty lady distracts them and takes them off
It's
the
over.
car. Ballas is next up on the waltz for Tango for the objective, but Twitzy's not brave enough to make it onto the objective himself.
And they lose the map.
Reason will equal up the series 1-1.
Wow, the resilience of Reason Gaming. I mean, having such a huge time bank advantage, but only having 30 seconds left at the end. And how they're
Jeff
able to
Def, I guess
support
the
Simba
Jeff
on this
was
Elsa.
Thanos, I don't know.
Knocked it to going to the triple strategist to really figuring out his role on the team.
I don't know how it
to
worked.
This Vanguard line,
It really
bringing
shouldn't
more
have,
consistency to
but
the
it did
table.
work.
Reason Gaming even up our series. It's up to Pulsar to see where we're gonna go to next.
What about Jeff is bad? He steals ult charge from supports. His ultimate should be terrible here. He has no damage to provide to actually do anything. It should, in theory, it should have been the worst pick humanly possible. But somehow it worked. It's just the skill issue. Captain America's open for Pulsar and they don't play it. Doesn't make sense. If they go Captain America, they just kill the Jeff for free every fight. The Jeff does nothing. And they have Cap out. Do you know Alex Arpedo? I don't know who that is. There's no way Captain America is open for both teams, right? Why is no one playing it? I feel like Cap would have been so good for Pulsar. It would have been amazing for Pulsar actually. Cap with Snowflake on a triple support backline. Good luck. Good luck playing against that. Why is Crisis on support? He role swapped. Isn't 3 supports really good against Cap? No, it's not. If you play triple support against the Cap will never die. The truth is, triple support without Mantis is terrible, and if you play triple support, it's just a crutch. 2-2-2 is superior. 2-2-2 is always superior at the top level. Now you can do like cheese comps, like 3 tanks, 3 supports to like spawn hold and waste time, sure. But trying to do like 2-1-3, I don't like it. Crazy how people will cry about DPS being broken, but actual pro play triple tank and triple support viable. It's situational though. The only reason why they play triple tanks, triple support is to just waste time, install the cart. It won't work on anything else other than payload. And as soon as they lose first point, they instantly swap it. It's just a time waster. If Mantis is open, you don't even have to match Gambit, according to Rosa. It's true. You don't have to match Gambit. Mantis is so broken. It's damage boost and speed boost. Like, how dumb is that? Why would they give Mantis damage boost and speed boost? They should have just nerfed the damage boost. I never understood why they did both. Which mode do you think is more balanced? Domination or payload? More balanced? What do you mean by more balanced? I'm confused. I don't think balance is the right word. Do you mean like more fair for both teams? Domination, if that's the question. What makes for better games? Well, domination is always equal playing field, right? Both teams start in the same spawn. They have the same point to cap, right? Whereas payload, attacker's advantage is a real thing. If you play attack first, you have more chance to win the game. Someone did a stats thing on this in Overwatch. If you play attack side on a payload map, you're more likely to win by like 60 or 70%. I don't think domination should be in pro play. Why? Domination is easily the most balanced or like fair game mode for both teams. It's literally the most even playing field, no matter what. And it's the most interesting to watch because you can't do like bullshit tactics like spawn holding with 3 tanks, 3 supports. Convoy's so much more fun to watch. Sometimes, it depends on the map. It leads to more volatile results? What do you mean? Yo, what's up, Gem? Yo, what is that emote? That is wild. I know you love to show off. I'm gonna go for a piss. BRB.
You can ban the group, but you can't ban the passion from Reason Gaming's Vanguard lineup after that map victory. Yggdrasil Path was a great decision for them, and we actually haven't had any like footage on it during the playoffs, so kind of a sneaky pick for them as their counter map. And I mean, talking specifically about the Vanguard duel that we saw here, the triple to start things off seemed to be the difference maker, at least for the time bank here, Lemon.
Absolutely, and we wanted to see Reason Gaming show off what their game plan and what their real execution could look like. We didn't see that on Burn and T'Challa, but once they got their map pick of Yggdrasil, that triple looked really nice. And Rosa especially impressed me a lot. Having your group band out, having to go to a secondary or even tertiary Vanguard. And as an Emma player myself, I thought he played that mirror against the other Emma really well. Being the one who pops the diamond form second is so critical because it is a, like what, almost a 20-second cooldown. And it dictates that push and pull that you can have against your Emma mirror in that case. And Rosa had the clutch Sonic Seduction near the end to win it all for Reason Gaming, as it's just untouchable anchor. And to get as many finals as he did, as much damage as he did, you have to maintain energy, you have to hit every crystal on the Emma, and he pulled that off perfectly.
Almost the most damage blocked as well, just by like 1,000 off from DRP, who was like the solo dive that we saw for a bit on Pulsar as well. But I mean, speaking more into the Reason Gaming side, Passoa was no slouch either leg day.
Yeah, Passoa has kind of been Passoa has been condemned to the solo dive lifestyle, unfortunately. And on both the Captain America and on the Venom and the Hulk, it feels like Passoa has been able to try and get some stuff done, has ended up with 8 final hits as well as a bunch of damage as well. I think that Passawo getting some distractions onto any triple strategist backlines was very important for Reason Gaming being able to find some openings, and also moving over to the Hulk to allow for fastball special with Nocta, and also allowing Nocta extra value by going on that Jeff, by joining them with the Captain America, and finally not being a solo diver, being a pocketed diver in the backline, which was very troublesome for Pulsar Esports' initial defense.
Also got to give a big shout out to Simba, specifically 15 finals, really doing some good work in the slaying category for their team. Specifically, looking at the previous one, only 3 finals in that domination, so a big step up for them.
Yeah, and Twitzy having to flex to so many different things, right? Like, he went from the Bucky to the, like, Elsa at the very end to chunk through Passawo's health pool once he went to the Hulk to stall. Like, Twitzy's had to be that really flexible duelist from Psylocke, Elsa. I think we even saw Ultron. Like, I kind of stopped keeping track because he was just trying to fill whatever the team needed. But ultimately, for their demise as Reason Gaming were able to get that final push going.
Pulsar Esports, I mean, compared to what we saw in Domination, I don't know if it was necessarily like, an outlier. Map 1, some teams just trying to figure out their footing for these games specifically. But for Pulsar Esports, going into this next one, there's a lot on the line here, right? Promo relegation ahead for the team who loses in this series. For those who don't know what that is, that's the tournament, the path to pro from MRC into Ignite. You only get the one chance from between the mid-season and stage 2, and then you'll have to try again using your champion points based on your placement in each season of MRC to try and get into the competition next year. So the team who loses this will have to fight for their spot in stage 2. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that as things progress. The final spot in that determined by who loses this, but also you guarantee your spot in stage 2 if you do come out on top in this series. So both these teams giving their all, a lot on the line, not just the prizing and the placement and potential land as well. Rad Esport waiting on the other side of things here as well. So, talking about potentials of what we could see here, Lemon, what do you think is the best option for Pulsar based on what we've seen previously in terms of maps?
It's interesting. I think they're still organizing their backline, right? Crisis and Lapsus are trading gambits back and forth. If you're expecting Reason Gaming to bring out the Wolverine again, which it didn't have the fastball throughout most of that map there for Nocta, I think Pulsar have had enough punish power into Nocta. He had 13 casualties, like way above everyone else. Pulsar, I'd like them to see for them to use the rocket
proper
as
game
sort
balance
of a
would
mini
make pro
counter
play
to the
more
Wolverine,
interesting to watch.
Usually can only claim
True.
one person, maybe get that
Very true.
execution. You could try to forgive that, but Crisis and Lapsus have really opted for the Gambit Luna, and I think they probably ran the Gambit Rocket on the first map, if I remember correctly. So it's more about the hero choices for me than the map, because I think Pulsar...
Yo, TC, I'm hungry. Can I have some? Get your own bitch.
Speaking of that rocket
Fuck
too, that
you.
was banned out by Reason in this last map as well. So kind of focusing a little bit more on what worked out to enable Pulsar in that ban draft. And
Can
I
you
feel
look
like they
something
had a
about
better
season
grasp
9?
of it
No.
too. Even though we had the Luna save coming out from their side, it still wasn't super necessary, I would say, but still worked out when they were opting to use it. I did love the Loki and Gambit.
I'm a
play
greedy
from them
streamer,
on
yeah.
their side too, but more curious on
That's
what
true.
the answer back in terms of bans and protects is going to be for Pulsar, taking their time to figure out exactly which map they want to lock in here as well. Blur kind of tired, maybe have to wake up a little bit, get some energy for this too. So we'll see how they can perform in this next one. I think this is the most crucial map, I would say, for now, just because it sets the pace, right? Gets you on to a series point depending on which team comes out on top and gets the momentum back in your favor. If it's Pulsar, of course, they're able to shut down the
But why is
momentum
DRP
that Reason Gaming established
boiler
with that
room?
last map win. But also on the other side of things, if Reason do get the victory, one step away from clutching up that series win. So both these teams all on the line for this one. I mean, how are you feeling this one's going to go, Leg Day?
Money
I
changed
think
you.
that we need to see a map pick
True.
that disallows
Being rich does change you.
3-3. So I don't think that's a particularly strong comp.
Interesting.
Or Charlie, that's a pretty good one, honestly. 3-3, not
Why are they all
amazing here. There are some
sitting in
breaks
the
around
dark?
high
I
ground,
have
so
no
you need to have an
actual
ability
clue.
to be able to effectively
I don't know why they
deal
would sit in the
with
dark.
police, especially when there are like hit scan duelists up there who are gonna really give you some trouble.
Well, this one didn't go so well for Pulsar Esports last time, but hey, maybe second verse will be a bit different than the first, as it was against Team Heretics. 0-1, full held by them, but this is a different story, different team, different matchup. Let's get into it.
It's nighttime everywhere. Like it's 11 a.m. for me. We're just in the wrong time zone, bud.
We're here with a sunrise. Wake up, boys.
Well,
there are
the
games
sun
to
will.
play.
Yeah, and the sun will set for one of these teams. This is an elimination match, guys. And I think Pulsar, why they struggled yesterday was purely the ban phase. And they kind of didn't have the right ideas against Heretics, letting them get the
Who's
Rogue,
the press of
Gambit,
French?
and the Star-Lord, while Ballas and Twitzy had to play Hella Namor, which is, you know, some people respect the team up and some don't think it has its place in the meta yet. So we'll see what the Gambits will make it through, but it's the next couple of bans that will define what duelists we're going to see.
Simply ahead of the curve, I mean, you know. Cyclops going to be taken away, trying to give that one-sided to Ballast once again, potentially. I think one of the big issues for Pulsar in the last map, actually, was, sorry to call out Ballast, but, like, lack of value from Ruby Rage was, a big issue, to be honest. Like, Ruby Rage is a pretty strong ultimate, especially when you're combining it with multiple amplifiers, whether that be the Fate of Both Worlds or the Gambit ultimate. Not being able to find any final hits off the back of it is a little bit of a sink in Pulsar Esports' overall economy.
Still a lot of good choices for duelists for Nocta, where I really was a fan of the Star-Lord. He's not a fan of his own Star-Lord.
Nocta's insane in Iron
the
Lung.
Wolverine, but it's kind of a larger map to play on Hall of Jalia to set things up. So I feel like you
Optimal
really
gaming
need a
space.
fastball if Nocta returned to the Wolverine. And you have a lot of casualties on Yggdrasil's path because of how to close that gap. But the Luna Snow has been a pretty consistent protect for Reason Gaming if they're not being able to get that rocket going. And that's going to be mirrored on Pulsar's side, which is going to be Crysis's choice, and leaving Lapsus to be on Gambit duty.
Yeah, this is I'd say this is probably the most comfortable backline at the moment for Pulsar Esports. When we're outside of a Invisible Woman meta, I think Invisible Woman is probably Lepsis Latieles's best strategist if I had to pick. And Reason Gaming are actually going to make sure that it's not an uneven Cyclops with their last ban. Everyone is going to have that taken away from them. And you know what? Pasuo probably doesn't mind the Venom, the Captain America ban too much, because he can just move over to the Venom where he's equally comfortable.
The Vanguard lines are going to be what's interesting to me as well. Like we highlighted Rosa being such a good Emma, but that was because his Groot was banned out. Now this map is a little bit wider. You're not able to take advantage of as easier of choke points for a Groot, but if you're playing that front to back style, Groot is still viable. And sometimes it's always better to go for comforts than like hard meta picks. So we'll focus on what the defense is opted for, which is Rosa on the mag, which is a fine idea when Twitzy brought out the Punisher at the start of Yggdrasil's path, and that presence of a mag is what forced Twitzy off of it once he got
Pulsar, Black Panther, Spider-Man,
so true.
Thor.
I would swap too, not gonna lie.
His butt got power drive.
The Blur keeps yawning, he needs to walk in.
They got him wrestling style. Reason going to be defending first here. Pulsar looking at this. Twitzy, we did see this come out yesterday. The Human Torch on the attack. I assume they're not going to TP out first. Wait, hold up. Okay, a little bit of a fake out. TP is going to come on through. This could actually cut off Rosa from the remainder of the team. It's going to be all about trying to secure some of this high ground, so just safely depositing your team onto the back.
Some extra cover, going to give that flank over to Twitzy. That's why they protect the Luna. It is so strong for these off anglers, and even flank as Blur is going to approach through main. So you're going to have this crunch from Pulsar as Reason try to position against it in some shelter, but I don't know if you could stop Blur.
All right, that gets up a freeze. It's a valuable cooldown to get out, you know. However, Nocta finding value in the backline already, chasing away many of those strategists, which is going to cut off a bunch of healing from Blur, who's already used their symbiotic resilience and needs to return to the remainder of their team. Twitzy poking and prodding from the outside as Pulsar now have thrown the gauntlet, started to cap the point and draw down Reason to try and meet them. Simba seen underneath, and Twitzy just gives the poke over. Relaxing could be focused down here by multiple players if Blur and Twitzy can get onto the same target, but it seems that the comms have somewhat been distracted and they can't get onto a singular backline to deliver all the damage that they need to. Relaxing falls low, big Bayou Bash to escape.
And there really is low damage from Reason Gaming side. Your duelists have the lowest amount of ult charge, and I'm wondering how Simba is going to be able to close the gap against the dive and the duelists that are hit scans. So maybe Simba would have to swap to an Elsa or something in his pool to deal with Blur, and he gets out just like that. Lack of damage again from Reason.
Yep, Passaway just going to be able to exit here. Simba caught out too far. I believe got caught by the Dark Maelstrom of the Doctor Strange, and Twitsy's now on a roll. Finding the... Oh, no, Rashid.
That's bad.
There's only 3 players here, mate. And they certainly aren't going to be able to clutch this one out. Rashid's just going to be chased on down. Surely, yeah, he's got extra movement speed to try and play with, but may end up staggered here as Simba pilots back the portal for a last-second contest.
Where's my Gambit ulting, bro?
Relaxing will be able to exit. They're 9% away from their ultimate. If they can get the fate of both worlds, it might be workable. No one gets grabbed, though, by the Apex Predator, and so Relaxing can easily debark from the portal and keep everyone else in a great position. Rosa takes 2 of the sky, tries to avoid Twitsy, but guess what now? Without the BCRM available, Twitsy is just going to reign over all and sundry, and he is a cruel king who destroys his subjects.
Yeah, the impact of ults from Reason
He's
Gaming
on
was
controller,
just not
so
there.
maybe
Like
the
you said,
mess
the win
flick
from
through.
Rashid, Relaxing, tried to sustain
Isn't
them
it harder to
for the
alt on
fate of
controller
both
because you have to
worlds.
press down both the joysticks?
Gartrox was on a diet from Pulsar's side, trying to catch them as the Reason came
I
out of
fucked
the
up
portal.
my screen, I
But
can't
the
lie.
end-all be-all being Twitsy's Galactic Legend in the sky. So Nocta will have his impression of that, as this is such a good Star-Lord map. So this is a good moment for Nocta to shine on one of his best heroes. I'm so glad that he is on it, while Simba's on the Elsa.
Only
Like
logic I
I
had
said,
for pro, for pro to ult that. Yeah,
Try and work with here,
that's fair.
and so that forces out Crisis's ultimate. The fate of both worlds towards the back. DRP could find a moment here to open the Iron Agamotto, deliver multiple stuns if they can get up onto high ground, avoid Rosa.
It's not hard to use ult on controller.
Charge D to get the most value out of that one.
Yeah, but it would be hard to like
facing a little bit of control, but has additional
Ajax your ult or like fat finger it.
resilience and passes by Passimo. 2 Venoms.
Like on PC, all you have to do is press the wrong key,
healing,
and then you use your ult instantly.
How to make this approach work. DRP sub 20 HP. Where's my boy's heals at? Oh, the distraction is real, unfortunately. Nox are going to be traded out on the other side, but the front line of Pulsar is now only Blur. He may be enough, though. Rose is isolated, put in a corner. Is going to be body blocking some of the heals that are going to be going the way of that Magneto. You can see the Dark Trap has been sent their way.
He
so
should
too
be
is
dead.
the Glartrox. Take it away from the back line. All of the damage focused in towards the Vanguard. And DRP emerges from the portal with designs upon this one. The Glartrox gets nothing. 80 centimeters are in it, and guess who's too late to come through and contest? Passo was busy chomping down a swear, and all-you-can-eat buffet in the back line did not save the points.
They've been pretty good.
Pulsar, so proactive in that fight. Even if you get the one-man Apex Predator on Rosa, you deny that. You chunk through the rest of the Vanguards. 2 strategist ultimates were available for Reason, and they never had the opportunity to use it. Now they hesitate on those decisions, the way that Rashid didn't make the right one for that initial point defense. Pulsar, though, need to lock in on keeping their Vanguards up. DRP fell way too early. He wanted that Agamotto, and Nocta wants picks and headshots on the Hela.
All right, good violence. Oh, what a freeze. And the punish. You dare approach me.
I feel like Wolverine's been underplayed by both teams here. Wolverine's such a strong character, bro.
DRP has been looking for that opportunity, man, since the
They are on
second
Wolverine
point.
now,
As
but
soon as he approached, he
it took
got
them a while.
ignored by his strategist and fell early, and still Pulsar were able to scrounge through a fight win, all thanks to Ballas. And yeah, Reason Gaming will assemble. They'll have, of course, Simba on the Wolverine instead of the Elsa. Not as worried about these Vanguards anymore, but kind of the neutral fight opportunity if he can kidnap anyone.
Josh, great sword drawn, throwing them down main, is doing significant damage, but is taking some of their own right. Twitsy, nice shurikens there, and Rashid was on the other side. I don't know where my Gambit was at that point. It seems that they used their ultimate as well, but inside of a fog, maybe there was...
Is Hela actually better than Phoenix? Yeah.
Reason Gaming didn't get the ultimate.
Hela is
That's
better.
a massive resource that we've not...
How is Wolverine strong against 2 poke
Yeah,
enemies?
Reason Gaming just took too long to.
How is Wolverine not strong against? They were on Strange Venom,
just
bro.
seems to be unstoppable. You have 3 huge ultimates coming
Strange
up. The
Venom.
Apex Predator just down the long lane could be massive.
Why would Wolverine not be
Nocta
strong?
needs to kind of stabilize and create some space here, but well, I don't know how long this Hela
Now they're on my
last.
cap. It's still
Going to
fucking
be doing a
broken.
lot of damage to it, but a mid-air could change everything. The chase is solid. Blur demands it, or... Well, he didn't realize that the rest of his team were actually zoned out by the Hela ultimate, and so no healing to be found. Twitsy on the other side is taken down Relaxing, so healing issues for everyone, unfortunately. And Nox gets chased down by Ballas and the additional mobility that Elsa has over Hela.
Pulsar's disengage into re-engage was so clean once the Fate of Both Worlds and the Goddess of Death came out. Pulsar re-emerged and really ruined Reason's macro as Passimo Hell's Retribution towards the back against Pulsar, but not enough follow-up from the defense.
Meteor M ready to go. Who can DRP find with this one? Oh, what a flick on the shield from Rosa. Unfortunately, while it's pointed up, you don't see Twitzy under your armpits using the Sonic Crossbow. Yet again, the charged great sword is drawn from the scab, and it stabs deep into the heart of both
I think
Hell
Pulsar takes this map 100%.
Reason, whose defense is flummoxed by Pulsar.
Pulsar,
Reason
so
we're looking
much
pretty bad on
momentum
this one.
created, and Reason Gaming not able to manage that storm through kind of some interesting picks like the Hella Simba I wouldn't even think is known for his Wolverine, had a good grab on Ballast. Pulsar tried to react with a Meteor M that got soaked up by the mag shield, so really was kind of the swords drawn from both sides, but to fully capture out Hall of Jalia. What a turnaround from Pulsar compared to how they fared against Heretics yesterday, where they full health them. Pulsar definitely coming in with a lot of confidence on this map pick, while Reason Gaming have to try and get to that same finish line with enough time.
Quick look at our stats here.
And we're back on
in our
Jeff.
Intermission. Poor Simba currently sitting on
When in
very
doubt,
few final
force
blows.
triple.
Seems that it has been a somewhat difficult composition to track down for Simba. Blur's been doing a fantastic job.
If Groot is
getting
strong,
out
why
with
is
their
no
life
team playing
again
him?
and again and
Groot's
feeding
been
over
played all
ultimate
day.
charge
What do you
to
mean?
Crisis and Lapsus to Tilas for the trouble of it.
They played Groot all
And for
day.
Crisis and Lapsus to not have a single casualty is really impressive.
depends on the
Clearly
map.
Reason are approaching this
Yo,
from
what's up,
front to back.
Jammerfee?
They've had some nice limbs on DRP and Blur, but Reason just lacked damage on the initial point defense. They lacked impact on the Raging Royal flushes from Rashid, and I wonder if these small mistakes are kind of affecting them mentally, because now you start to hesitate.
The Groot was banned the last map as well.
Mistakes, and Reason Gaming just gotta go for it. You don't have a lot of time.
I want to see
think
some Blade
when you're a
also.
strategist in this game.
I really want to see Blade.
Not much thinking time. A lot of instinct that has to be trusted, and Rashid's instincts right now are to trust in Simba and drive Rosa forward to command this high ground away from the defenders. The second that you claim this high ground, you are in a position to choose when the fight happens. It's all about when DRP chooses to leave. For now, though, great cleanse onto this corrosive entanglement that's been given over by the Venom, and Blur once again exits safely.
A good peel for Crisis, who got a little bit low against that dive, so Pulsar have set Twitzy in a good position as well. He doesn't want to duel against Passimo, despite maybe that extra health being popped already, and the chase is on. Actually, no, Passimo still has it, so I think it's pedal to the metal for Pulsar. These important cooldowns are gone, and relaxing is down too.
Down this long lane as well, this Jeff stream is absolutely invaluable from Nocta, providing both damage and healing to many players. DRP's found Passimo, who's just getting so much heat. He's catching every
There's Jeff POV. I mean, he has his ult.
Possibly throw at him, and now Rose without a co-vanguard is going to be in a remarkably difficult position.
Finds the winner.
Nocta, what have you managed
he's
here?
dead.
You've managed to go back to spawn real quick.
It was a snack, not a meal. And yeah, to do it in front of an Elsa is gutsy. A lot of mobility to escape this. It's Jeff Ultimate. Nocta not learning that lesson yet, but Balance ruins
Nice.
3
I'm glad we're on
people
Jeff
in the midst of the feast
on
of
this
the
map.
abyss. Now talk about a meal.
Damn, he's got those teeth are more deadly than mine. Jesus, big chops coming through from Blur and Balance together.
Right. That's a British joke for everyone listening, in case you couldn't tell. So, Galactic Legend, Twitzy has been able to find his way around, and on defense, there's a lot more creativity and
Pro gameplay is like
mystery
he's watching
on
him 2
where
times
the
speed.
Starlord
Yeah,
could
everything
be.
happens
Reason
fast.
Gaming, are they ready to ult track and the Raging Royal Flush exchange now?
All right, gonna buff up Twitzy to move on forward. Plenty of squishies in their way. Rosa, oh, he managed to get the direct, but great right click from Twitzy. Damn, LeBron versus Prime Shaq here. Unfortunately, they all know ball, but can Twitzy get away? Double flips, plenty of healing, and the snowflake too. Pulsar are on it when it comes to supporting their squishies.
They won in spite of Jeff.
The midair.
You cannot fucking give me one good reason why Jeff would be played here. This is the most god-awful pick.
We're in the low we're
I've ever
bracking,
seen.
guys. We gotta lock in.
It's
The
actually
reason
criminal.
they'll only have a minute or Pulsar will take their map pick. And you've lost the Raging Royal Flush. It's
If
all
I'm on
up to
Reason, I'm
Relaxing,
pissed.
maybe Simba, but the way that Pulsar is spaced out, it's not gonna be easy
Why
to
would
get a
he be
valuable
forcing this
Apex
shit?
Predator.
Yeah, looking at all that spacing, you can see the corralling that's happening right now, trying to drag all of Pulsar down onto low ground. Passawo towards the back as debuff multiple players off the back of a Feast of the Abyss. I don't even know where Nocta came from. DRP might have been aiming for someone else instead, but ends up finding their prize in
What
some
did he normally play?
flash-fried
I mean,
shark
Nocta
and
just
the
became like a
weighty
triple
metal
support
biomass
crutch
that's given
player.
over by
I can't lie.
Magneto.
30 seconds
This
left.
guy only plays
and
like Ultron,
someone may
Mantis,
have to portal.
Adam,
Rosa's late
Jeff.
staggered. This is disastrous, but Rosa will be back on the Doctor Strange to set them up, and you're not going to have time to kind of route through the back ends of Pulsar.
And now he's
You
going
just
hella.
have to go for it, and Crisis versus Relaxing on the fate of both worlds. Apex
He just
Predator
threw the
is a
entire
blur
game.
that could
I'm
deny a lot of these heals with the Feast
just
of the
saying,
Abyss.
this guy actually
Last
threw the
try
entire
for
game.
Reason starts now.
All right, one last attempt. One last wiggle towards the point. Rosa has to keep it contested for now. Blur's going to start working around the margins. Has access to all the squishies in the back. And I think down to 50%. Did he lose his ult? I'm not sure if he had it to begin with. Crisis and Balor still have plenty of resources. Simba lost their ultimates. And no one's
C9.
on the point. I think that Rosa might have been taken off by Balas's on the other side. A quick chuckle there for Blur. Is like, yeah, we just sent that Strange to the Shadow Realm, bro. What a performance from Pulsar. Bring themselves to match point in the series.
And came in with a game plan on their map pick, and it worked out. What a freeze
This is actually criminal.
to cancel the blur, because he had the he had everything attached to the strategist. That could be the end-all be-all to push Pulsar to the edge even there, but I guess the C9 is what ends it. But Pulsar now on series point. Reason Gaming have our choice of map. We'll find out what happens after this.
I can't believe they're still forcing Jeff on every map. Every single map Jeff has been played by Reason. Why is this team not stopping him? Maybe someone said something like, we don't know the comms. Alright. I'm just messaging someone. Right. I'm gonna get my more food. I'm still hungry. I'll be back. Yo. Why is everyone gambling, bro? The song is Fluorescent Adolescent, by the way. What? Oh my god. This is the song name. If Pulsar don't win, it's crazy.
Really good looks from Blur on the dives, kind of
Ella sub
distracting the
run
other
out.
team.
GG, bro.
Twitzy finally playing the Star-Lord we have been waiting
No more
for.
Ella
I mean, there's a lot
subs
to talk about
emotes.
here.
Absolutely, and Blur, like, combined with the Magneto.
What happened to
levels, too, you get
Spotify
that kinda
overlay?
extra forgiveness,
It's
that
bad for
cushion,
YouTube
'cause
videos.
You can punish
I'd rather not have it
Venom
on
so
screen.
well when you have an Elsa, especially in the hands of Simba, and he was trying to also find the ultimate answer. Nocta returns to the Jeff and Rashad, and a lot of decision making kind of fell through the cracks for Reason Gaming, where Pulsar got to go to their map pick, they executed their game plan, and it worked out. And I wonder if kind of that Blur dive pressure is what forced so
How does
many
that command
errors
work?
on the Reason Gaming side.
I think it's also the pressure of the
What
series,
one?
right?
Do you mean the
It
song
being,
command? It doesn't work.
kind of a do or die
If that's what you're
situation
talking
for
about.
these teams lose promo relegation, have to fight for your
That's
chance back to stage 2.
Oh, the gamble all either doubles or takes
all
everything.
sorts of comps and a new patch that they'll be playing on literally a week after the new season would be coming out, which is pretty insane to think about. But then also, you know, knowing that you're so close
What is that
to
emote
the
gem?
next round and guaranteeing that spot in stage 2. Also having to play up
What the
against
fuck
a
is that
good
emote?
team in Rad afterwards. So much to think about for this, but we have an easy decision that we made here for the MVP crisis. 22-0 had the SVP in the last map, MVP here. You cannot allow
Has Jerry
this
lost
Luna to be
played?
played here right there.
Oh my goodness. Well, previously a hit scan duelist,
Yes, or did they
now
play it?
a hit scan healer. And you know what? It all works out in the end.
63.4%
accuracy is kind of nasty. On Valuna, I'm actually picking up some final hits as well. being involved in a
63.4%
bunch
accuracy
of,
on Luna.
assists to
What
make sure
the
that
fuck?
everything could come through. Like, Ice Arts is such a very critical cooldown to be able to hit. We saw some great freezes come through as well for Pulsar, and 3 final hits for Christ, actually the lowest on the team. So you know what? Actually,
Well, I
kick
saw
him
the
right
emote.
now.
Pulsar were so clutch in that series because forcing errors like kind of the Raging Royal Flush in a fight that was already dead, to forcing Reason Gaming to straight up C9 because the portal wasn't directly on the objective at the end, which would have been an uphill battle anyway. And you know, Pulsar, like, I like that you mentioned Rad being the next opponent, Vaudable, because if you had to be on the side of a lower bracket between Heretics and Rad, I would pick the Rad side, to be honest. And I think whoever comes out of this series has a real chance to make a lower bracket run, depending on, you know, the form that Rad is in.
Also gotta talk
3-0.
about the form though of Reason
Did
Gaming, right?
Navi won their
9
match?
total
Yeah, they
final
won
hits.
3-0
Twitzy had that
versus
by themselves.
Rad.
Balance even looking really solid on their end. Only the one casualty against them with the 12 finals, and I feel like this is kind of a diff between the two duelist lineups, right? We had 2 finals from Noctis. Simba, who was
Wait, the Luna?
solo duelist for a while, getting supported by triple
Luna
strategists,
difference in
did not get a
accuracy is kind of
single
wild.
final elimination
That's
themselves.
a crazy
and I feel
accuracy
like
difference.
just the shutdown every time of Reason Gaming, regardless of, you know, what strategy they were going for on the offense or even defense, they just seemed lost
is wild.
in simple terms throughout this map.
Crisis
So, a
has
great
crazy
counter pick
aim.
here for Pulsar Esports specifically, and so far, as we were talking about, every counter pick map has been won by the team who was selected. So we'll see, you know, how it continues here, Lemon.
DPSM, yeah.
And Simba, I don't even want to harp on him too much because there just wasn't enough coordination around the Raging Royal Flushes. I think kind of in the panic and the chaos that Reason Gaming were experiencing, you had a nothing burger of an Apex Predator, and I think it's just when everything starts breaking down, the comms and everything, it's hard for a duelist to just put the whole team in the backpack, you know? So I know Simba's talent is there, but the team kind of need a morale boost going into, you know, a series point against Pulsar.
kind of tell just based off the cams, the energy doesn't seem to be there, and it needs to be electric for them to come out on top. But there it goes, Midtown. This is what we've been waiting for. The map Reason Gaming kept Virtus Pro so close. 3-2 is how that one went there. So a lot on the line for this one. Do or die for Reason Gaming. Can they stay alive in the playoff bracket, or will they be sent to the promo relegation? We'll find out through this map.
For as much as it's worth, I think this is the right map pick, Lemon. This is a great staging ground for 3-3, and while I do believe in the talent of Reason's duelist,
I think Pulsar can still take this map.
And Nocta are having a great day today when it comes to the raw aim. So maybe we take things a little bit slower. We have our better reaction time off the back of playing 3-3, and we batten down the hatches. It served us so well over on Yggdrasil Path. So once again, we could try and recapture that magic to take ourselves to a map number 5.
Yeah, the 3-3 could come out from Reason Gaming. We saw that on Yggdrasil's Path. That was a huge part of how they won that map, to put up such a kind of an unkillable defense for the longest time. And this is a good group map for Rosa. This is a good Venom map for Passivo. But Twitzy is like an unironic
Boar's like
Moon Knight
listening
enjoyer,
to some
and
white
that's
girl
kind of a
music or some
niche,
shit.
Duelist pick to try and break out a spawn or to take advantage of the 3-3. That's kind of a niche strat as some teams have been going for. But as the Ban and Protects have gone through, Rockets
DC,
will not be
I
as
don't know if you
accessible.
know this,
Wondering if
but
it's going to be a
when
one-sided
support players are
Cyclops or not.
panicking, do
Reason
they
Gaming are
giggle,
weighing
blush,
that
and kick
choice
their feet?
carefully.
Yeah,
The
they do.
pulsar morale seems to be high. You catch Blur jamming on camera.
They have their loving
Listen to
sex
the
toys
game.
connected to the game as well.
Into it right now.
So they
Cyclops once
lock
again
in even
take it
harder.
away, as you noted, Reason Gaming. We still have one band
Or do be
to their name,
vibing.
but before that, Pulsar Response might be able to secure the one-sided Cyclops. And admittedly, there are some good spaces to work with Scott Summers here on Midtown. But when you're expecting that maybe
auto
Reason are
modding
gonna play this
message?
triple again, you might want to
Or
try
my
and secure
chart, their
yourself
chart.
like a Wolverine for that anti-Vanguard duty.
Really nice ban on the Groot to deny that from Rose's side of things. And I don't think like Loki has been touched at all in the ban phase. There is such a laundry list of important bans to get through that Loki has been slipping by, and why this meta has been defined by which team has really good Loki players, because to have 2 Raging Royal Flushes or 2 Cosmic Yarn
Pancake supposed
Amplifiers
to be giggling because
is
they know
a
they're
big
God.
part of the core of the strategist line.
They are
But
gods.
Reason Gaming want to make sure that relaxing
Did they get
is
one-sided
on,
Loki?
you know, relaxed
Or what?
on his comfort pick.
Double gambits will work out well. Raging Royal Flush, anything
Wolverine,
better
man.
than that is Raging Royal Flushes.
Loki
Wolverine
Protect is
found a way
interesting.
Again, and this is likely an inclination, but Reason
I would have
Gaming
banned
gonna
Luna
just open up
from
on the
Crisis.
defense with their triple shield.
His Luna's
weird
like so much better
3-3,
than
which usually has
everything.
an Emma,
He's actually
String,
Thanos and Luna.
and Magneto. All
Yo,
of
the
whom
comedian, thanks for the 9 months, bro.
Wolverine.
And we don't care about
My wife's
Cyclops.
boyfriend
Am I
Clark is
crazy?
saying that we
Like,
should be
it's not
putting
protected
dollars
from
on
Pulsar.
Pulsar.
Reason Gaming didn't ban it. They just
I think he's
don't
onto
care
something.
about Dallas on Cyclops, I guess. And maybe he could just easily stick to the Elsa if Passivo's Venom continues to be a problem. But after kind of how back and forth the Hall of Jalia was,
Is Wolf
that-
perfect now, or
that
does he
was,
need any adjustment? I think he's fine.
and Nocta, I think, gave a
He's
big
in a
win
good
condition
spot.
to Reason Gaming on Yggdrasil's Path, bringing that Wolverine, which is a very strong pick on Midtown because there's so many nooks and crannies, especially little high grounds that Wolverine can traverse on. But he hasn't been supported by a fastball yet. So I like that you don't want to deal with something you don't know how to counter. So I guess I will agree with the Wolverine pick, but now you have to deal, or the ban, and now you have to deal with Ballast on the Cyclops though. So which evil do you prefer?
Okay, I like Twitzy here. I wouldn't mind Twitzy being on either Winter Soldier or the Moon Knight, which we know that Twitzy is an unironic enjoyer of, to really punish his players who stick close together in a 3-3. Isolation is
What about the
name of
Wolverine with
game.
team up?
So I am surprised to see
I
that,
mean, it's a team up. It's supposed to be good.
DRP is not going to
It's
be
the whole
playing
point.
on the group to begin with to try and
Team Cap Spectate over Team Cap Mog. I think they're both good.
Okay, Twitzy just eliminates Simba. I thought there was
Someone's
sustain
already
with the
dead.
3-3. Not sure what's breaking down on the Reason Gaming side. And Twitzy, he brought out the Bucky at the start of Yggdrasil and then got a double hook. Probably
Adam's
one
dead.
on a clone. Nocta will be back,
No link,
but
no
I don't know
lamps.
if you
GG.
want to be back. This is a hemorrhage and a complete breakdown of the house of cards
That
that
was
Reason
a
Gaming
spawn
were
hold.
trying to assemble.
This feels like a complete and utter disintegrating of the comms on the side of Reason. Like, how
Sometimes
did Simba
Wolf
get
Ult
picked so
doesn't
early
grab people
with that much of
properly.
a health bar?
Yeah, it can be a bit buggy at times.
And there's 3 shields to stop a Bucky hook, by the way.
Okay, Verd
Now
won
there's
against
only 2,
Argentina.
'cause Passivo's
Nah,
on
I think
Venom.
Argentina
Rosa
wins.
already has to portal, and Pulsar get an opening pick off Twitzy again. win.
All right, Nocta noted on the other side is just going to have to leap away to safety rather than for any kind of offensive purposes. Simba tries to cover everyone else as they escape from the clutches. Oh, Rashid just went too far out, left the regeneration domain. And
I'm gonna try and make some of the channel emotes look better.
A quick grab comes through from Nocta.
Like Team Cap, very TC. I think very TC could be better.
Being used here, but Nocta standing alone against the tide of
Make it
Pulsar,
bigger,
can't
make
get
it
done, and it seems like
brighter.
Pulsar have figured out the 3-3.
And reason, I think we're feeling very charitable today, giving all the old charge over to Pulsar. Simba's on the Elsa, and this is going to be the answer. Once you get rid of this 3-3 shenanigans on the first objective, it's time to go
TCL
back
could be
to
bigger
what the
also.
game plan was. Nocta on the Wolverine, Simba on the Elsa. This is going to be interesting, but Pulsar have banked so many.
Are you rooting for Australia or Egypt? I think Egypt wins that, no?
Your best chance is
Baki super good
on
now?
the Raging Royal Flush, but Crisis
I think
at any
Baki's in a good
moment
spot,
could be
yeah.
proactive with Pulsar.
There's more reason to play Baki on these kind of maps.
Does force out the greens for now, and that means it's go time for the side of Twitzy. Looks for a victim. Anyone low could be beautiful, and that's going to be Rosa falling down first. Tasso manages to parry the incoming Kraken's impact, though, with their own shield, and so avoids getting afflicted by that debuff. No resets here for Twitzy, but in the end, it might just be the democratization of the casualties is going to be done between Pulsar here.
I was gonna say Nocta needs to chill. If he gets pulled
Reason's
by
mental
his
seems like
Bucky, the
completely
staggers
blown.
would be not great.
I mean, they're getting kind of
but hey,
stomped
they only
right now,
lost
yeah.
3. They're gonna have another fight with the Raging Royal Flush. It's only gonna be the one option. Lapsus will be able to copy that. DRP will pull them into the fight, whether they like it or not.
Oh no, Nocta pushed out of LOS of their backline as well. Raging Royal Flush now drives forward. Pulsar, they've got plenty of offensive pressure to try and deal with here as Ballas finds an angle. Now needs to escape, blasting themselves back with concussive force to avoid the incoming CC. But DRP not quite so lucky. Grabbed in by the Glatrox, the Apex Predator chomps into the White Queen herself. And Ballas now just has to get away from all of this. Big last stand into the regeneration domain though. And so Nocta is completely no-sold by the reaction time of a Loki. Great play from Lapsis Tilas.
Yeah, both teams have had fantastic regen domains to mitigate what seemed to be huge Duelist or Vanguard ultimates, and Lapsus and friends from Pulsar have avoided playing Loki for the longest time due to a lack of confidence.
Excited for season 9?
Clearly,
I am.
this is working out beautifully for them
to
be able to flex to any ultimate that they need, but now it's time to push to the second point here for Pulsar.
Oh, big grab, stay inside the Ruby Rage, but that's excellent responsibility here from Relaxing. Now instantly able to copy out Rashid and move everyone forward with the Gambit ultimate. Crisis has tried to counter-strike here. Rashid's fallen down on the other side, and so Ballas now has an opening to try and move forward on to the Elsa. Instead, choose to go after Rosa. Just prioritizing those who are contesting the point as Nocta's arrived as well. Yes, a quick grab onto Blur is a momentary peril, but in the end, victory is for Sweetest Nectar to release Venom from the grasp of Wolverine.
And Cyclops just does so much damage, I mean to Rashid right there, but to a grouped up, clumped up Reason with that concussive beam.
Triple support nerfs are only wishes for season 9. Bro, triple support is trash other than Mantis.
Maybe it's not annihilation off the Ruby Rage.
I hope
but
Mantis gets
neutral
nerfed,
is so
yeah.
strong for Cyclops, and Pulsar will get out the gates.
Triple support should never be good.
I guess. So
Fuck triple support.
to take things
Boring.
slow. Does that force a tempo change from Reason to get back on their feet? Because they have the Raging Royal Flush here soon.
Oh, Nocta waking up. And Reason are going to take advantage of this to at least claim control of the cart and stop its forward progress. They need to try and make sure that they burn the
What
time
about
back as much as
Ultron?
possible,
Ultron's
because
not even good right now.
Still have 3 minutes to work with here. Lapsis has access to a quick copy. The Living Bullet puts Blur on notice, and Nocta's
Ultron's only good if Mantis is played.
Yeah, this Elsa
How would you nerf Mantis?
for
Remove the
this
speed
Venom,
boost.
especially to reset Pulsar back to their spawn room
That's a start.
doors. After that pick on Twitzy, it
Remove the speed
completely,
boost from
set
her
off
leaves.
the momentum of Pulsar.
Remove the shields from
to
her
try and
ult.
get through these archways for a Venom is really tricky. You hate to have these
Why does
low
she have
ceilings,
shields
you're
and
very
speed boost on her
telegraphed
ult?
How you're coming out of things, and Simba's been checking a Blur at the door. DRP though, with the Psionic Seduction of Reason, are
And then make
a little
her
too far
275
forward.
HP.
They could be pulled in, but Rosa will go for it first. DRP exchanges too.
How long till variety? I said we're doing variety after this is
CCM
finished.
for now, DRP does not get charmed by their counterpart. An exchange once again of Gambit ultimates, but who can hunt down the opposing Gambit better? Nocta's got the better combo ultimate. The Raging Royal Legend to be forged right here and now as Nocta returns to ignite with some fire in his heart.
So excited to see Nocta on the Star-Lord, and I'll keep talking about it because we
What
gotta
game?
leave Jeff
For
alone.
variety?
We gotta go to the guy.
We can do Mecha Chameleon, Gambling with Your Friends, Peak.
Get the Star-Lord out. You got
Those are the
the
3
Raging
games I'm
Royal
thinking
Legend,
of.
as you said. It's the perfect combo for Reason to keep.
What do you think of the speed boost over damage boost? Only Mantis, no shield from ult.
Once again, a pair of Gambit.
So you're saying remove the damage boost? Yeah. Either you remove the speed boost or remove the damage boost.
It was charged up by Twitzy, and it seems thus far it's been mostly bloodless. Reason have lost out.
Making a speed boost only could be interesting, yeah.
For a reset.
I wouldn't hate
Pulsar
that.
break out of spawn thanks to that same winning combo that Reason went for. But that Apex Predator, Simba needs to get value out of this. And I know it's been hard to kind of have Pulsar all aligned for it. As Passable will get
Yeah, you
some
can make her
initial
ult more like
scouting
B as
going.
well.
Pulsar giving up a lot of space, seeing if they can wall off some of these Vanguards using this DRP Groot. And Pulsar have only a minute left.
Yeah, Pulsar have given up so much space because they're worried about getting flanked here by Simba and getting pushed into the opposing team by something like an Apex Predator. You can see Nocta working around the right-hand side at the moment. Twitzy is going to be the one who's responsible for marking that and making sure that Twitzy cannot, making sure that Nocta cannot get in onto relaxing on the back line. Still Reason, they feel the tide starting to shift, and Twitzy moves towards the back already. Relaxing and Rochelle
That was a really good dive.
There's no healing available now for the defenders on Reason. It's going to be raw mechanical strength alone, but when faced with a gargantuan amount of damage like this, what can you do? Pulsar, push it through with 26 seconds remaining.
I think Pulsar won.
And push Reason over the edge.
It
Crisis
looks
being
like a Pulsar win.
20% ahead of that Raging Royal Flush made all the difference as both these teams have
Holy
exchanged pretty guaranteed win conditions around the Gambit and how important it has been. And I love to see Pulsar utilize Crisis on this. I feel like this team looks more organized. The fight calling looks more decisive. And you have Lapsus. These regen domains have been amazing.
I need a second opinion.
Kind of push Reason back from going on the Wolverine from Nocta.
This is my thumbnail guy. What one is better, the top one or the bottom one?
Nocta's backed up and they
It's for YouTube backgrounds. I'm gonna have like a set background for every thumbnail.
Pulsar have organized a winning
It's gonna be like,
push. They have
this is
got
the
to
background, then you
end.
put
They're
stuff on
series
it.
point. If they can have
Bottom
a
or top?
better defense, they'll take the series.
Blur taking 20.6k damage to only fall twice. Once again, we've learned to enjoy Blur's soft dives, getting out with HP
Seems a bit
feeding
mixed.
over. Ultimate charge.
Half
to
of you are
Ashanti,
saying
as well
top,
as
half of you saying
demanding
bottom.
attention,
Interesting.
Meaning that constantly other players fall through the cracks while the strategists are healing
What one
each
pops
other
out more?
on the side of Reason. But for now, just like, wow, Twitzy's been having himself a game, hasn't he?
I'm glad Rashad has lights, I guess. But anyway, are the lights going to stay on the Pulsar side, or I should say the Reason side, as they're going to have to go to all the way to the end to force yet
I'll do
another
a pull,
game
maybe.
5 in this grueling
I can't
day
decide.
of bracket matches here in Stage 1 playoffs. Nocta on the Daredevil, man, he's got a deep hero
Top is
pool,
growing on
but
me.
does he have a mastery of all these picks? He's been
Yeah, I'll
fluid
do a
to
pull.
swap, but Pulsar, they strike first.
What was Relaxing doing in there?
Well, let me do a pull right
where's
now.
Valona going? It's the question
Relaxing.
here. Yeah, bro is relaxing over there. The dive has claimed up to
Top or bottom?
Heal Crisis, who's down to half.
Top.
The best kind of peel is just raw violence.
Bottom.
And well, Cyclops has plenty of punches in his dimension
1
to
minute.
unleash upon Reason.
Start pull.
And a solid defensive win momentarily for Pulsar, because Pulsar rolled Reason on this initial defense. Got such a huge time bank and momentum push, getting through basically the 2 first points of Midtown.
Switch.
Uncontested
Good one, bro.
Because of Reason breaking down. So Reason have got the initial ball rolling, and Pulsar
I'm
though
not
haven't
bummed.
really built towards any ultimates, or at least significant ones, just the Ruby Rage. And Reason Gaming will have to just have a stronger neutral.
Rashad expends a multitude of their cards here, just for a little bit of self-healing, making sure that someone
Top
doesn't
is
have to turn
winning.
around to try and deal with
Show
it.
him.
Nocta might be out of touch too far. Follow-up isn't quite there.
Top or
from
bomb?
Valis. Can't connect the headshot.
What
but they
one do you prefer
desperately
more?
wanted. And now
For
they're
YouTube
marked by the
thumbnails.
Sonic Pursuit. However, Valis is like, you know what? I'm ready to come fight you, bro. Square up in the car park, lads.
Oh my god, Nocta lives? Nocta lives, by the way, and Pulsar are frantic to deal with Reason, who wanted to back up their Daredevil player, and Reason are sent packing. I mean,
Bomb one.
this Daredevil has had limited range because of those nerfs, and Nocta's
Okay,
feeling the
interesting.
pressure of
Bomb
having
ones.
to gap close
Who's the
against
bomb then?
Pulsar, who have their comms just tight enough to watch where Nocta's angles are at all times, and that's not going to force Nocta to swap. He's committed.
Yeah, something wild happening when you're jumping the Daredevil in the 1v1. Gambit ult expended by both teams now, but Simba's already fallen on down. Ballas knows exactly where to focus his fire. Passimo not the ideal target here, and so Reason have already called this one. We're like, oh well, no Simba, no win. See you later, fellas.
And crucial seconds taken away, though, as Reason are having limited options.
Bomb
And the
always
portal,
wins,
I
true.
don't think was used, right, from Pulsar yet, so Reason Gaming will have maybe another wave of fights to win. Simba, Apex
Yeah, Pulsar
Predator,
just gonna win
he
this map.
needs
There's
to
no way to
have a
lose.
splash in this fight, or this could be over for
It's
Reason.
over.
DRP tries to stop the dive, mind controlling all those who put themselves onto that back line, but Passimo towards the back doesn't get anything off the back of a Feast of the Abyss, but blows disengagement is touch too late. Lapsis and Telos and Crisis were busy thinking about each other. A quick slam here onto Passimo. There's no one to try and rescue him. Too late to arrive is relaxing as Simba releases the Glartrox, but yet again it's nothing for Simba. Unfortunately, Scar has
YouTube
taken
has
him
A/B
to the
testing
cliffs,
feature
and
for
he's
thumbnails.
casting
Yeah, they
down
do.
into a stampede of
We could do
wildebeest
something
to
like that
join
for it,
his
yeah.
father. Long live the king, say Pulsar, as Reason's reign in the lower bracket shall soon come to an end with 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, gotta be careful here. Okay, Twitzy does manage to leave, but what a game-changing grab.
Australia
from DRP on
scored?
the
Oh,
diamond
shit.
Form. Popped it early.
The Aussies are
Kinda
winning?
Just felt the presence of Passimo. Got him even with that extra health. Popped and just punish Reason. That's what Pulsar are doing. They stop Nocta, they stop Passimo, but here comes Rosa.
Rosa with a dream.
Here comes Rosa.
Rashad already down. There's no healing here for Rosa. Nocta needs to make it work. Let the devil out. He screams. He screams it to the rooftops, to the highest skyscrapers. Reason
Things are
demand their
dying.
day in the sun. They demand their day in court, and they may well have it here, as there is going to be a momentary lapse in the fighting, as Reason could push the cart forward and get Rashad back to use his ultimate.
The Raging Royal Flush thought about there from Rashad, as Blur will go back for heals. Pulsar will have a chance. They portal now. They have that cooldown available, and Crisis could have the fight-winning ultimate here.
Relaxing. Not going to be able to back this one up. It's all about the neutral healing. Nocta's gone too deep. Nocta's been punished by Lapsis Ortilas. The doppelgangers surround blind justice, and they dispense their own magical will upon the diver. Now someone from Reason has to stay on the car at all times. Overtime starting to tickle on down. Rosa gets onto it just about as Relaxing keeps it going. No, Passimo loses the ultimate.
GG.
And they lose the contest as well.
That's a wrap.
Reason absolutely evaporated away, and Pulsar claim the series 3-1.
The defense is ironclad, and they move on to face Rad in the lower bracket quarterfinal. And unfortunately for
GG's.
Reason, they will have to face promo relegation. And we're Vaudable. This was still such a fun series, and to finally
won.
win on the opposition's map pick.
Is DD bad in
is
pro
pretty
play?
sweet
No.
for Pulsar.
He's still good.
Yeah, this was a great showing from Pulsar. I mean, answered all of the questions that we had after the last series specifically, and just showcasing, hey, we might have lost to Heretics, but Heretics is a different beast.
Okay, that was that. I think we do variety now, yeah? Variety time it is. Okay, chat, I'm gonna run a new poll. Choose the game for variety. Um, and I'll do a 2-minute poll. You guys choose. What game are we doing? Dun, 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 dun. I won't be able to join, my PC's fucked. Someone spam gay porn and fours and dot memes. Da, 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 da. You guys have 2 minutes to vote. Mecha Chameleon is winning so far. Some guy got auto-modded for cock asking. I'll let chat decide. They said second. Okay. I'm gonna add everyone in game now. I think we're playing Mecha Chameleon. It's winning by a landslide. Okay, let's do Mecha Chameleon. Is Lutheran joining? I'm gonna message him. Yo. We are doing Mecha Chameleon. To get away. Okay, Mecha Chameleon. Let's go. I'm getting on. Let me change category. Do. Let's go. Vote for Gamble with your friends, noobs. Hey, we can maybe do it later. Apparently I'm downloading content. Did this game update already? Get away. I'll make the server and you guys can join. Wait, how many people can we have before it breaks? Because apparently the game breaks after you have like a certain amount. Marvel Rivals needs prop hunt? True. That could be fun. Leo asks, looks like if he has friends to play variety with. Good one. Oh yeah. Create server. Password is tough. Server name is TC. That works. Max players. How many can we do? Like 15? Run stably, not guaranteed to work. We'll do 13. We'll do 13 max. And then servers Europe. Or region tag. I've never been host before, so... Yeah, I've got some custom maps. Horror? What does horror do? Horror filter. Number of hunters? We'll do 2. Hunter wait time? 120 seconds. Search time 300 seems fine. Answer check time. Forced taunt. Actually, we made that like 20. No filter is trash. Ammo limit. Off. Right? Ammo limit's dumb. I'll turn that off. What's the name? Lobby's called TC. Password is tough. All lowercase. And then the fucking server tag is Europe. You're such an ugly, peculiar Scottish human. Thank you. What should I draw?
Hello? Hello?
But how do I even use voice chat in this game? Yo.
Hello?
Yo.
Read that! Read that!
I'll turn music off. Classic. We do this. Perfect Scottish flag. Holy, what's the server called? TC? Password is tough. And then server tag is Europe. Ah, shit. I mean that. Looks like the Xbox logo. Yo. Why are we only 5 people? Is everyone broke?
Trickin'! Trickin'!
Yo, am I speaking?
What is that?
Yo, am I speaking?
Amogus.
Yo, am I speaking?
Yo, am I speaking?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yo, hello?
I want to be Among Us as well. Wait.
Why are you blue?
Red is sauce. You get your dick out my ass, bro. I don't have this shit installed, bro. We only have 5 people. Are we for real? I know 13 people voted for this.
Washed streamer.
We had more people when I wasn't streaming. It's too expensive. Woodern's not home as well. GG, bro. Other 8 people are throwing harder than Nocta. Wait, so we're only going to have 5 people, is that what you're telling me? What are you doing? That's just not funny. That's not funny at all.
1-to-1.
It's not even the same color of hair. Okay, do we just do one hunter, 5 people? I mean, this game was a shit option anyway, because you're all just gonna stream snipe my location and fucking find me. Okay. I'll give you guys 30 seconds and I'm starting. May as well go public lobby? I know. Stream sniper incoming. Bro, why am I... I can't go under. I was just done. Alright. Bro, why can't I get in there? There has to be a better place.
Hello. Hello.
Yo, by the way, you have your mic on, by the way. I hear you laughing. I hear you laughing. You're not funny.
Blind playthrough.
You're lying. You're lying. I swear to God, I hear you, by the way. I swear to God.
I'm gonna mute. Oh, giving up.
I'm actually so dead.
What?
Why are you a snake? Why are you a snake? Stand up. Yeah.
I'm so obvious, bro.
Yo, stop laughing. It's not that funny, bro. I swear it's not that. Yo, I swear it's not that funny.
Oh no 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 no! Look at you! Look at you! You're so clueless! You're so fucking clueless! Oh my god, that's so funny! Oh my god! No, not that! Not that!
Fuck! It's not even him. It's not even him.
Wait, yo, I swear I hear this guy owe me so much. What?
Look at you, so clueless! Bro! Oh my god! Look at you! What are you doing? No, I'm not a balloon!
Why is the audio so fucked? Is the audio in this game just dog shit? It's like everywhere.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna fucking die! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! You're fucking clueless! Oh my god, it's so fucking funny!
haven't even looked at them because it doesn't say on the left that I've looked at them.
Wait, someone's on me. Where?
Ramon, you're trash.
Bro, no. The audio is so bad, by the way. It says this, bro. Look, 10 seconds.
Where?
Bro, someone's on us. Look, listen to the whistle. 3 seconds.
We haven't looked at them once. But we fucking lose. Where?
Where?
Huh? What?
What? Yeah, okay.
Okay, where was cyber apathy? The fuck? Were you even in that room?
Awesome CD. Yes, I was.
Bro, what? None of you guys were found.
You're just a fucking trash hunter.
Oh yeah. People can join. I think me not wants to join.
I laughed so hard, man.
Are you memeing or just blind? Okay, no one on my stream saw where you were. That's just a lie. That is just a lie. Okay, we need more hunter search time.
He got rage bait into leaving.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so loud on your stream. What the fuck?
Bro. Yeah, we do the Samsons.
Okay. I'm gonna stop.
We only have 4 people. I'm just gonna fucking quit. I can't lie. I'm just gonna quit.
Well, people still can't win.
People are joining. Who? Who's joining? 1 person, max. Brother, what's the... I gave the name and password. It's TC and then this. That's the password.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
The game does not pick my makeup. Wait, Dana, you're in?
Bro, TeamCaptain.
Uh-huh.
You can lower my volume in the settings.
You're right. I can also
Right,
kick
we
you
got
from the
one
game.
more person joining. Hold up.
What is this?
I can also kick you from the game. I can also.
What does this slider do? This is the volume slider? Actually, I don't know what that does. Okay. I'm running the game in 3, 2, 1. Danny needs to download the map.
Right. So loud. Why the fuck am I so loud?
I don't know why he's so loud.
Crazy.
Why the fuck are you so loud, bro? I'm trying to fuck this guy, Team Scammer.
GG. You done.
Okay, someone got in. You're cocking your chat. What do you mean? I literally gave the password and the name.
Shut up, shut up.
Holy masterful spot. This is called a masterclass chat.
Oh my god.
That's a masterclass. I never expect it. High lock, the stream sniper's hunting, so we probably lose. Cheater? Who, me?
Hi, luck. Hi, luck. Hi, luck. Come here.
Why does it sound like...
Doggy. Come here.
Wait, in the free cam it sounds like you're right next to him. No way. Hi, lock.
Yes, you fucking retard.
Hi, lock.
Hi,
Hi,
Luck.
lock.
Hi, luck.
Hi, lock.
Hi, look. Light and death.
I'm behind you, I'm behind you.
Playthrough.
How do you not see us? You're so bad. Bro, we're in the other room. We're in the other room. How do you not see us? I'm not under there. I'm at the other side, bro. Other side, other side. That's the wrong room. Wah! 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 Did you know you can get in the attic?
Hi, luck. Hi, luck.
Somebody leave.
Stop pretending you leave,
One
bro.
for player.
You don't read.
Hey, look.
Bro, how did you get out the map?
Oh Jesus Christ! You fucking got it.
What's he doing?
Hey, look.
What are you looking at, man?
He's looking for Santa.
Hey, look.
Are we like try-harding?
He's opening the
He's
stream.
typing in chat. He's typing in chat like.
He's opening the stream.
Yeah, clueless. Good acting, by the way. Good acting. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Where is he? Oh no no no! Oh no no no!
Oh my god!
Oh no no no!
This is so funny again. I'm gonna laugh again.
Hold me! Hold me! Hold me! I'm upstairs! Hold me! Hold me! Go!
We're not upstairs, dumbass.
Very
What's this
cold.
guy doing?
Very cold, Tyler. Very cold. I said cold.
He's opening the stream.
Cold.
Please shut up.
Please shut up! Wah! 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 Wah!
Guys, I'm gonna leave if you don't shut up.
Wah! Wah! FF15, guys. FF15.
FF15.
FF15, guys. FF15.
Game is over. Everyone can feel it. Everyone knows it.
It's not fun if you're constantly in my ear. It's not fun.
Does this guy even have headphones on?
Oh. Oh, he has a screen open.
He does.
"60 seconds. Do you hear it ticking?"
Bro, how did you make that bookshelf seem so real?
High clock. Do you hear it ticking? High clock.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't get more people.
Yeah. Look at this dude. Look at him. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this dude.
But he was right next to me.
Look at this dude.
To be fair, it was highlock hunting.
Look at the topics of his head. Look at the topics of his head. Look at this dude. Hi, look behind the curtains. Go back in the room. Here in the room. In this room. Behind the curtains. Here. Above the curtains. Look
That is the fireplace.
at the fucking window. Look up. Look the fuck in the window and then look up. Oh fuck! I'm blinking. You see it?
Bro, I was in plain sight. How'd you not find me? How'd you not find me, bro? I was right there.
Bro, give me a like at least. Give me a like.
How'd you not find me? I was right there, bro. Okay, we got 6 people. I think we got people joining. Okay, who in chat is joining that isn't in? Because you need to lock in. Couldn't do shit with your Muppets in my ears. Skill issue. Okay. I'm gonna pin a message in YouTube chat, or not in YouTube chat, in Twitch chat. Alright. Slash pin. Name. TC. Password. Is tough. Region. EU. Get off me. Oh yeah, there you go. Now get the fuck in. Lock in.
Come kiss me.
Yo, can you like change your avatar? Yeah, what is that? You're so beautiful. Wait. I need to change mine.
Lay next to me. Come here. Be a good boy.
It's coming home. It's coming. Football's coming home.
No, it's not.
Come on, England. Let's score some goals.
Ethan Martini. Thanks for the gift. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think everyone's in that wants to be in, right? Is Ethan in? He's in. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, he's inside.
How old you're a bitch. Right. We'll do 2 hunters. 3:30 search time. Then we do... Where's the bikini bomb? Download it, motherfuckers. There we go. 8 people in. Whoa.
Oh god.
Legendary.
Hello, hello, hello.
If you stand in the middle, you're guaranteed hider, by the way. Just so you know. You just need to stand in the middle.
Alright.
Can anyone join or is there a VIP squad? Anyone can join. Yo, Cyber Apathy, that's a terrible spot. Fuck you. Across the cry pizza. Huh? That's not what that color is. Okay, there we go.
Again. Kylo. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, that was a fucking cancer spot here in the fucking glove.
Chat, how good is my spot? I swear my spot's so good. I swear my spot's so good. Wait, how's he flying? Oh god, he's... Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's the most obvious stream snipe I've ever seen. On god, this guy's stream sniping. There's no way he flew up on the invisible wall and shot me from here. There's no way. Who's left? This dude, bro. This blind motherfucker. That's barely even in a hiding spot, Ethan. Wait, what even is this? You lost to that? Yeah, I got stream snipe, bro. I literally had perfect blending on this, and he cross-mapped me. There's no excuses.
Where's TeamCaptain? Oh, Plankton. Look at this little dude. Okay.
I didn't notice he was there. It was perfect blending, I swear. Like, I know the arts of camouflage. Let's see if they stream snipe. I want to see if they stream snipe. I'm mostly curious. He was pretending. He was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk up here, pretend I didn't see him. Oh yeah, I'm gonna walk up here, pretend I didn't see him. Oh my god, I found him.
Hey, yo.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing. Very nonchalant.
Hey, yo.
Very nonchalant. Always a cheater, bro. Oh yeah. Let's do the cow one. The cow cock map. Yeah, let's do it. We're doing cow cock map. Walk in. I come back to stream snipe allegations, bro. It's not allegations, it's true. Fucking cheating ass. What kind of thing can it transform into? Oh, we can do some like good stuff with that, I think. The horde has arrived. Call that a masterclass. A masterclass of blending.
I'm screen watching the fuck out of you, so if you're done.
You said what now? Bro, Hylock's always the hunter.
Yeah, my bad, I forgot to mute. Who's the horse penis?
Surprisingly, no one's a horse penis this time. Holy shit, he actually found that. I can toggle names. I do that. My spot's too good. I haven't found you. So it's probably really good, yeah. Oh shit. How the fuck is that not him?
Hold that shrimp.
You just got so many points.
Why are you always hiding? Huh? I mean, seeking.
Yeah.
Explain.
To shroom snipe. Easily to shroom snipe.
Nice
like I
shot.
said.
Meaty nut.
My hen spot's too good.
Meaty nut.
Wait, Cyber Apathy died? Whoa.
Whose internet keeps cutting out?
Might be mine.
Those are some crazy spots I just saw. Man, it's so scummy. Yeah, I just saw like 3 scumbags.
Mic test, mic test. Am I lagging?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, TC, you're lagging. You're lagging.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Only in game.
I can't get
In game! How? In game! How do I turn off notifications?
Is he stuck on the floor? Why is he just crouching?
Can't
He's a fucking
stand
snake.
up.
Stand up, mate. Stand up.
It's not letting me
Blind
stand
playthrough?
up. The fuck?
Stand up. Stand up. Whoa! The
Why this
giant horse
How
cock.
keeps looking at the horse cocks?
Alright, I'm up.
Why?
What the fuck? Am I hearing a child? What the fuck?
That is such a good spot. Bro, that is such a good spot. Bro, that is such a good spot.
Is one of them a horse penis?
I can't whistle.
That is such a good spot. That is such a good fucking spot. I would never see it.
Brother, it's not fucking letting me get back up.
Nah. They're not even gonna kill him. No way. Yo, you guys suck.
Nah, GG. I can't uncrouch.
There's no way. You guys are noobs. Let's do Osaka. This map sucks. Oh shit. Who am I hunting with? Ugh, I mean that. Oh my god. I'm such a chud. This shit's so ugly, bro. Let's go. I'm so ready. I'm coming. If you stay in the middle, you can become the hunter side. I know that, I know that. They aren't ready for my end though. Like, I've been practicing my blade end. It's like the same thing. Let's go. Hello, hello, hello. Try not to laugh challenge. If you hear me, can you whistle?
Look at him try hard. Look at him. He's like a fucking squirrel. Look how he's climbing. Everywhere. What is he doing?
Shut up, bitch.
Bro, stop moving.
Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck, bro? Hey, it's not that serious, by the way. It's not that serious. Stop it.
You're right.
Yeah, okay, bro. Stream sniper. You filthy stream sniper.
Doesn't be much fun to have on the receiving end.
Stop it! It's not that deep! No!
What? What?
Bro. AOMM map, by the way. Still can't find me.
If you
so
can't
far.
hide on this map, you just suck. Two people? How does it feel to be dead?
Your fault, Shrimpion. Your fault.
Hi. Why is Meaty not been found yet? This guy has so much score.
Ah, that's a good spot. Oh, wow.
You suck, mate.
I see. The winner gets a T.
I hear him. Where'd you find them?
Yeah, nothing, mate.
Easy game. Color picker's terrible. If you click spacebar on the colors, you can copy them. You just need to click spacebar on what you want to be.
B.
Alright, let's do Sugarland.
First.
Show me your bank statements before 2024.
You're thirsty?
Shut the fuck up.
I made the thirst. Poor guy, somebody get him water.
Water.
Alright.
Good, does everyone know TC spot yet?
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Hi, look! Hi, look! Hi, look! Stuart Little. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Where was he? Bro, that's fucked up.
That's so fucked up.
GG's.
Cheating. Obvious cheats. TC might be colorblind, bro. I am not colorblind.
You're fucking colorblind, bro.
Shut the fuck up. That's what's crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't be mean to me. Don't be mean to the streamer. Don't be mean to the streamer.
You're German, bro. You're German.
Glaze him. Glaze him.
My name is
How
not
you thought that was a
Jeremy.
good spot? It was a good spot. They're just cheers. They're just hackers.
Cheers. They're cheers.
The Germans found Anne Frank. They should be good at hunting. The
She
German's
was
the one
rented out,
hiding.
by the way, we didn't find her. See, the winner gets the tea. Is here any tea in this game?
Yeah, he's stream sniping so
Me,
hard.
but you didn't take me!
He's stream sniping, bro. He's actually stream sniping. Oh yeah. Let's do Nuketown. This is where everyone's PCs crash. Everyone's PC is gonna crash now. Trust me.